एवरीवन गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज है 11th ऑफ दिसंबर 2024। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। फिलहाल के लिए क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे तो क्रूड ऑयल अपने एक बहुत छोटे से एफईजी पर रुका हुआ है काफ़ी देर से। काफ़ी टाइम्स इसने इस रेजिस्टेंस लिया है यहाँ पर इस एफईजी से रिसेंटली। अभी उसी एफईजी पर है। आई होप ये ब्रेक करके निकले और अपने रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक जाए। ये भी वीक ही लग रहा है मुझे। काफ़ी टाइम ये भी टेस्ट कर चुका है। नीड टू सी फिर से रिजेक्शन मिलता है या फिर नहीं मिलता है। तो अगर कोई बाइंग में है तो थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। बाकी कल मार्केट अगेन वो एक रेजिस्टेंस एरिया था, रीटेस्ट कल कर दिया था, याद होगा। गैप अप हुआ था हल्का सा, वापस ऊपर एफईजी पे गया, वहां से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई। नीचे वाला जो रीटेस्ट जोन था एफईजी का, वहां से वापस बाइंग आके कंसोलिडेट ही कर रहा है। ऊपर निकला तो मजा आएगा अपर साइड की ओर। नीचे मेजर सपोर्ट आपका 5800, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस 5940 टू 970 के बीच में। गोल्ड को अगर देखोगे, इफ यू लुक एट द गोल्ड, एक बार गोल्ड को भी देख लेते हैं फटाफट से। ठीक है, गोल्ड भी थोड़ा सा वॉलेटिलिटी में था अभी फिलहाल के लिए। ये भी आई थिंक अपने एक एफईजी पर रुका हुआ है शायद। ये भी एफईजी है ना शायद यहाँ पे। हाँ, अपने एक छोटे से एफईजी पर ही है ये। ठीक है, अपने एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से पहले थोड़े बहुत एक छोटा सा एक एफईजी है, वहां पर थोड़ा बहुत रुक रहा है ये। ऊपर गया तो ऊपर भी एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस है मार्केट के पास। इम्पोर्टेंट सीपीआई का डेटा है, ध्यान रखना इम्पोर्टेंट है। गोल्ड, सिल्वर और थोड़ा बहुत क्रूड ऑयल के लिए भी। सीपीआई मंथ ऑन मंथ और ईयर बेसिस। बाकी नीचे सपोर्ट सारे वीक ही हैं, जितने भी हैं ये सब सपोर्ट हैं, बट ये सब वीक हो चुके हैं। मल्टीपल टाइम सपोर्ट ले चुका है प्राइस, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ये तो ब्रेक हो जाएगा शायद। 2674, 2657 एक थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है मार्केट, और नहीं तो फिर जो मेजर सपोर्ट है वो सीधा 2630, 35 के अराउंड ही मिलेगा। सीपीआई का डेटा है तो हो सकता है तब तक मार्केट थोड़ा बहुत साइडवेज भी चला जाए। नेचुरल गैस भी देख लेते हैं। डेटा डेटा भी देख लेते हैं, कौन सा डेटा शेड्यूल है। यस, सीपीआई का डेटा है। तो 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग, 7 PM पे सीपीआई का डेटा है, और 9 बजे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री। 8 बजे यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन होगा ऑब्वियसली। तो उस पर भी फोकस रखना, वो भी काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है एक्चुअली। ठीक है, सीपीआई का डेटा स्पेशली इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है। इन्फ्लेशन का डेटा है यूएस का। नीड टू सी किस तरह से प्ले आउट होता है। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, फटाफट से एक बार लाइक कर दो। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम। नेचुरल गैस, यहाँ नेचुरल गैस ही देख रहे हैं। नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे तो मार्केट कल, याद होगा, वो एक रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग आई थी, उसके बाद सडनली एक कैंडल बनी थी, ब्रेकआउट हो गया था। मार्केट सीधा गैप अप ओपन हुआ था, तो रेजिस्टेंस बिकम सपोर्ट और कंटिन्यूअसली बुलिश ही बना हुआ है। एक बार देख लेते हैं कहाँ रुक सकता है, या फिर जाता ही रहेगा ऊपर। मार्केट के पास एक गैप था, वो तो काफ़ी पहले फिल हो चुका है। दैट इज़ द ओनली रेजिस्टेंस वी हैव। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग भी ये शायद ब्रेक कर दे आज, एंड अगर ये ब्रेक करता है तो फिर वही 285 86। सो द फाइनल रेजिस्टेंस डे हाई इन नेचुरल गैस इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। थोड़ा सा एक बार टाइम फ्रेम और भी देख लेते हैं, 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम, बिकॉज काफ़ी ज़्यादा बुलिश हो गया है 2 दिन से। ये तो नेचुरल गैस अपने रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है। 1 2 3 बार सेलिंग आ चुकी है यहाँ से। मार्केट लोअर लो तो नहीं बना रहा है, हायर लोज बने हुए हैं लोअर हैंड से। नहीं, नेचुरल गैस की नहीं, क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है आज। लिक्विडिटी इज वेरी लो। क्रूड ऑयल देखो एफईजी के ऊपर निकला तो चला जाएगा अपने रेजिस्टेंस जोन तक। फिलहाल फंसा हुआ है, काफी देर से साइडवेज है ऑन देयर रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। क्या 286 86.5। क्रूड ऑयल भी निकलना शुरू कर गया एफईजी के ऊपर। एफईजी के ऊपर निकल जाता है तो फिर ये एफईजी को रिमूव कर देंगे। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, फिर वहां से देखते हैं सेलिंग वापस। सिल्वर का चार्ट अभी नहीं लगाया है, सिर्फ क्रूड ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस एंड गोल्ड। नेचुरल गैस में अगर इस रेजिस्टेंस से अब सेलिंग नहीं आई ना, ये ब्रेकआउट बहुत अच्छा कर सकता है। ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो फिर सीधा 286 ही जाएगा। पैटर्न भी देखोगे तो मार्केट काफी अच्छा एक पैटर्न बना के बैठा हुआ है। हाई लो, इक्वल हाई, हायर लो, इक्वल हाई, हायर लो। एक थोड़ी सी सेलिंग भी अगर आ गई तो फिर ये पैटर्न काफी अच्छा बन जाएगा ब्रेकआउट के लिए। परफेक्ट पैटर्न है। और अगर ब्रेकआउट सक्सेसफुल हुआ तो काफी बड़ा टारगेट दिखा रहा है ये। ऑलमोस्ट 25 पॉइंट अगर सक्सेसफुली ब्रेकआउट हो जाता है, सीधा 300 ही क्रॉस करेगा लगता है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस अगर देखें तो ये हाई लेवल पर ऑलरेडी टेस्ट कर चुका है, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ये वीक है। ये एक लेवल है थोड़ा बहुत, आई डोंट नो कितना होल्ड कर पाएगा। तो फाइनल रेजिस्टेंस कह सकते हो फॉर नेचुरल गैस 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। हम एनर्जी नेट चार्ट, ओके ओके ओके, रियली सॉरी, मैंने लग रहा है उसमें। अच्छा, नेचुरल गैस का चार्ट नहीं लगाया क्या इस पे? स्क्रीन पे दूसरी स्क्रीन है, लेट्स सी, एक सेकेंड। अब सही है ना? अब ठीक है। नाउ आई थिंक इट इज विजिबल। ठीक है, तो नेचुरल गैस में मैं ये पैटर्न आपको दिखा रहा था, ये काफी अच्छा एक पैटर्न बना के बैठा हुआ है। लुक एट दिस, हाई लो, इक्वल हाई, हायर लो, इक्वल हाई। अगर एक और हायर लो क्रिएट कर दिया लाइक इस तरीके से, तो अगर ये ब्रेकआउट हुआ यहाँ पर उसके बाद, तो नॉर्मली हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि ये इतना जो डिस्टेंस है मार्केट ब्रेकआउट करके जा सकता है, अगर सक्सेसफुली ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो। इसलिए पैटर्न काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है, डायरेक्टली ना जाए। डायरेक्टली गया तो फिर साइकिल कंप्लीट नहीं होगी। वैसे दो बार रेजिस्टेंस, दो बार सपोर्ट मिल चुका है, तो पॉइंट तो कनेक्ट हो गए हैं। लेट्स सी, एक और सेलिंग दे दे, थोड़ा सा सेलर्स और आ जाए मार्केट में, क्योंकि डायरेक्टली गया तो फिर इतना स्ट्रेंथ होगा नहीं मार्केट में। चार्ट लगा दिया, चार्ट है आपके सामने ही है। ये एमसीएक्स में ही है प्राइस एक्शन, फॉरेक्स का प्राइस एक्शन थोड़ा सा अलग है। कैपिटल डॉट कॉम ब्रोकर का चार्ट देखोगे तो वहाँ पर प्राइस एक्शन थोड़ा सा अलग दिखेगा, बट वो भी अपने रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है। किधर ना कर दे जैसे क्रूड ऑयल ने यहाँ किया था। काफी देर यहाँ रुका, फिर ऊपर नीचे करते करते बड़ी सेलिंग आ गई मार्केट में। फॉरेक्स और एमसीएक्स के चार्ट में बड़ा डिफरेंस है नीचे सपोर्ट्स में। नेचुरल गैस के चार्ट में देखोगे ना, अगर कैपिटल डॉट कॉम ब्रोकर का चार्ट, डिफरेंस है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा डिफरेंस है। इवन दो उसमें भी मार्केट रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, थोड़ा रेजिस्टेंस और ऊपर तक बना हुआ है शायद यहाँ कहीं तक। और नीचे सपोर्ट देखोगे तो उनका सपोर्ट यहाँ कहीं बना हुआ है इस लेवल पे। तो चार्ट में थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस है एमसीएक्स और फॉरेक्स में, बट जितना मुझे दिख रहा है एमसीएक्स में और फॉरेक्स में, तो मैंने उसी के अकॉर्डिंग बताया है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर गैप अप गैप डाउन हमारे इसमें दिखता नहीं है एक्चुअली में क्लियरली। लग रहा है शायद वो थोड़ा बहुत प्राइस ज़्यादा और कम मूव करके शायद बराबर कर दे इसको। अगर इस चार्ट में लगाया जाए इसको तो नेचुरल गैस कैंडल देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू लो है बिल्कुल। एक पुल बैक तो आना चाहिए इसमें थोड़ा बहुत। ऑयल को भी देखोगे तो क्रूड ऑयल में भी प्राइस एक्शन बड़ा अच्छा बना हुआ है। इस एरिया पे अभी भी सेलर्स तो बैठे हुए हैं, तो ये सेलर यहाँ पर अभी भी प्रेजेंट होंगे, बट इसमें भी एक इस तरह से इन्वर्टेड हेड एंड शोल्डर बन सकता है उस केस में। तो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस इसमें स्ट्रांग ही है अभी भी। मार्केट ने एक लोअर लो बनाया था लास्ट टाइम। ये थोड़ा सा लेवल अलग है, ये है रेजिस्टेंस पर ही नेचुरल गैस, ध्यान रखना। रेजिस्टेंस कहो रिटेस्ट कहो, जो कहना है कह सकते हो। तो थोड़ा सा मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ यहाँ से सेलिंग आनी तो चाहिए लॉजिकली। एक बार देखते हैं एसएल कितना है इसमें, कितना बड़ा बन रहा है। इसको कर दो रिमूव। ठीक है, इसमें एक थोड़ा सा सेलिंग का यहाँ से प्लान कर सकते हैं, मेरे को रेजिस्टेंस लग रहा है, रिटेस्ट जोन है, एक सेलिंग मार्केट को आनी चाहिए यहाँ से। थोड़ा सा प्राइस एक्शन जरूर पॉजिटिव है, बट ये लेवल थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग मुझे रिकॉर्डिंग देना चाहिए। अरे, या तो कंसोलिडेशन हो थोड़ा ज़्यादा, मार्केट साइडवेज चले, तब फिर कहीं ब्रेकआउट रिटेस्ट पे, या फिर इसको रिमूव करके कोई नया सपोर्ट बना दे प्राइस। अगर ज़्यादा देर कंसोलिडेशन हुआ, सेलिंग होनी होगी तो जल्दी आएगी, ज़्यादा लेट लगाएगा नहीं मार्केट। क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना। फॉरेक्स में देखोगे तो यहाँ पर भी एक सपोर्ट बना रखा है, फॉरेक्स में, एमसीएक्स में नहीं बना हुआ है तो मैंने बनाया नहीं है। फॉरेक्स में है, यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा चार्ट ही अलग है फॉरेक्स का तो। बाकी एक कैंडल लेवल के नीचे क्लोज होनी जरूरी है, ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है बिकॉज 277.1, 277, ठीक है, 0.1। बाकी देखो, क्रूड ऑयल भी एफईजी के ऊपर निकल गया है, तो एक्सपेक्ट रखेंगे ऊपर तक जाए अपने रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक। दैट इज अ रेजिस्टेंस एरिया आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग। यहाँ से वापस एक सेलिंग एक्सपेक्ट कर रखी है। जो लोग बाइंग में है अपना टारगेट वहां बुक कर लेना, अगर किसी ने बाइंग किया हुआ है लो से या फिर लेवल पे। 5:30 भी हो गया है। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा 6 PM पे, ध्यान रखना। क्रूड ऑयल भी सही चल रहा है। भी करते रहो गाइस। 60 पर आप वॉचिंग, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं। वीक रेजिस्टेंस। छोटा सा एफयूजी बना हुआ है शायद ये। बहुत ही स्मॉल सा एफयूजी है। 275.8 से 276.2 के बीच में। ठीक है, यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा एक एफयूजी है इन नेचुरल गैस। पता नहीं दिख रहा है नहीं दिख रहा आप लोगों को। चाहो तो थोड़ा सा चार्ट को और ब्रॉड कर सकते हो, वापस तो होगा आपको। वेरी स्मॉल बट या देयर इज। लेट्स सी मार्केट इस एफयूजी को ब्रेक करता है या होल्ड करता है नीचे। क्रूड भी अपने टारगेट की ओर पहुंचता हुआ, याद रखना ये पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है। तो लोअर एंड पे थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना, हायर एंड पे थोड़ी क्वांटिटी इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं, जस्ट लाइक जैसे कल नेचुरल गैस में किया था नीचे सपोर्ट एरिया से। चार्ट में तो है ही आपका, फॉरेक्स का तो मैंने बता दिया, नेचुरल गैस ऑलरेडी। एमसीएक्स में थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस चार्ट है, डिफरेंट अलग तरीके का चार्ट है। एंड है एफईजी, ध्यान रखना नेचुरल गैस में एफईजी के नीचे क्लोजिंग जरूरी है, और नीचे आना है तो नीचे एक और एफईजी है, वो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है, अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 274। बट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अगर ये ब्रेक हो गया तो फिर वो नीचे वाला रुकेगा नहीं, प्राइस सीधा 269.70 तक आ जाना चाहिए इजीली। सो दैट्स व्हाई इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। ओके, एफईजी तक तो आ गया है, लेट्स सी ये एफईजी निकालता है या नहीं, क्लोजिंग आती है नहीं आती है। वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल राइट नाउ फॉर नेचुरल गैस, हैज प्रूव्ड HP ट्रेल कर लेना ऐसे, अगर ये एफईजी ब्रेक नहीं हुआ तो। नेचुरल गैस में एफईजी ब्रेक नहीं हुआ प्रॉपरली तो फिर ये रुक जाएगा यहीं पर, which is not good obviously. Steve, people are watching only 30 likes. Come on guys. बाकी के 30 लोग क्या कर रहे हो? हाँ, रुकना स्टार्ट कर दिया एफईजी पे प्राइस ने। 7 okay from 6 point, थोड़ा सा नीचे ब्रेक करके आ जाता तो बेटर था, बट लगता है मूड ही नहीं है नेचुरल गैस का। लेट्स सी, ब्रेक होता है नहीं। 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट गाइस, कम ऑन, लाइक भी करते रहो साथ साथ में फटाफट से। कलर चेंज। भी कोई बाइंग में है अगर नीचे से तो अपना टारगेट बुक करना इस रेजिस्टेंस जोन के अराउंड, ओके, फिर यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हैं वापस। बाकी किसी को फिर से अगर बाई करना होगा तो यहाँ वापस बाइंग कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, नहीं ब्रेक किया एफईजी। लुक एट द एफईजी, अटक गया प्राइस वहीं पे। इट इज जस्ट स्टक। जरूरी है नीचे आना है तो एफईजी के नीचे क्लोजिंग नहीं हुई, क्लोजिंग तो नीचे नहीं आएगा। टारगेट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 6 पॉइंट का है, अगर ये नहीं आता है तो फिर ये इतना ही टारगेट मिलेगा, 3 पॉइंट। इसके नीचे क्लोजिंग अगर आ गई तो ये टारगेट फाइनल रहेगा। बाकी देखो ज़्यादा देर अगर यहाँ पर कंसोलिडेशन हो गया तो फिर ये भी चला जाएगा ऊपर ही ब्रेकआउट करके। ज़्यादा देर अगर कंसोलिडेशन में घुसा तो यहाँ पर सेलिंग के लिए ज़्यादा देर रुकना नहीं है, प्राइस को फटाफट आ जाना चाहिए। अगर नीचे आता है तो वापस बाइंग का प्लान रख सकते हैं इसमें। अगर ये डायरेक्टली ऊपर नहीं गया, मान लो यहाँ से थोड़ा सा वापस नीचे आता है लाइक ओवर हेयर, इसको वापस बाइंग कर सकते हैं जिन लोगों ने अगर नहीं किया है। ठीक है, इस एफईजी को अब रिमूव कर देना, ये एफईजी अब वर्किंग नहीं है बिकॉज प्राइस ऑलरेडी एफईजी को ब्रेक करके अपसाइड निकल चुका है। गॉट इट। नेचुरल गैस एफईजी ब्रेक करेगा क्या नहीं, आई डोंट नो सर, ये मुझे कैसे पता होगा। ये पता होता तो मैं एफईजी लगाऊं ही ना। मैं क्या वहीं से बाई कर लो, वापस ब्रेक नहीं करेगा। हाँ मैं इतना जरूर कह सकता हूँ, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है, वो कंप्लीट हो जाएगा लाइक कर दोगे तो। अब कर दो फटाफट से लाइक, जिन लोगों ने नहीं किया अभी तक। नेचुरल गैस को ट्रेल कर लेना गाइस। 6 PM हो गया है, 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग हो जाएगी। मार्केट फिर से थोड़ा बहुत वॉलेटाइल हो जाएगा। तो जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एज वेल। ट्रेंड तो है इसमें। कल में नीचे 5800 वाला सपोर्ट काफी स्ट्रांग है। इनका डेटा बाकी इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा मार्केट के लिए, किस तरह से प्ले आउट होता है। या दैट विल बी लिक्विडिटी ना, वो वहीं पर रहेगी। जैसे वो बैंक निफ्टी में हुआ था, या तो रेंज बाउंड होता चला जाता है फिर मार्केट उस केस में। या वो ऑर्डर ब्लॉक ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर लेवल, या राइट। इस न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है इन 20 मिनट और अप्रॉक्स 50 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है फटाफट से लाइक कर लो। नेचुरल गैस को ट्रेल कर लेना गाइस। एफईजी ब्रेक नहीं हो रहा है। एफईजी ब्रेक नहीं होगा तो मार्केट ऊपर नीचे नहीं आएगा इसके। सिर्फ 3.5 पॉइंट का ही टारगेट मिलेगा यहाँ पर। इसके नीचे अगर क्लोजिंग करता है तभी ये थोड़ा सा बड़ा टारगेट देगा, विच इज अप्रोक्सीमेटली 6 पॉइंट इन फ्यूचर। अदरवाइज दिस इज अ 3 पॉइंट टारगेट ओनली। बाकी अगर ये थोड़ी देर यहाँ पर कंसोलिडेशन कर गया या फिर साइडवेज चला गया तो फिर ब्रेकआउट के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे, वापस प्राइस ऊपर जा सकता है। ऊपर फिर रेजिस्टेंस अगर देखें तो फिर हमारे पास एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस ऊपर है अराउंड 286 एंड देन 290 293 के अराउंड। डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प की ओर से अभी एक स्टेटमेंट भी आया था विच इज आई थिंक पॉजिटिव फॉर इंडियन इकोनॉमी कह सकते हो। अडानी सोलर को उससे काफ़ी अच्छा मेरे को लगता है प्रॉफिट हो सकता है, बिकॉज इंडिया में काफ़ी बड़ा नेटवर्क है अडानी का, अडानी पावर का। उसमें वो न्यूज़ थी रिगार्डिंग द चाइना, चाइना पे वो 50% का एक्स्ट्रा टैरिफ लगा सकते हैं जो उनके सोलर इक्विपमेंट या फिर उसको सोलर वेफर्स कहते हैं, और पॉलीसिलिकॉन जो यूज होता है मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली उसमें। तो 50% अगर वहां पर सोलर लगे तो ऑब्वियसली कहीं ना कहीं चाइना वहां पर उतना सेल नहीं कर पाएगा, तो एक कहीं ना कहीं अपॉर्चुनिटी अडानी के स्टॉक्स के लिए बढ़ सकती है। तो थोड़ी देर पहले जस्ट ये एक स्टेटमेंट आया है फ्रॉम यूएस ट्रेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफिस। देखना पड़ेगा ये कंटिन्यू होता है नहीं होता है, 50% या और ज़्यादा इंक्रीज करते हैं। तो जो इंडिया की सोलर पावर कंपनी है उनके लिए काफ़ी पॉजिटिव न्यूज़ है ये। देखना पड़ेगा इसका कल मार्केट पे जो स्टॉक्स हैं रिलेटेड टू द सोलर पावर, उन पे क्या इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है, बट इट इज़ पॉजिटिव। 11 PM इम्पोर्टेंट डेटा है, ध्यान रखना गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We want to begin with earnings this morning. Macy's trimming its profit outlook after concluding its investigation into an accounting error. We get more with Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta.
They're saying that it is after the investigation into an employee plot to hide millions of dollars in expenses, but really at the end of the day, it was really just the one person and not intrinsic to the entire internal system. That is being the reason that they're associating with the miss on their outlook and the downgrade on their entire profit story for the whole year.
And that's Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta. Macy's reiterated that the probe did not uncover evidence of missing cash or unpaid vendors, and its shares are lower in early trading. ExxonMobil will raise capital spending next year as it adds the $60 billion purchase of Pioneer Natural Resources to oil production plans, threatening to worsen next year's expected crude glut. Exxon plans to spend between $27 billion and $29 billion in 2025. Prior to this year's Pioneer takeover, Exxon was targeting annual outlays of roughly $24.5 billion through 2027. Exxon's growth plan and spending increase is in direct contrast with other oil industry players. Patterson Companies announcing it'll be acquired by Patient Square Capital for $31.35 a share in cash. Now to new developments in the arrest of a suspect accused of murdering the CEO of United Healthcare. The alleged shooter now fighting extradition from Pennsylvania, where he was arrested, to New York, where he's accused of gunning down Brian Thompson in cold blood. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione is now being represented by attorney Thomas Dickey.
We're going to use the process and use the Constitution and the rights that are available to any one of us in this room and any American citizen or person charged with a crime.
Dickey says his client plans to plead not guilty to all charges as he was led into a courthouse. Mangione yelled to the throng of reporters.
And it's completely out of touch, and it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and its lived experience.
And the extradition fight could morph into a legal battle that could drag on for weeks and provide a preview of the prosecution's case. New York authorities say they've amassed a trove of evidence. An autopsy by the New York Medical Examiner's Office found that Thompson died of a gunshot wound to the torso. In other news, President-elect Donald Trump has made several key personnel moves. He's named Andrew Ferguson to chair the Federal Trade Commission. Ferguson is currently a Republican commissioner who's dissented on several of current chair Lina Khan's rulemaking efforts. He's also spoken out against perceived censorship by big tech companies. Trump has also picked Ronald Johnson as U.S. ambassador to Mexico and longtime friend Tom Barrack to be U.S. ambassador to Turkey. Trump's Treasury Secretary picked Scott Bessent will be on Capitol Hill for meetings with key Senate Republicans today. The Biden administration is considering tougher sanctions on Russia's oil trade just before Trump returns to office. Sources tell Bloomberg the details are still being worked out, but could include measures against countries that buy and tankers that ship Russian crude. Bloomberg's Roz Matheson says whatever the president decides might not last.
You can't imagine that Donald Trump is going to want to endorse measures that might have an impact on the oil price in the U.S. He doesn't want to have that coming in as he takes office. So this could be fairly short-lived, and it's very difficult to understand practically what the U.S. might be talking about because they don't import Russian oil.
Bloomberg's Roz Matheson reports President Biden has resisted oil sanctions in the past over fears they could spike energy costs. Weather conditions were forecasted to improve this week in Southern California and aid firefighters in their battle against a wildfire that's forced up to 20,000 people from their homes. The blaze has grown to more than 2,800 acres and is 0% contained. It was not immediately known how the so-called Franklin fire started. In company news, the value of SpaceX has jumped to around $350 billion after investors purchased up to $1.25 billion of insider shares. The valuation cements the company run by Elon Musk as the most valuable private startup in the world. SpaceX has established itself as one of the industry's preeminent rocket launch providers, delivering satellites, cargo, and people to space for NASA, the Pentagon, and commercial partners. And the Associated Press saying Saudi Arabia will be confirmed by FIFA as host of the Men's Soccer 2034 World Cup today. FIFA also will award the 2030 World Cup to Spain, Portugal, and Morocco. Taking a look at futures this morning, S&P futures up 0.1%. Dow futures little change. NASDAQ futures up 0.2%. This as we await inflation numbers with the Consumer Price Index out this morning and the 10-year Treasury yield 4.24%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
New York session is going to open in few minutes. 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग है. लेट्स सी क्या मूव आता है. नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा सा ही मूव किया बस. जस्ट एफईजी तक 3 पॉइंट ब्रेक डाउन होता तो थोड़ा सा और मूव कर सकता था, बट या एफईजी जब तक ब्रेक नहीं होगा और जाएगा नहीं नीचे. एफईजी ब्रेक होता थोड़ा सा एक बड़ा टारगेट मिल सकता था. तो एफईजी ब्रेक होगा तो देखेंगे. देखो ज़्यादा देर अगर यहाँ पर कंसोलिडेशन हुआ तो ये ब्रेकआउट जरूर कर देगा. सेलिंग आनी है तो फास्ट आनी चाहिए. काफ़ी क्रूशियल लेवल है फॉर नेचुरल गैस प्राइस. बाकी ब्रेक किया तो नीचे जरूर आएगा 272 273 के अराउंड. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल देखो नीचे आता है तो वापस यहाँ बाइंग का प्लान रख सकते हैं ओवर हेयर. एंड अगर अपसाइड चला गया तो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जोन है हमारे पास. लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. OPEC cuts 2024 global oil demand growth forecast to 1.61 million barrel per day. Monthly oil forecast. OPEC says 2024 demand forecast downgrade takes into account recently received bearish data for third quarter. 2024 तो ऑलरेडी एंड होने वाला है. टू लाइक्स डन करते रहो गाइस. लाइक 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है. 7 PM पे इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है, ध्यान रखना. एक बार गोल्ड का भी चार्ट देख लेते हैं फटाफट से. वहीं पर रुका हुआ है सीपीआई के डेटा से पहले साइडवेज. लगता है सीपीआई के डेटा में कुछ बड़ा मूव हो सकता है. वैसे डेटा देखोगे तो फोरकास्ट तो फ्लैट न्यूट्रली एक्सपेक्टेड है. लास्ट मंथ भी 3.3% था. इस बार भी 3.3 ही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं ये फोरकास्ट ईयर ऑन ईयर बेसिस पे. और मंथ ऑन मंथ बेसिस पे देखोगे वो भी फ्लैट ही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं. डिफरेंस सिर्फ एक इन्फ्लेशन रेट पर रहेगा ईयर ऑन ईयर बेसिस पे. लास्ट टाइम 2.6 था, इस बार थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं 2.7. तो ये देखना पड़ेगा 2.7 क्या ये ज़्यादा आता है 2.6 से या फिर कम आता है. बाकी डेटा अगर फ्लैट आया तो कुछ ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट होगा नहीं, बट ये इन्फ्लेशन रेट ईयर ऑन ईयर बेसिस वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. फर्स्ट वन. So right now it is sideways gold and silver for data. 7 PM very important.
Mike, the headline is plus 0.3% on the core, fourth month in a row. It's sticky, it's intransigent, but is that the most important part of this conversation?
Well, that's the most important part of the conversation is what is the conversation at this point for the Fed? You're right, it's been sticky, and we've seen a lot of acknowledgement of that from Fed officials. We're well above the 2% target still, and they have pledged to push that down, but do they continue making progress, or do they need to keep their foot on the brake a little bit longer and maybe pause in December? You can see we're quite a ways still from that target, and the issue now today is going to be out to 3 digits. Is it getting worse, or is it getting better? 0.3 on an unrounded basis would be the highest in 7 months. So Fed is going to be watching this closely.
Do you think that trumps the unemployment data? I mean, Friday week ago we were doing the unemployment data, and it was an unemployment rate ticking up to 4.2%. And Mohamed El-Erian said, look, that is what will drive the calibration of a rate cut in December.
It's both. It was a high 4.2. You almost rounded to 4.3. So we'll look at the core today and see if that rounds to 4.3 as well. The headline forecast is for 0.3 and the core for 0.3, but neither has breached that number yet. They've been 2.8 for core last month. We'll see if we get above that today. And if that gives any signals to people about where the Fed might be, they're kind of divided over what they should do next.
Seeing in terms of holiday shopping spending, because
China may counter Trump with weaker yuan. Is it helping Alibaba? Barons.com says, wow. OPEC once again makes cut to its 2024 and 2025 oil demand growth forecast as per the Forex Live.
Financial engineering and not actually fixing the offering and culture.
One of the things you're seeing in fixing the offering and culture, look what you've had with companies like Abercrombie and Fitch that's newer today.
Crude oil में selling trade कब बनेगा resistance पे?
What they've done to reinvigorate. It can be done, it takes time. The financial engineering of whether you split off real estate or do anything else, investment in stores is critical in order to present an experience that matches the goods that you have. And if you're going to split off the real estate and it's a sale leaseback, well, guess what? You still got to pay rent. What do you need? You need sales increases to deliver on those numbers.
Right now, we are seeing Macy's shares down almost 10%. Dana Telsey of Telsey Advisory Group, thank you so much.
Thank you
for being with us this morning. And a real key, as Dana was mentioning, 5 minutes time, we do get that call with management for them to give some explanations about what actually happened. Honestly, and on it, Danny, to me, that's really a key question at a time where do we really understand shipping costs and how one person can cause a $100 million gap?
I was going to say, we learned about this a while ago, and I still don't understand it. I think a lot of people are confused and want questions and want to know how much is Macy's just using this as an excuse. As we were just talking about with Dana, this idea that changes can be made. You can fix your offering. You can get there. So maybe, some companies just saying, things will go by. Maybe consumers will come back. In the meantime, though, you need to change things and maybe can't just keep relying on old excuses.
Which is the reason why we're hearing about property sales as well as some other initiatives. Coming up next hour, it is the key hour with CPI coming up. Binky Chadha of Deutsche Bank, Deborah Cunningham of Federated Hermes, Jay Bryson of Wells Fargo, and David Kelly of JP Morgan. Stocks kind of grinding around, trying to find direction ahead of this key inflation rate in the United States, the last big data point ahead of next week's Federal Reserve meeting. This is Bloomberg.
As completely out of touch and it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people.
जी ब्रेक करता है नेचुरल गैस तो हम वो नीचे ब्रेक करेगा तो क्लोज करेगा तो आएगा नीचे.
All right, GameStop third quarter earnings crossing the
न्यूयॉर्क
wires
सेशन ओपन होने
moments
वाला है, 3
ago.
मिनट
The
रहेगा
meme
guys,
stock
ध्यान रखना कि सही कोई ओपन पोजीशन चल रही है. एसएल सिस्टम पर रख लो. 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग है, इंपॉर्टेंट है. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है नेक्स्ट 2 मिनट में. लेट्स सी थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आ जाए और क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस में. 7 PM पे फिर डेटा भी है तो गोल्ड और सिल्वर तो मुझे लगता नहीं मूव करेंगे कुछ खास. ओपेक के 2-3 स्टेटमेंट आ रहे हैं, उसकी वजह से क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा सा वॉलेटिलिटी में है. स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे तो थोड़ी देर पहले स्टेटमेंट आया था कि उनको थर्ड क्वार्टर का बेरिस डेटा मिला है. दैट्स वाई इन्होंने फोरकास्ट 2024 का कम रखा हुआ है. बट 2025 में ऑयल डिमांड ग्रोथ जो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं वहां पर थोड़ा सा कट ही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं वो. तो अगर डिमांड कट हो रही है 2025 पे भी उनके अकॉर्डिंग और वो भी डिमांड प्रोडक्शन को और कट कर दें तो बैलेंस आउट हो जाएगा. ओके 1 मिनट इज लेफ्ट, 1 मिनट और है. गेम स्टॉप. ओके गेम स्टॉप की अर्निंग भी आ गई है.
All right, GameStop third quarter earnings crossing the wires moments ago. The meme stock trending higher here after that report. And for more on what's trending in the meme stock space, I want to welcome in now Tom Bruni, head of market research at StockTwits. Tom, it is good to see you. I got to tell you, Tom, in 2021, if you told me spin forward 3 years, Josh, you're still going to be talking about GameStop. I don't know. I'd be skeptical, Tom. But here we are. They reported. They gave us the results. Walk us through it, Tom. What did you make of that print?
Yeah, big picture, not much has changed. Similar to the last quarters, we're seeing continual revenue declines because the core business of selling video games and software related to physical stores is struggling in the 21st century. So I think the balance sheet's in a good place. They've got $4.2 billion in cash. Every time the stock pops up on Roaring Kitty's tweets or some other catalyst, they're able to raise additional capital and shore up that balance sheet. But what they haven't been able to figure out is how to get the revenue side going. So they did report net income of I think 17 million or so. So they're in the positive. But to really see the stock get momentum, people are looking for it to accelerate that revenue or at least stabilize it.
Let's broaden out the conversation because at StockTwits you will have kind of unique line of sight into what traders, what investors are interested in right now. When it comes to the meme stocks, the GameStops, Tom, how interested are they still?
Yeah, so I think it depends how you define meme stocks, right? The way we kind of look at it is anything with social momentum, right? You were just talking about price momentum with MicroStrategy and Bitcoin, but there's also a social momentum meter. How many people are talking about it? How many are following it? Because we find that you talk about something first, you do your research, and then you go out and make a purchase or a sale, right? So we're seeing kind of like the early signs of what people are doing in the market, and so when we see major divergences or upticks, we kind of flag that as major activity. But to your point, traditional meme stocks have kind of fallen by the wayside, and there are a lot of kind of 2021 meme stocks that are coming back from the dead. Like PayPal, Square, stocks that saw massive disconnects between
monthly number in 7 months. So what does this mean already when everyone's talking about next year's policies that could be inflationary? And it just a reminder that what a lot of economists told us in the very beginning as the Fed said they were going to have this fight down to 2%, the last mile is going to be the hardest and it's going to be the stickiest.
Which is the reason why Bank of America, or derivative strategists, came out overnight and said the market is underpricing CPI risk. And then we get this. Macy's comes out and explains why it saw, maybe giving some more light at least, on why it saw $100 million removed off its top line from an errant employee. It just raises a question, Danny, about how much we're seeing consumers push back in real time about how much they're willing to spend, about how much they are willing to buy at a time when otherwise things are kind of reaching equilibrium, this idea of disinflation.
It's such a weird thing to look at a Macy's and look at these various consumer discretionary companies that are struggling on one hand, and on the other hand, have a conversation about airlines and say, everybody is going to be traveling to Europe, everybody's spending all this money, everybody is going on cruises. It's not a consumer that has stopped spending, but they're stopping to spend if you don't have a strategy to really capture them. They just don't have the money they once did to buy basically everything under the sun.
It's the idea that people are still hungry for services and experiences while goods inflation has come down.
Well, we are seeing the experience of the market trying to claw out some gains today after 2 straight days of losses. The S&P futures just kind of bouncing around more or less 0.1% gain. You can see that outperformance on the NASDAQ. Dollar strength across the board, 105 on the euro dollar cross. You could see yields creeping just a bit higher. It would be the 4th straight day of yields ticking higher on the 10-year ahead of that key auction later this morning. And crude prices off their earlier highs as we did get that OPEC news on potentially a reduced demand. Here's what we got coming up. Binky Chadha of Deutsche Bank with stocks looking to bounce back from 2 days of losing. Deborah Cunningham of Federated Hermes on why investors can keep cash on the sidelines. And David Kelly of JP Morgan on why there's little evidence of mounting inflation pressures. We begin this hour with stocks steady ahead of CPI due out in under 30 minutes. Binky Chadha of Deutsche Bank looking ahead to next year, like all of us. Our 2025 year-end S&P 500 target is 7,000. From a demand-supply perspective, positioning is already near the top of its long-run band with little room to rise. We see robust equity and bond inflows continuing, boosted by strong risk appetite, though we are factoring in some slowing in the pace. Binky joins us now. And Binky, thank you so much for being with us. My favorite part of everybody's outlooks is explaining why people are not more bullish. Because you come out with this bullish outlook and then you say, look, it's just not going to be that quick. So pump the brakes a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to use a very overused word right now, which is constructive, but we have been constructive for 2 years. And the fundamental reason for being constructive is really about the business cycle. That's what equities are about at the end of the day. And I would say, the cycle looks pretty good. There's a whole set of things that one can think about that just really haven't kicked in yet. I mean, we've had destocking that everybody knows about. We can't remain in a world of permanent destocking. So at some point that becomes restocking. If you look at CapEx, earnings outside tech have basically started to turn up. So we should start to get, CapEx. There's the biggest question, I would say, which is, the funk in manufacturing globally. Same is true basically in the U.S. And what you were talking about before, Danny, the services. So bigger picture, I would say the pandemic and the pandemic's rotations are still very much with us. But what I would add is, first, of course, that everybody knows about, we had this massive rotation into goods. Then over time, we had this rotation into services. What I would point out for the cycle, actually, is that today, services relative to goods spending looks to have overshot. So we might sort of be at that cusp of a rotation back into goods. And that would go a long ways towards, sort of normalizing things. And goods, of course, more important for equities and earnings because they're disproportionately represented in the S&P.
It raises a question about the vulnerability to data surprises at a time where people have a hard time getting their head around which rotation we're in and how affected it is by the pandemic. How vulnerable do you see this market if we do say an upside surprise in CPI in 25 minutes' time?
I think it will lead basically to, modest pullback, perhaps, depending on the details. But what I would say is, sure, I mean, we are going to have bumps, but I would say the broader disinflation trend remains in place, especially if you think about it fundamentally. The inflation did not come basically from the traditional drivers. The traditional drivers for me are, the unemployment rate and the U.S. dollar. The pandemic-related boost to inflation was worth basically about 4 percentage points. It's obviously come down a lot, but it's still 40 basis points. And I would say that's a force for continued disinflation. Most people didn't believe that 4% was going to go away. We're down to 40, so I'm sticking with the disinflationary forces basically remain in place. We will have plenty of bumps. I mean, I think Q1 and what happened in Q1 this year, the residual seasonality, I think all of that's well known. So I think it is going to be a little bumpy, but I think the broader trend, remains very much in place.
One of the other things we've seen a lot of 2025 outlooks and ones that do forecast the equity market continuing to gain is how you talk about valuations and how valuations are justified or not. UBS had theirs out this week saying that it's justified to be above the long-term average because of technology. BlackRock saying that the business cycle, it basically doesn't exist anymore because of the AI excitement and what that means. What do you make of that piece of the picture?
Yeah, so I think on valuations, the first point that I would emphasize is that it's not coming from here, it's not coming from there, it's coming from everywhere. The market is expensive. There's no getting around that fact. We're basically trading at 24 times trailing when the historical average is sort of 15 times, 15.3 times. But it's a big topic, but I would say there's also plenty of fundamental reasons for why valuations have gone up, and I would point out that valuations actually went up. So we just spoke about the 15 times. Just look at a chart of the S&P 500 multiple for the last 100 years. It's barely gone below. It's meant to be an average, which means you get sometimes above and sometimes below. But since the late 80s, early 90s, we've barely gone below 15 times. So that move up happened earlier. So the question is really to understand why it went.
स्टॉक सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन अच्छा वॉल्यूम आ गया है नेचुरल गैस में फॉरेक्स चार्ट में देखोगे तो ब्रेकआउट ऑलरेडी हो गया है एमसीएक्स में अभी भी पेंडिंग ही है एफईजी के नीचे नहीं गया एफईजी के नीचे ब्रेक करता तो थोड़ा सा बड़ा टारगेट मिलता बट ठीक है दैट इज ऑल्सो गुड लेट्स सी कोई नया सपोर्ट बनेगा तो अब बिकॉज इसके ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे ट्रेड नहीं कर सकते बिकॉज ये ऑलरेडी रीटेस्ट लेवल ही है दैट इज अ रेजिस्टेंस सपोर्ट एरिया गैप डाउन हुआ था तो सपोर्ट बिकम रेजिस्टेंस तो इसके ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे ट्रेड मत कर देना कोई नया सपोर्ट बनेगा तो विल सी या फिर रेजिस्टेंस है ऊपर वहां तक पहुंच जाता है तो विल सी दैट एफईजी के नीचे ब्रेक करता तो और टारगेट मिल सकता था बड़ा बट नहीं कराया दैट इज ओनली 3.5 पॉइंट कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है वॉल्यूम भी ठीक ही है क्रूड ऑयल भी देखो सपोर्ट पे पहुंचने वाला है सपोर्ट रेंज से इसमें भी बाइंग का प्लान रख सकते हैं वापस
Positive reactions to the stock, so that's not really an issue. I mean, the way we think about buybacks is simply that companies get earnings, they convert it to cash flow, you pay out your dividends, do what capex you want to do, and what's left over basically is returned to shareholders in the form of buybacks. So, so we have buybacks next year going up in line with earnings, about 11%.
I'd love to get your thoughts on policy because companies are waiting to hear about the tax cuts and potential tariffs. And you think the sequencing will be similar to Trump 1.0?
It's a working assumption is the way I would put it.
Right. But why? Why do you think he'll wait so long for tariffs when arguably he's already negotiating tariffs right now with China, Mexico, and Canada.
Yeah, so I mean, when you think about basically a set of policies, and as I've said before, the way we think about it, and it's easy to talk about, there's various positives, there's various negatives. So if there's both positives and negatives, you've got to think about in terms of offsets. So, we've had very, very decent economic growth for at least a couple of years now. And so if you start with the negatives, you're going to lower it. If you start with the positives, you're raising it. And then, when you do the negatives, it's taking off of that. That kind of leaves you where you are, give or take in one slight direction or another. So to me, it seems just sort of key to do the positives first. I mean, in the current context, I mean, perhaps that's too broad-based sort of statements, but I mean, the taxes, if that's not the focus, you end up basically, in what could be a pretty sizable tax increase. So that has to be the focus that should be the focus to preserve or raise that growth before, you start to think of the negatives.
Binky Chadha, wonderful to speak with you as always. Binky Chadha of Deutsche Bank here with us this morning ahead of that CPI print that does come in about 17 minutes. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Yahira Hackes. Yahira.
Hi, Lisa. The suspect in the murder of the United Health Group CEO is being held without bail in Pennsylvania after fighting extradition to New York. Authorities in New York have gathered evidence against Luigi Mangione, including surveillance video, autopsy results, and written admissions. They're seeking his return to New York to face second-degree murder and weapons charges. He's due back in court in Pennsylvania on December 23rd, unless he's extradited sooner. Senator Bernie Sanders told Politico his term starting in January will likely be his last. The 83-year-old has been in Congress since 1991, serving 8 terms in the House before winning a Senate seat in 2006. Sanders was a top contender for the Democratic presidential nomination in 2016 and 2020, but was a runner-up both times. After Trump's victory last month, the senator called out the Democratic Party for abandoning the working class. And several items from Tom Brady's legendary career were auctioned off at Sotheby's, New York. The auction included rare watches and sports memorabilia, with the jersey he wore when he broke the all-time passing record selling for over $500,000. But the top items were Brady's watches, with the Rolex Daytona selling for over $1.1 million. The total value of items sold topped estimates, coming in at $9 million. That's your Bloomberg Brief. Lisa?
Thank you so much, Yahira. Up next, the morning calls, plus Deborah Cunningham of Federated Hermes, as we count you down to that CPI report. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
मिनट लेफ्ट 15 मिनट और रह गए हैं सीपीआई इन्फ्लेशन डेटा के आने के। क्रूड पे भी थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है, ध्यान रखना डेटा का। 6 PM और 7 PM का जो डेटा है। की इन्वेंट्री भी है 9 बजे। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री भी शेड्यूल है, ध्यान रखना 9 PM पर एक्सपेक्टेड है। Second time, sure. भी देखोगे बिल्कुल साइडवेज है, सिमिलरली क्रूड ऑयल की तरह, गोल्ड की तरह, सॉरी। से और सर जी डेटा टाइम 7 PM, 5 मिनट और हैं बस, only 5 minutes left. Okay. PM पे आएगा CPI का डेटा। Okay guys, 20 seconds left. गोल्ड और सिल्वर का चार्ट लगा लेते हैं, थोड़ा बहुत क्रूड पे भी इम्पैक्ट होगा, ध्यान रखना। CPI का डेटा आने वाला है। नेचुरल गैस पे कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट नहीं होता, मेनली गोल्ड और सिल्वर पे इम्पैक्ट देखने के लिए मिलता है। बड़ी कैंडल एक्सपेक्ट है, लेट्स सी। नीचे लेवल अच्छा है 2633 वाला। ओके डेटा आ गया है, लेट्स सी, लुक्स लाइक पॉजिटिव। ऑन ओके, CPI ईयर ऑन ईयर बेसिस फ्लैट है, जितना एक्सपेक्ट किया था उतना ही आया है, न्यूट्रल। CPI मंथ ऑन मंथ बेसिस वाला भी न्यूट्रल है, जितना एक्सपेक्ट किया था फोरकास्ट उतना ही है। ये इंपॉर्टेंट था। कोर CPI का डेटा देखोगे, ये भी न्यूट्रल है। तीनों ही डेटा न्यूट्रल आ गए, कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट नहीं। ठीक है, तीनों के तीनों डेटा जो इम्पोर्टेंट थे सब फ्लैट है, सब के सब। जितना फोरकास्ट किया था एग्जैक्टली उतनी आए, ना ज़्यादा ना कम। सो कह सकते हो न्यूट्रल है डेटा फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर. लेट्स सी मार्केट कैसे प्ले आउट करता है. ठीक है, जो डेटा है वो तो फ्लैट है, कुछ ऐसा नहीं है कि पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए. इट इज फ्लैट. अब सीधा 8 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग और 9 बजे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री. सिल्वर को भी देखोगे तो कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट हुआ नहीं है.
Space. Right. And how long can that last? Because presumably small caps are rallying with the idea of, yay, wonderful, we're going to get this cut in December. But with this move to 0.3% month over month, that is still the strongest figure that we've had in 7 months. Even if we're going to be getting the cut in December, is some of that joy sort of tampered out as we say, okay, yes, the numbers are as expected, but this isn't still the all clear that we're getting down to 2% inflation.
It does seem like the all clear for the rally to continue as people look forward and say nothing that we didn't know already. Completely in line as expected. We will get those details, as I mentioned, in just a moment with Michael McKee. Joining us now is Jay Bryson of Wells Fargo. Jay, your initial reaction to a hugely surprising print of exactly bang on line what everybody was expecting.
Well, so I'll use a phrase, I'm sure, Danny, you're familiar with this. It's kind of a damp squib, right? I mean, there's nothing to see here. I agree with Mike. And I think I think the FOMC will go ahead now and cut by 25 basis points next week. It'll be interesting, really, going forward, because we're not at 2% yet. You know, if you take this number and you annualize it, you're at the core number, you're still running at 3.25%. That's still well above where the FOMC wants to see it. Now, tomorrow we'll get PPI, and that'll help us to true up our PCE numbers, which is the more important number for the Fed. But this right here, there's nothing here that would say the Fed doesn't hike or cut rates next week.
Which especially comes after the unemployment rate ticked up just a little bit in the prior NFP that we got last Friday. I just wonder what data is really going to become incredibly important going forward, or essentially if the Fed is going to really open up a blank check to do whatever it wants next year because of the policy uncertainty on the table.
Yeah, so, I mean, the two big numbers.
ठीक है, तो डेटा फ्लैट ही है, न्यूट्रल है. कल पीपीआई का डेटा आएगा, उसको देखेंगे. नेचुरल गैस स्टिल ऑन देयर रीटेस्ट लेवल, ऊपर अभी तक क्लोज नहीं हुआ है, तो अभी भी ये रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है. बट नीचे आने के लिए मार्केट को ये एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज करना पड़ेगा, तभी ये अपना जा सकता है 270 273 तक, अगर इस टारगेट तक पहुंचना है इसको. तो ये बीच में जो एफईजी बना है, दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट राइट नाउ. एंड अभी भी ये आपके रीटेस्ट के ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज हुई नहीं है, तो इट इज़ स्टिल रीटेस्ट लेवल. अभी भी हम इसको रेजिस्टेंस मान सकते हैं. ठीक है, इट इज़ स्टिल रेजिस्टेंस एरिया नेचुरल गैस में. बट ये नीचे अगर आना है तो ये एफईजी के नीचे ब्रेकडाउन जरूरी है. और यहाँ पर कोई नया सपोर्ट भी नहीं है एफईजी के अलावा. कोई सपोर्ट बनेगा तो वी विल सी दैट. अगर ये लेवल के ऊपर अगर कैंडल क्लोज कर देता है तो फिर रीटेस्ट को रिमूव कर देंगे, नहीं तो तब तक यही लेवल है फिलहाल के लिए. ओवरऑल जब तक एफईजी के ऊपर है नेचुरल गैस बुलिश ही है. या तो अब थोड़ा साइडवेज चला जाए या फिर थोड़ा सेलिंग आए तो बेटर ही है. कोई नया सपोर्ट बनेगा तो विल सी, अगर वहाँ से फिर से बाइंग बनेगी. नहीं तो नीचे एक सपोर्ट आपका 270 273 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली स्टिल अभी भी है वहाँ पर. प्राइस अभी तक आया नहीं है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर. थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट क्रूड ऑयल में भी सेकंड अप हुआ है. नीचे सपोर्ट जरूर है मार्केट के पास, नीचे आता है तो क्रूड ऑयल भी बाइंग के लिए एक्सपेक्टेड है. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जोन है मार्केट के पास. साइडवेज ना चला जाए, इन्वेंट्री भी है, ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल में आज एट 9 PM. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन से वॉल्यूम तो ठीक ही आया है क्रूड नेचुरल गैस में स्पेशली. सेशन की कैंडल देखोगे, ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी थी एक्चुअली.
0.313, up from 0.244 the month before. So that tells you we had a little bit extra strength on a three-digit number. Now, in terms of where we saw the gains, it was in used cars, the second straight.
डेटा का अपडेट बता दिया, डेटा फ्लैट आया है, फ्लैट या न्यूट्रल जो भी कहना चाहो, जितना एक्सपेक्टेड था उतना ही है, कुछ भी चेंज नहीं हुआ है. सो डेटा इज फ्लैट और न्यूट्रल फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर.
There, a rent of shelter up 0.3, that's down from 0.4 the month before. So a little progress on the side of inflation in housing, which is going to be good news. And then the one thing I wanted to point out here that the incoming president, Donald Trump, suggested he was elected because of the price of eggs. People don't like the price of eggs going up, and they went up a lot, up 8.2% after a 6.4% decline last month. So he can get to work on that.
Michael McKee, thank you so much on the price of eggs. Joining us now on everything else, David Kelly of JP Morgan with a reaction to what we just got. Basically bang in line with expectations. I imagine you're going to sort of talk about how this is exactly as expected, the disinflationary trend intact. What's your take?
Well, I think it's pretty interesting because when you dig into the data, what we have is rich American inflation. We've got poor world deflation. So if you actually look at where did we see inflation in November? We saw another 0.4 in airline fares. We saw another 0.5 on hotel rates. We saw another 0.6 in new vehicle prices. So the stuff that the rich buy because they've got money is going up. But if you look at energy in recent months has come down a lot. And then, as Michael was pointing out, two of the things that have been holding inflation up, which are shelter costs and auto insurance, were both very mild in this report. So what that tells me.
नेक्स्ट वीक ध्यान रखना, फेड का रेट कट होने वाला है शायद. इन्फ्लेशन का डेटा यूएस का सीपीआई का तो न्यूट्रल ही है, उसका तो मुझे लगता नहीं अब कुछ फेड ज़्यादा उस पर फोकस रखेगा. कल जो डेटा आएगा पीपीआई का, यूएस पीपीआई का डेटा, और वो इम्पॉर्टेंट है. अगर उसमें फिर मार्केट कुछ आप कह सकते हो लाइक वहाँ पर डेटा थोड़ा सा टर्न अराउंड होता है किसी भी साइड पे, देन इट विल इम्पैक्ट द फेड डिसीजन जो नेक्स्ट वीक होने वाला है, कि क्या और रेट कट दिसंबर मंथ के लिए जो शेड्यूल है वो फिर से क्या करेगा नहीं करेगा. सो नीड टू सी कल जो पीपीआई का डेटा है यूएस का, क्या इम्पैक्ट उसका निकल के आता है. सो कल का जो डेटा है दैट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर टुमारो थर्सडे. PPI data and unemployment claims both are very important. And फिर आपको आई थिंक जीडीपी का मंथ ऑन मंथ बेस का डेटा तो दिसंबर में आ जाएगा. नेक्स्ट वीक आई थिंक आपका नेक्स्ट वीक दिसंबर 19 दिसंबर को है एफओएमसी का, तो उस दिन रेट कट होगा नहीं होगा. तो ये 2-3 डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है पीपीआई नेक्स्ट वीक के लिए. फिलहाल अभी फोकस यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग पे एंड देन क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री. नेचुरल गैस स्टिल ऑन देयर रेजिस्टेंस, जो कि रीटेस्ट का रेजिस्टेंस है. ये जो बड़ी सी कैंडल देख रहे हो ग्रीन कलर की, ये न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग कैंडल है. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हुआ था, ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनाया जरूर, बट अभी भी लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज नहीं हुआ है, तो इट इज स्टिल ऑन रेजिस्टेंस एरिया. बट क्या ये नीचे आएगा नहीं आएगा, डिपेंड अपॉन दिस एफईजी. अगर ये एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज करता है तो एक अच्छा बड़ा टारगेट देखने के लिए मिल सकता है. अगर एफईजी पर रुक गया तो फिर नीचे आना मुश्किल है. नीचे फिर हमारे पास एक सपोर्ट 270-1 के आसपास है. ठीक है, तो अभी तक कैंडल क्लोज हुई नहीं है तो लेवल को रिमूव कर नहीं सकते, ध्यान रखना. कल ही मैंने बताया था क्रूड ऑयल में. क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा बहुत साइडवेज हो गया है, नीचे से फिर से बाइंग का प्लान रख सकते हो यहाँ पर. एंड ऊपर जाता है तो ये हमारे पास रेजिस्टेंस जोन अभी भी स्टिल पेंडिंग है, वहाँ से वापस सेल करेंगे. क्रूड ऑयल की एक बार इन्वेंट्री फोरकास्ट देख लेते हैं. फोरकास्ट क्या है क्रूड ऑयल का? इन्वेंट्री फोरकास्ट देखोगे लास्ट टाइम -5.1 था, इस बार -1 एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं. मतलब लास्ट वीक से थोड़ा ज़्यादा ये एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं. तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ज़्यादा आता है इन्वेंट्री, इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. एंड फोरकास्ट के अगेंस्ट आया तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव ऑब्वियसली. बाकी थोड़ा सा नेचुरल गैस का थोड़ा हायर चार्ट पे देखोगे ना, प्राइस एक्शन बड़ा अच्छा बिल्डअप है। Sure. दो पैटर्न बने हुए हैं मार्केट में, एक थोड़ा सा अगर और सेलिंग आ जाती है तो ये परफेक्ट पैटर्न हो जाएगा यहाँ पर। उस केस में अगर ब्रेकआउट हुआ ये 270 280 के ऊपर तो अच्छा मूव कर सकता है। सिमिलरली एक आपको मार्केट ऑलरेडी डाउन ट्रेंड में ही है, एक इन्वर्टेड हेड एंड शोल्डर भी बनता हुआ दिखेगा यहाँ पर, और उसका ही ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है, रीटेस्ट पेंडिंग है। अगर रीटेस्ट भी सक्सेसफुल रहा तो दैट इज आल्सो पॉजिटिव साइन फॉर नेचुरल गैस। 271 के नीचे क्लोजिंग आ गई तो थोड़ा बेरिस हो सकता है वापस। बाकी ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस तो मेजर 290 293 के आसपास है, एक छोटा सा 285 86 के अराउंड एफईजी है शायद। तो थोड़ा बहुत वहां पर रुक सकता है प्राइस।
Better divestiture type structure, they could have got this through. I'm not quite certain whether that's true or not given the shape of this FTC, but it had been a concern and Albertson is grabbing onto that.
There is also a feeling that maybe some of the companies that have tried to get involved with some of this M&A that have gotten stymied under Lina Khan are not going to try again so quickly, that some of the animosity and the institutional trauma when it comes to the scars and the costs isn't really worth it for them to pick it up.
Yeah, a lot of executives might say, I actually want to see others go at it first and see what kind of FTC we're dealing with. I'm just thinking, how much have lawyers made with this FTC on all these deals just collapsing?
Yeah, well, although they are missing out on those deals that just didn't happen. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Yahira Hackes. Hi, Yahira.
Hi, Lisa. Just to reiterate that news, grocery chain Albertsons has filed a lawsuit against Kroger for breaching its merger agreement. Albertsons claims Kroger refused to offer an adequate divestiture package and ignored regulators' concerns. The company will seek billions of dollars in damages. It comes just after Albertsons said they will terminate the agreement. Yesterday, a federal judge blocked the deal to combine the grocery chains. Meanwhile, ExxonMobil will raise its capital spending next year as it adds its $60 billion purchase of Pioneer to its oil production
news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We have breaking economic news crossing the Bloomberg. U.S. consumer prices continue to rise in November at a pace that is fueling concerns the progress toward taming inflation is stalling. We get more on the consumer price index with Bloomberg's Michael McKee.
A 0.3 rise in the headline pushes the year-over-year headline number to 2.7%, and a 0.3 rise in the core pushes year-over-year to 3.3%. No change from the prior month. So basically what we're looking at is status quo with inflation. The only issue is that status quo enough for the Fed to go ahead with a rate cut? It doesn't seem like there's anything in here that immediately suggests that the Fed would have any problem with that.
And that's Bloomberg's Michael McKee. Also crossing, Albertsons has terminated its merger pact with Kroger. Now to some other stories we're following this morning. OPEC cut oil demand growth forecast for this year and next for a fifth straight month, making its steepest reduction to the 2024 outlook so far after agreeing to extend its supply curbs. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries chopped projections for consumption growth in 2024 by 210,000 barrels a day to 1.6 million barrels a day, according to its monthly report. The cartel has slashed projections by 27% since July, as it belatedly recognizes the deteriorating market picture. ExxonMobil, meanwhile, will raise capital spending next year as it adds the $60 billion purchase of Pioneer Natural Resources to oil production plants, threatening to worsen next year's expected crude glut. Exxon plans to spend between $27 billion and $29 billion in 2025. Prior to this year's Pioneer takeover, Exxon was targeting annual outlays of roughly $24.5 billion through 2027. Exxon's growth plan and spending increase is in direct contrast with other oil industry players. Turning to earnings news, Macy's trimming its profit outlook after concluding its investigation into an accounting error. We get more with Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta.
They're saying that it is after the investigation into an employee plot to hide millions of dollars in expenses, but really at the end of the day, it was really just the one person and not intrinsic to the entire internal system. That is being the reason that they're associating with the miss on their outlook and the downgrade on their entire profit story for the whole year.
And that's Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta. Macy's reiterated that the probe did not uncover evidence of missing cash or unpaid vendors, and shares are lower in early trading. Now to the latest in the fatal shooting of United Health Group executive Brian Thompson. The suspect, Luigi Mangione, is fighting extradition to New York, where he faces charges including second-degree murder. We get more with Bloomberg News senior editor Bill Ferries.
Still a lot of questions in this case, but fighting that extradition gives Mangione a chance to perhaps look for a stronger legal team in New York, if that's what he wants to do. And it also allows him to avoid going into Rikers Island, the prison right now, which is most likely where he would be sent if he waived extradition and went to New York.
And that's Bloomberg News senior editor Bill Ferries. Mangione is charged with shooting Thompson outside the Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan as he walked to where United Health Group was holding its annual investor conference. He was arrested at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, with a homemade gun, a pile of cash, and a manifesto decrying the healthcare industry. Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary nominee Scott Bessent heads to Capitol Hill today for meetings with key Senate Republicans. We get more with Bloomberg's David Gura in Washington.
This is going to be a fairly easy path to confirmation, I suspect, and he's really taking time to meet with members of the Senate Finance Committee. He met with the chairman yesterday, and today he's going to meet with a slate of members of that committee, Republican members of that committee. So Bill Cassidy, Tom Tillis of North Carolina, Steve Daines of Montana, Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, among others. He is trying to go through his economic positions, his business positions, and I think compared to many of these other nominees, it seems like a much easier path both through that committee and to the full Senate for Scott Bessent.
And that's Bloomberg's David Gura. Eli Lilly will begin offering vials of its best-selling weight loss drug Zepbound through Rose telehealth platform as of today. That gives patients another way to access a more affordable version of the shot. Patients could previously only get vials of Zepbound, typically sold in an auto-injector pen through Lilly's direct-to-consumer site, Lilly Direct. Mondelez approving a new $9 billion share buyback authorization. And Krispy Kreme said a cybersecurity incident disrupted some of its operations, including online ordering in parts of the U.S. The company said in a regulatory filing today that it was notified on November 29th of unauthorized activity in parts of its IT systems and immediately began an investigation. The company's stores remain open and customers are able to place orders in person. And futures added to gains following the CPI report, with S&P futures up 0.4%, Dow futures up 0.2%, NASDAQ futures up 0.6%, 10-year Treasury yield at
Montana.
Healthcare industry. Donald Trump's Treasury is bound through Rose telehealth platform as of today. That gives patients another way to access a more affordable version of the shot. Patients could previously only get vials of Zepbound, typically sold in an auto-injector pen, through Lilly's direct-to-consumer site, Lilly Direct. Mondelez approving a new $9 billion share buyback authorization. And Krispy Kreme said a cybersecurity incident disrupted some of its operations, including online ordering in parts of the U.S. The company said in a regulatory filing today that it was notified on November 29th of unauthorized activity in parts of its IT systems and immediately began an investigation. The company's stores remain open and customers are able to place orders in person. And futures added to gains following the CPI report, with S&P futures up 0.4%, Dow futures up 0.2%, NASDAQ futures up 0.6%, 10-year Treasury yield at 4.22%, and NYMEX crude oil up 1.2%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moss.
So there's very little change as far as I'm concerned. We have a little bit of a slightly more bearish tenor coming from some of the regional presidents next year, but that's modest to say the very least.
All right, Dennis Garman, always great to have you. Thank you so much for taking the time to share insights here this morning. I want to take a deeper dive into that CPI print out this morning and to some of the biggest categories in the November CPI report. We're joined now by Menace Mills and Alexandra Canal here to break it all down. And Ali, let me go to you first because I know you've been digging in to the shelter component of this, which has remained sticky, but we are seeing, I think, a little bit of progress in this.
Yeah, some moderation when it comes to the rate of those price increases. The shelter index rose 4.7% on an unadjusted annual basis. Now, this was lower from October's 4.9% increase. Month over month, we saw shelter prices rise 0.3% after rising 0.4% in October. Now, we do know that shelter contributed to nearly 40% of the monthly increase in overall inflation, but if you compare that to the October report, shelter was accounting for over 50%. So again, a bit of moderation there. Now, sticky shelter has been largely blamed for these higher readings that we've been seeing in core inflation, that coming in at 3.3% for the fourth consecutive month in a row. Now, last month, we did get the chance to speak with Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari. He did categorize housing inflation as the big elephant that is still out there, although he said that as rates come down over the next year, that we should see some relief. Now, if we dig into the categories within shelter, the index for rent and owner's equivalent rent each rose 0.2%. That's a deceleration from October. Owner's equivalent rent is the hypothetical rent a homeowner would pay to own the same property. Now, the lodging away from home index stood out to me. That rose 3.2% after rising just 0.4% in October. So a pretty significant increase there. Shelter just continues to be sticky. I don't think we're going to see a ton of relief immediately, but hopefully the fact that we're seeing some of this moderation in the increases is an encouraging sign.
Yeah, certainly. And Maddie, you're watching food. I'm hungry already. What are you seeing?
Oh, yeah, lots of good news on the food front, but a little bit of a mixed picture that paints a really interesting picture moving forward about the difference we're seeing in prices for those more expensive versus less expensive items here. Starting at the headline number, though, index for food increasing 0.4% in the month of November, up from 0.2% in the month prior. That's up 2.4% year over year, as you can see on your screen there. Food away from home, I'm always looking at that, ticking up just a bit, 3.6% increase year over year. Now, as we know, Donald Trump, he said he was elected over the price of eggs. We saw a huge reversal to the upside in the price of eggs for this month, up over 8% after a decline
of 6.4% last month. So still seeing a lot of volatility there. Beef, important for you, Brad, up 3.1% here. The index for meat, poultry, fish, and eggs moving to the upside. Now, interestingly, to that point I was making earlier about the products that lower income consumers tend to buy, we've heard this from General Mills on their earnings calls. Cereals and bakery products falling 1.1% in November. That's the largest one-month decrease ever reported in that sector. And JP Morgan's David Kelly this morning already saying that this CPI print is a little bit of a sign that the wealthier products are going to continue to move to the upside, whereas we're seeing a little bit of relief for those products that perhaps lower income consumers are continuing to buy here.
I don't know who told you that I do a Command F for beef in this report, but your sources are accurate.
I heard a little bit of whispers before I started here.
Maddie and Allie, thanks so much for taking the time. Appreciate it. Before we head to break, let's check in on the markets here this morning. Futures, as of right now, they're higher across the board. The Dow futures up by about 0.2%, S&P 500 futures up by about 0.4%, and the Nasdaq futures higher by a little more than 0.5%. We have more CPI coverage ahead after the break.
$7:30 हो गया. नेचुरल गैस चला गया साइडवेज. एक छोटा सा फ्लैग बन जाएगा यहाँ पर अब. Still on their resistance of retest, but ना नीचे जा रहा है ना ऊपर जा रहा है. क्रूड ऑयल भी ऑलमोस्ट साइडवेज ही हो गया. थोड़ा नीचे और आ जाए तो वापस बाइंग कर सकते हैं या फिर सीधा ऊपर ही चला जाए रेजिस्टेंस जोन पे. दैट इज आल्सो गुड. बाकी देखो नेचुरल गैस अगर नीचे नहीं आता है, थोड़ा साइडवेज गया तो फिर ब्रेकआउट अच्छा कर जाएगा. थोड़ा सा भी अगर साइडवेज ज़्यादा चला गया, ऑलमोस्ट 1 आवर की कैंडल साइडवेज कह सकते हो इसको. करते रहो गाइस. डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. नहीं, नेचुरल गैस में कोई और न्यूज़ तो नहीं है. वेदर की न्यूज़ थी पॉजिटिव फॉर नेचुरल गैस ऑब्वियसली. वैसे देखोगे तो अराउंड 4% 4 to 5% अप है ऑलरेडी नेचुरल गैस. लेट्स होप थोड़ा करेक्शन दे, थोड़ी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आए नीचे तक, सपोर्ट एरिया के आसपास तक आ जाए. या फिर कंसोलिडेशन ही हो, यहाँ पर डायरेक्टली ब्रेकआउट ना हो तो बेटर है. नहीं, अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस ही माना जाएगा नेचुरल गैस में जो रीटेस्ट का है, बिकॉज कैंडल अभी भी क्लोज नहीं हुई है लेवल के ऊपर. $25 likes are done. 25 likes are remaining. करते रहो guys. फाइनली नीचे आना स्टार्ट कर रहा है. देखते हैं ये एफईजी इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा नेचुरल गैस में. 275-76 वाला क्या ये ब्रेक करेगा इसको या फिर नहीं. साइडवेज ही है तब तक.
On the table as the Federal Reserve meets next week in Washington. Meanwhile, Bank of America strategists are warning that the stock market is underpricing the risk of the return of inflation as equities have been trading in a Goldilocks environment. They say this time CPI matters more.
Plus, earnings season continuing with more results out this morning. Macy's shares falling after the retailer trimmed its profit outlook after concluding its investigation into employee plot tied millions of dollars in expenses. The company is also facing some pressure from activist investors to form a separate real estate unit and consider spinning off its luxury brands. Meanwhile, shares of GameStop getting a bid after the video game retailer reported a surprise third-quarter profit despite falling sales. Sales in the latest quarter were down 20% from a year ago, when GameStop reported revenue just over $1 billion.
And President-elect Trump has picked Andrew Ferguson to serve as the chair of the Federal Trade Commission. Ferguson is one of 2 Republican members of the FTC and joined the agency last April. As an FTC commissioner, Ferguson has dissented from several of the current chair's rulemaking efforts, including a ban on non-compete clauses in employment contracts and rules to make it easier to cancel subscriptions. Now, corporate America has criticized the current chair, Lina Khan, for blocking too many mergers on antitrust grounds. Well, U.S. stock futures are pushing higher this morning as inflation came in line with estimates, as market participants now price in a 25 basis point rate cut at the Fed's next meeting. There you're taking a look at futures on your screen, fractionally higher across the board as of right now, off of the back of this print that, as we mentioned, came in line with expectations here. But it's still shelter, driving 40% of the gains in inflation that we had seen for the most recent month in November here.
Yeah, Brad, I think when you take a look at these headline numbers, yes, it did come in line with expectations. It looked like that is good enough, at least for the market here today. We didn't see a huge surprise to the upside. So that, of course, would have been a bit worrisome. But I do think this is a clear message from the recent data points, what we are collecting and some of the trends is that the disinflation trend that we had been seeing, it really looks like it has stalled for now. And I think that is the critical question going into the Fed meeting next week. And ultimately, when you take a look at some of the policy initiatives or plan here going forward into 2025, that's very much top of mind for investors. Because, yes, we have seen significant improvement when you compare back to the numbers that we saw in 2021 and 2022, 2 or 3 years ago. But yet, when you look at the disinflationary trend and more importantly, what we have seen lately, that improvement looks like it has stalled. So I think how big of a factor that is going to be in the Fed discussion, in the Fed meeting next week and looking ahead to 2025. When you take a look at the market pricing, they're very much viewing this report as a green light here for the Fed to cut next week and cut by 25 basis points. But like you and I were just talking to Greg Dacko, the chief economist over at EY a few moments ago, he was saying that he doesn't necessarily think that maybe that is the right move, or maybe there should be some trepidation, should be some reconsideration just in terms of how exactly the Fed should be approaching the inflationary picture right now.
Yeah, as of right now, we're looking at a 98% probability of a 25 basis point cut, according to the CME Fed Watch tool here. And I think back to what BlackRock had really said earlier this week in their weekly market commentary. What really matters here is that you continue to see CPI prints show service inflation staying sticky but on solid wage gains. So kind of comparing what we got last week in the employment report with this week's CPI print and making sure that we don't get back to a point where inflation is outpacing some of the wage gains, because that will really kind of spell a more not all-out dire situation for the consumer, but one that certainly does kind of tilt the axis just a little bit and really cause the markets to rethink exactly how resilient the consumer is able to be in outpacing and trying to outpace inflation as well.
All right, let's dive a little bit deeper into this report and figure out where inflation is progressing and where prices remain sticky. We want to bring in Claudia Sahm. She's a former Federal Reserve Board economist and current chief economist at New Century Advisors. Claudia, it's great to see you again, and thank you so much for making the time to join us here this morning. I'm curious just to get your first take of this morning's report and really ultimately what that signals for the Fed.
Right. So it was another firm CPI print. And so we've had 4 months that have firmed up again. And, I think this as we get towards the end of the year, these data releases, it's good to step back and big picture on the year. Yes, you can think about inflation progress has stalled in recent months, but you can also really put a pin on the fact that we've made progress, especially over the past 2 years, but it has been uneven. And we are back in one of those uneven patches. It's not alarming, the kinds of numbers we're getting. They're still moderate, but it's frustrating, particularly when you think about something like shelter, which really the forecast was by this point that was going to be back to normal. And that is not. And it really has continued to keep these numbers quite elevated. So it's been a real lesson on how inflation works. And we haven't quite figured it out yet.
What is the likelihood that we see any type of normalization in shelter, and at what kind of timeline would you expect that?
So I think the big lesson in these normalizations of disruptions that happened in the pandemic, and the shelter disruption was early in the pandemic, we had big spikes in new tenant leases and people moving around, is just it takes a very long time because two things happened. We had huge disruptions, right? So we had very big price increases in the tenant leases early on, and then that process of adjustment takes a long time. And then we have, and we have contracts and just the way prices are put together. Like the Fed is our inflation fighter in terms of the policy tools, and that's what we go at it. But demand is not all that's behind inflation. And it's just been really tricky, these more contract prices, long-term prices. It's just the time horizons have been longer. So we are still going to be working through this next year, right? This is going to take more time.
I guess we're trying to figure out when the inflation print number, when CPI will get below that 2% level. And instead of trying to time that, the timeline's obviously impossible to gauge right now. But what do you think are the critical factors? Obviously, further improvement in shelter, but in terms of how confident maybe the Fed will be that we are eventually going to see that continued progress.
Right. And we also have to be careful what we wish for here, right? It is very frustrating that we haven't gotten inflation back to the Fed's target. Now, the Fed's target won't mean CPI is going to get all the way to 2, right? It's going to probably hang a little bit higher. It does historically. But we can get back to 2 pretty fast, but that's a collapse in demand. That's a very aggressive Fed. That's a recession. And we don't want that. So this slow grind, this disappointment of it's taken longer to get there, but we are now into more moderate numbers, right? For the pace of inflation, we have slowed inflation down quite a bit. It's, how fast we get to that target. It has both the policy decisions of the Fed, it has how some of these contract prices work themselves out, but then it also has what else happens in the world. Right? We had a really good year in terms of demand and growth and consumer spending. Yeah, they did slow us down some, but 3% growth, maybe it was worth it.
Claudia, if we see tariffs get implemented next year, does that absolutely torpedo the Fed's 2% target? And do we see an adjustment off of the back of that?
It would. Increases in prices that show up temporarily, as tariffs would often temporarily in inflation, so an increase in price. I mean, it would push out probably when we see the Fed's preferred inflation measures get to 2%. Just it takes time, the arithmetic works out. That doesn't necessarily mean that the Fed looks at those tariffs and reacts to them by, say, increasing interest rates or not cutting interest rates, right? Like the Fed, a tariff, if it is targeted, if it's narrow, if it looks like it's going to be a temporary effect on the price on inflation, well, then the Fed really should look through it, which means they shouldn't react to it because it's not their inflation battle to fight. Now we're going to get a lot more details on the policy, both what the administration decides to do and then how other countries react to it. So tariffs are a real wild card in terms of the inflation outlook. But it's not necessarily it's a complication, but it doesn't necessarily derail the progress on inflation at 2%. Prices may be higher.
Is it too early to almost start to draw out some of those scenarios, just given the unknowns and given the fact that obviously, even if we do see tariffs go into effect next year, it's more of the 2026 problem?
Appropriate to draw out the scenarios. I don't think it's time to be reacting to them. Right? Even the Federal Reserve has said they're drawing out those scenarios. They're thinking about what the different characteristics are, when they would react, when they wouldn't react. But But we shouldn't expect them to be, when they're giving us guidance next week on what they plan to do next year, it's probably not going to be coming out in that guidance because it's too soon. Just like I think it's too soon for consumers to be worried about tariffs are coming, and so they go out and make purchases now that maybe they wouldn't otherwise because they want to get ahead of the price increases. Like, we don't know enough to really be changing our behavior, and doing that too soon. We could be overreacting to stimulus, but we should be ready, right? And doing scenario planning is the way you're ready, so you see it coming.
Claudia, thanks so much for the time this morning. Really appreciate getting some of your insights and perspective coming off the back of the November CPI print. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Let's get a check-in on some of today's market movers. You can scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. First up, we got to get to Macy's here, delivering its delayed third quarter results after concluding its investigation into an employee who hid millions of dollars in expenses. Yahoo Finance's Brooke DePalma joins us now with more on the numbers. I even saw you writing up a story here, Brooke. You've been doing it all right on set.
It's certainly been an early morning, but Macy's did, in fact, conclude that internal investigation. We now know that cumulative delivery expenses totaled $151 million. That employee did, in fact, act alone, and it was in no means based upon personal gains, but was indeed an error from that employee. It did happen over the course of Q4 2021 to the recent quarter, which ended in early November. Now, in an 8-K filing early this morning, Macy's said that this was because of material weakness and internal control over financial reporting. The company did say this has not had an immaterial impact on financial results, with no impact to revenues, cash, or inventory, and all vendors were paid properly. But CEO Tony Spring telling investors this morning on a call that we've identified and begun to implement additional controls to be a stronger and more disciplined organization so that an action like this could not happen again. Now, the company did have to lower its full year profit guidance because of these delivery expenses and the adjustment from that. The company now does expect adjusted profit for a share of $2.25 to $2.50 versus its prior forecast of $2.34 to $2.69 for the full year 2024 outlook.
Certainly has been challenging, to say the least, for Macy's, for Tony Spring during his first few months as CEO. And then there's also the pressure from activist investors. And we had Barrington Capital. I know you were all over that story earlier this month and some of the developments there. Did we learn anything just in terms of where things stand with those discussions?
Yeah, not mentioned of it on the call, but we do know that this is the second activist investor that's been knocking on Macy's door just this year. I believe this is the fourth in the past decade. We know that Barrington Capital Group and Thor Equities have really piled on the pressure to Macy's to improve shareholder value here. They're really looking to Macy's to improve what they say the value of their luxury business. That's Bluemercury, the cosmetics business, and Bloomingdale's. Both did see low single-digit same-store sales growth in this past quarter. These two latest activist investors also calling on Macy's to improve their real estate value, they say. Those two activist investors, shareholders, say that real estate could be worth between $5 billion to $9 billion. Macy's did up how many stores it plans to close by year end. It is now at 65 instead of a previous expectation of 55 versus a previous expectation of 50. But we asked Tony Spring at Yahoo Finance Invest his response to these activist investors, and here's what he had to say.
The board unanimously voted in favor of parting ways from the discussions and focusing on the strategy of the company. You're going to have those things happen. And again, our strategy was not a 1 month or a 1 quarter strategy. Our strategy is a 3-year strategy, and it's creating sustainable, profitable growth.
And to be clear, that was in response to the activist investor over the summer that they have since ended discussion with Brigade and Orkhouse Capital Management. The company did say in its Q3 results that it has posted asset sale gains of $66 million during the quarter because of those store closures. But really, Macy's remains confident in this bold new chapter strategy. Whether or not it will work, the street seems pretty mixed.
All right, Brooke, great stuff. Thanks so much. Stick with another trending ticker that we're watching this morning, and that is GameStop, reporting a surprise profit in the third quarter, boosted by some cost-cutting efforts. This coming despite the video game retailer sales falling 20% from a year ago. You're looking at gains here of just about 3%, putting that in context with the moves that we have seen most recently with GameStop. Not a huge reaction to this print, but when you take a look at these numbers, it's clear that some of these cost-saving efforts that have been underway at GameStop are paying off, at least for now. And we know they have been closing stores. They have been focusing on selling those higher margin goods. That looks to be at least helping with some of the fundamental numbers, at least up until this point. And I think the big question going forward, when you take a look at the core business, take a look at the fact that it's still struggling to really ramp up the sales of its video game hardware, some collectibles there, the pressure that it's facing from some of the larger players within the space. When you take a look at Amazon, when you take a look at eBay, that story has not changed. And that really was one of the focuses here of Michael Pachter, analyst over at Wedbush, that we have talked to time and time again about the investor story surrounding GameStop. And to no surprise, he was saying that there is no turnaround, just stock sales to willingly foolish investors here. So there is lots of questions. Obviously, to no surprise, the fundamentals of this business still very much in question, but at least we did see some improvement on these numbers.
We did. It's also a business that needs to raise cash and has done so. They put together an at-the-market equity offer that essentially kind of added on to what they already needed to do and did do back in 2021 as well, even coming off of the fanfare. And so ultimately, when you're thinking about needing to bring on more liquidity, getting more capital here, that at-the-market equity offering, they sold 20 million shares. They raised about $400 million here. They still are a company that does not have an earnings call. So as of right now, there's not too much additional insider color that you're getting from the executives there. But if there's anything that you can sense in the environment and how the investor sentiment has really shifted in at least the social chatter around this name in 2021 then versus now, it seems like there's a lot more social chatter around companies that actually have some fundamentals plus have leadership that are either extremely viral or are just able to communicate better on social media. And it seems like Palantir, Tesla, we talked with Matt Kors, host of the Matt Kors show on YouTube, about this recently, and he said that that's exactly where it seems like some of the mentality shifted towards companies that actually have fundamentals, and then looking at the year-over-year, quarter-over-quarter growth that actually shows to be more phenomenal than what we're actually seeing with GameStop and not having to hope for a profitable quarter, which is what you're having to do with GME as of right now.
Yeah, exactly. When you take a look at the stock performance here, I mean, the company has made moves to take advantage of the rise that we have seen. It's sold about raising around $3 billion earlier this year through some of those share sales. You can see that one-year chart that we have up on the screen, up just about 73%. When you take a look at the cash and cash equivalents here at the end of the third quarter, that totaled just around $4.58 billion. Putting that into context, that was compared to just $4.19 billion the previous quarter. So we are seeing a bit of an uptick there as well.
Absolutely. Well, coming up on Morning Brief, everyone, we're going to count you down to the opening bell on Wall Street. Stocks trading in the green after the CPI print came in line with expectations. Plus, we'll break down what's next. Hey, Shauna, Kroger and Albertsons as a judge blocks the mega merger.
Guys, 10-minute US market going to open at 8 p.m. 8 बजे US market open हो जाएगा, ध्यान रखना थोड़ा सा. गोल्ड को भी देखोगे तो गोल्ड थोड़ा बहुत अपसाइड मूव जरूर किया था, ऊपर अपने एक एफईजी के लेवल पर ही है स्टिल. डेटा तो फ्लैट आया था, सीपीआई का डेटा, उसका कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट हुआ नहीं, तो बेसिक सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस उन्हीं पे प्राइस फिलहाल के लिए मोमेंटम में है. एक्सपेक्टेशन है ऊपर से वापस सेलिंग, एक नीचे सपोर्ट प्राइस के पास 2675 एंड देन 2630. both are good support areas. Yeah, sure. क्रूड ऑयल भी साइडवेज हो गया बिफोर इन्वेंट्री. गैस भी साइडवेज एट रेजिस्टेंस एरिया. एक छोटा सा फ्लैग जरूर है यहाँ पर, ध्यान रखना. एक करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम. 9 मिनट लेफ्ट यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग 9 बजे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री।
We want to bring in Marvin Lowe. He's a senior global macro strategist at State Street. We also have Gregory Dacco, chief economist over at EY. Guys, Greg, I'll go to you first, just in terms of what ultimately how you think this plays into the Fed factor next week. When you take a look at this print, clearly we did see a bit of maybe of an acceleration when you compare that month-over-month reading to what we saw last week, but very much in line with these expectations.
Well, I think there's a bit of good news and a little bit of bad news. The good news is that we have an environment in which we're not seeing any acceleration in inflation. If you look at the core print, 0.3% in line with expectations, in line with the last few months. Yes, it is a little bit hotter than the Fed would desire, but you're seeing that inflation on a year-over-year basis is still moving closer to the 2% target. So that is encouraging. The bad news is that there is indeed some stickiness in the underlying inflation dynamics. You're seeing core goods prices rising. This is something that we have to be a little bit careful of, especially as we look out on the horizon with the potential for tariffs that could be inflationary. Overall, though, shelter cost inflating a little bit less than expected. That's an encouraging sign as we're seeing housing price inflation start to moderate and help with the inflation dynamics overall.
Marvin, I mean, just easily, as you're thinking about the first trade that you would be thinking about, or if this just further settles you into your existing positioning coming off of a print like this, what comes to mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think it, the fact that it's consensus means the market's going to get comfortable with it. So we'll firm up what's already a pretty firm expectation for the Fed next week. Market was pricing over 80% that they're going to cut. Everything that we've heard up until now is that, they're looking at the disinflationary trends, not necessarily the numbers. I do look at the numbers, however. Spot 3 month over month is nowhere near what they need to see in order to get to 2%. We're seeing a lot of the stickiness that you talked about. And, for sure, the market is really questioning whether or not the Fed can get to that 2% number. Market pricing at this point is that we're pretty much done with this cutting cycle after the next 4 cuts. That's much more aggressive, at least on the upside from a yield perspective, than what the Fed had said just 3 months ago. Every 3 months, it seems they change their mind. So we'll see how they change their mind after the September to December kind of time period. But yeah, I mean, the sticky conversation is making its way into the numbers, and risk is performing well. But there's a lot of risk associated with that.
So it sounds like this is almost green light here for the Fed to cut by 25 next week.
Well, perhaps green light, but I would be very careful with market pricing right now. Markets are very certain that the Fed is going to proceed with a 25 basis point rate cut next week. I think the odds are closer to a coin toss, honestly, because we have an environment in which Powell usually goes into these meetings with a little bit more agnosticism than the rest of his peers. And you've heard that he's talked about the economy performing better than anticipated, that inflation is somewhat hotter than expected. And yes, disinflationary momentum is still in place, but I think the Fed is going to want to be cautious going forward. So I would still anticipate a rate cut at the next meeting, but there's going to be signaling that the next few rate cuts are going to be longer spaced and that there is going to be a bit of a pause until the next rate cut, especially in light of the expected policy environment. Yes, policy makers do not guess, they don't assume, as Powell said, but they are going to be conscious of the fact that all of the policies that are being proposed by the incoming administration will have an inflationary effect.
What would the market's kind of realization of longer spaced rate cuts look like? I mean, it seemed like if you had asked us or asked any economists 2 weeks ago that it was once a quarter in 2025 that it sounded like.
Yeah.
Now, longer spacing, that might sound like once a half, maybe, once, every trimester. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if we start to hear that they're hesitating to that cadence, a 6-month period, there's a lot of data that they can absorb. There's a lot of numbers, obviously, every month. It would indicate to me that there is enough concern with the FOMC that they want to collect that data. I think the market expects the Fed to go to a quarterly cadence. Again, the market really only has another 3 next year once we kind of get through this December cut. If it starts to appear as if they're wavering as to whether or not they can cut, which is kind of the 6-month cadence. It's like, I want to see so much data that I can make a decision. Yeah, you start wondering if you're even aggressive from that perspective. The good thing from an investor perspective is that we're not looking at rate hikes. Certainly they're going to wait to see how this administration, how policy, how tariffs actually impact inflation, whether it's transfer. There's so many questions left to answer. But if the Fed still thinks that they're restrictive, if they still think that there's a degree of comfort that they can continue going down that normalization route, the market's going to absorb it correctly. Any sign that they question whether or not they're done with this cutting cycle, that's a different regime shift.
Does that signal correction? We had a guest on yesterday that was saying that we could potentially see perhaps 10% pullback sometime in the first half of next year. Is the Fed changing of the tone something that could trigger that?
There's a lot of momentum in kind of this soft landing type of discussion in the market. I think we would have to parse it with a lot of different things. Sure. It's still a soft landing if the Fed isn't hiking, right? If the Fed isn't looking at needing to retighten, it means things are good. You still have to figure out what companies are going to win, which companies might be a little bit off sides, particularly with these tariff discussions. But it still shows an economy that's pretty solid. And to me, that's an important factor in all of this. Valuations are hard. Everything's expensive.
Marvin, is the market, though, too quick to discount some of the inflationary risk that Greg was talking about going into next year? So then what type of risk then does that pose when we're trying to figure out just in terms of, I guess, how quick of a reaction we could see in the markets? What do investors then need to know?
You know what? So I'm a rates guy. I spend a lot of time thinking about what this one number is 10 years in the future means. Probably the biggest risk in my mind is that whether it's debt sustainability and or inflation volatility, if you will. The view that the current uncertainty around inflation goes away and just is stable in the future, to me, is really a big jump forward in terms of just being comfortable with the market. If we think that inflation is really on an up and down path that we've seen going forward, we're not being paid for that risk within the rates market, if you will, and that number affects every other asset class.
Best projection for what you think the terminal rate could look like from the Fed, given some of the cadencing that you were talking about earlier?
The terminal rate today or the terminal rate whenever they get to the terminal rate? That's a big question because disinflationary momentum is still in place. Fundamentals are still disinflationary. We're still seeing more cautious consumer spending, which is limiting pricing power. We're still seeing wage growth being disinflationary, given how strong productivity is. And we just had the lowest post-pandemic readings in terms of rent and OER. That's also disinflationary. So yes, I think the Fed is going to proceed more carefully as it searches for neutral in an environment where policy uncertainty is likely to be inflationary, but we're likely to settle at a rate that's closer to 3% than it is to 0.
Guys, 1 minute left. US market open होने वाला है. Natural gas में लग रहा है शायद कुछ बड़ा move कर दे.
My lease terms on my rent. Thanks so much, Marvin and Greg, for taking the time here with us this morning. Appreciate it.
सेकेंड्स आर लेफ्ट. काफी बड़ा कंसोलिडेशन हुआ है नेचुरल गैस में. अभी साइडवेज ही है, थोड़ा पॉजिटिव है. लेट्स सी यूएस मार्केट में क्या वापस ऊपर जाता है या फिर थोड़ा नीचे आता है सपोर्ट लेने फिर से. इन्वेंट्री भी है नेचुरल गैस, सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल में 9 बजे, ध्यान रखना. नेचुरल गैस कंप्लीटली साइडवेज. ओके, यूएस मार्केट ओपन. यूएस मार्केट ओपन नाउ. ऊपर ब्रेकआउट ही हुआ है, 284 85 तक चला जाता है तो देखते हैं वहां पर एक रेजिस्टेंस मिलेगा एफईजी का छोटा सा वापस से। क्रूड ऑयल में कुछ भी नहीं मोमेंटम है, पूरा ही साइडवेज लग रहा है इन्वेंट्री से पहले आज। क्या श्योर। फोरकास्ट क्रूड ऑयल का इन्वेंट्री फोरकास्ट पॉजिटिव ही है एक्सपेक्टेड। लास्ट टाइम -5 था, इस बार -1 एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग। तो अगर -1 से ज़्यादा कुछ भी आता है तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस को गिरना चाहिए। बाकी फोरकास्ट के अगेंस्ट आ गया तो वापस ऊपर चला जाएगा। तो फोरकास्ट तो नेगेटिव ही एक्सपेक्टेड है, प्राइस को गिरना चाहिए एज पर द फोरकास्ट। लेट्स सी एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है, देखते हैं। कहाँ तक जा सकता है ऊपर, देखो टू, अगर मेरा अपर सर्किट नहीं लगा क्योंकि 5.23% हो चुका है, अपर सर्किट भी लग जाएगा। 284 85 पर ही एक नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस है एफईजी का। बाकी ये कैंडल लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज हो गई तो ये रीटेस्ट रिमूव कर देंगे, फिर ये रीटेस्ट काम का नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। इफ द कैंडल इज क्लोज्ड अबव द लेवल। कल देखो सपोर्ट पे आ तो गया। यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग है, वॉल्यूम भी ठीक है। ध्यान रखना मार्केट हो सकता है मूव ना करे ज़्यादा बिफोर इन्वेंट्री, तो ऑप्शन बायर थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। चाहो तो फ्यूचर में ट्रेड कर सकते हो या फिर ऑप्शन सेल कर सकते हो। सपोर्ट रेंज हिट कर चुका है क्रूड, एंड मुझे मोर लग रहा है कि क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस भी कैंडल अपने रीटेस्ट लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज कर देगा। अगर ये क्लोज करता है तो फिर रीटेस्ट रिमूव कर सकते हैं यहाँ से। इसमें भी अपर सर्किट लग गया है शायद, नेचुरल गैस में सॉरी लगने वाला है। 5.72% अप है, 6% पे अपर सर्किट लग जाता है इसमें। ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है यहाँ पर 284 के अराउंड, देखना पड़ेगा। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बने तो सेल करेंगे, अगर ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना तो सेल मत करना। इवन दो रेजिस्टेंस है जरूर, बट ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना तो फिर वो ब्रेक करने चला जाता है। जैसे यहाँ पर करंट कैंडल देखोगे, ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना है, फ्लैग का ब्रेकआउट एंड मोमेंटम ऑन अपसाइड। ठीक है, ये रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है, सेलिंग एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बननी चाहिए। बाकी अभी रिटेस्ट रिमूव कर देना। 40 सेकेंड्स आर लेफ्ट। भी अपने सपोर्ट पर है, ध्यान रखना। बट इन्वेंट्री बिकॉज आने वाली है तो हो सकता है उतना फास्ट मोमेंटम ना हो बिफोर इन्वेंट्री। ओके, कैंडल क्लोज एफवीजी के ऊपर देखो, कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है तो सॉरी रीटेस्ट के ऊपर, तो अभी रीटेस्ट को हम रिमूव कर सकते हैं, इसकी अब जरूरत नहीं है। दैट रीटेस्ट इज नॉट नाउ वैलिड। ऊपर ये रेजिस्टेंस स्टिल वैलिड, वो रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है ये, और एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर भी है ऊपर। क्रूड की इन्वेंट्री है, नेचुरल गैस की नहीं। मार्केट हो गया अब सीधा इन्वेंट्री 9 PM यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग के बाद इन क्रूड ऑयल।
Strategy is going to look like under the Trump administration, and maybe what do you think that then tells us about the future of some of these foreign buyers and the interest that we could see, or lack thereof, that we could see in U.S. companies going forward?
Well, we haven't seen what actually is going to get done and what is a threat and what is going to be a reality. But I do think the president-elect's opposition to the Nippon Steel move into the United States does foreshadow a real skepticism about being willing to embrace investments or takeovers by foreign companies of U.S. firms.
Bill, thanks so much for taking the time here with us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, everyone, Apple, Albertsons, General Motors. We'll break down some of today's trending tickers. Stay tuned. First up, we got to get to Macy's here, delivering its delayed third quarter results after concluding its investigation. Macy's here, delivering its delayed
इसका रेजिस्टेंस भी 2 या 3 बार
immaterial
टेस्ट हो
impact
चुका है, ध्यान
on
रखना पास
financial
में।
results with no
This is the
impact to
fourth time
revenues,
इस resistance
cash,
का
or
आ रहा है।
inventory, and
And
all
it's almost
vendors
upper
were
circuit लगा
paid
रहा है।
properly. But CEO Tony Spring telling investors this morning on a call that we've identified and begun to implement additional controls to be a stronger and more disciplined organization so that an action like this could not happen again. Now, the company did have to lower its full year profit guidance because of these delivery expenses and the adjustment from that. The company now does expect adjusted profit for a share of $2.25 to $2.50 versus its prior forecast of $2.34 to $2.69 for the full year 2024 outlook.
Certainly has been challenging, to say the least, for Macy's, for Tony Spring during his first few months as CEO. And then there's also the pressure from activist investors. And we had Barrington Capital. I know you were all over that story earlier this month and some of the developments there. Did we learn anything just in terms of where things stand with those discussions?
Yeah, not mentioned on the call, but we do know that this is the second activist investor that's been knocking on Macy's door just this year. I believe this is the fourth in the past decade. We know that Barrington Capital Group and Thor Equities have really piled on the pressure to Macy's to improve shareholder value here. They're really looking to Macy's to improve what they say the value of their luxury business. That's Bluemercury, the cosmetics business, and Bloomingdale's. Both did see low single-digit same-store sales growth in this past quarter. These two latest activist investors also calling on Macy's to improve their real estate value, they say. Those two activist investors, shareholders, say that real estate could be worth between $5 billion to $9 billion. Macy's did up how many stores it plans to close by year end. It is now at 65 instead of a previous expectation of 55 versus a previous expectation of 50. But we asked Tony Spring at Yahoo Finance Invest his response to these activist investors, and here's what he had to say.
The board unanimously voted in favor of parting ways from the discussions and focusing on the strategy of the company. You're going to have those things happen. You know, and again, our strategy was not a 1 month or a 1 quarter strategy. Our strategy is a 3-year strategy, and it's creating sustainable, profitable growth.
And to be clear, that was in response to the activist investor over the summer that they have since ended discussion with Brigade and Orkhouse Capital Management. The company did say in its Q3 results that it has posted asset sale gains of $66 million during the quarter because of those store closures. But really, Macy's remains confident in this bold new chapter strategy. Whether or not it will work, the street seems pretty mixed.
All right, Brooke, great stuff. Thanks so much.
में ट्रेल कर लेना यूएस मार्केट की इन्वेंट्री से पहले, अगर ये टारगेट दे देता है तो वेल एंड गुड। लगभग यहाँ तक का एक टारगेट है 5940 950 के अराउंड। मार्केट साइडवेज गया तो फिर प्रीमियम नहीं बढ़ेंगे ऑप्शन बायर्स के, ठीक है, अगर ये इसी तरह से साइडवेज चला गया इसी रेंज पे, क्योंकि टारगेट थोड़ा सा बड़ा है। इन्वेंट्री अगर फेवर में आ गई तो बात अलग है, अदरवाइज नहीं आई तो फिर वो साइडवेज चला जाएगा कम्प्लीटली। सपोर्ट पे जरूर है, बाइंग जरूर आई है, बट क्या टारगेट कंप्लीट इन्वेंट्री से पहले देगा नहीं देगा, दैट इज अ क्वेश्चनेबल क्वेश्चन अगेन। सो जो लोग बाइंग में गए हैं थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, ट्रेल कर लेना या फिर थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट बुक करके एसएल कॉस्ट पर डाल देना बिफोर इन्वेंट्री। जो लोग इन्वेंट्री को प्ले करना चाहते हैं दे कैन यूज स्ट्रैडल, बेस्ट रहेगा, लॉन्ग स्ट्रैडल इन ऑप्शन। बाकी नेचुरल गैस सुपर बुलिश बना हुआ है, रेजिस्टेंस पे इतना रेजिस्टेंस ले भी नहीं रहा है। सर्किट पर है 5.90, 6% पे अपर सर्किट लगने वाला है, लग ही जाएगा, एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, यहीं पर अपर सर्किट लग जाएगा, रुक जाएगा प्राइस थोड़ी देर के लिए। ये रेजिस्टेंस याद रखना, 3 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है प्राइस को, ठीक है, एक बार ही टेस्ट किया था, ये सेकंड टाइम, ये थर्ड टाइम, ये फोर्थ टाइम आ रहा है यहाँ पर। कैंडल अगर ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं बनी तो सेल जरूर करेंगे, ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनेगी तो सेल मत करना। नीचे हमारे पास वापस ये सारे लेवल सपोर्ट की तरह ही हैं। ये सारे के सारे सपोर्ट बन गए हैं, अब नीचे वो रीटेस्ट को अब कंसिडर नहीं कर सकते हैं वापस, तो यहाँ पर आएगा तो वापस बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे। एक नीचे और सपोर्ट है और डे लो काफ़ी नीचे है। एक साथ ही बने हुए ना, ठीक है।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. Wednesday morning trading is underway after a big day for economic data in the U.S. That is the sound of the opening bell from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. At the open, the S&P 500 is higher by about 0.5%, trading at around 6,060. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 0.2%, and the Nasdaq Composite is leading the way with an 0.8% gain. 10-year Treasury yield down about a basis point to 4.21%, following a reading on inflation that came in right where markets expected. Bloomberg's Michael McKee has the November Consumer Price Index.
A 0.3 rise in the headline pushes the year-over-year headline number to 2.7%, and a 0.3 rise in the core pushes year-over-year to 3.3%. No change from the prior month.
Bloomberg's Mike McKee, and it means no change for investors who are expecting the Fed to cut rates next week. Jay Bryson is chief economist at Wells Fargo.
I think the FOMC will go ahead now and cut by 25 basis points next week. It'll be interesting, really, going forward, because we're not at 2% yet. You know, if you take this number and you annualize it, you're at the core number, you're still running at 3.25%. That's still well above where the FOMC wants to see it.
Wells Fargo chief economist Jay Bryson was on Bloomberg Surveillance. Tech shares are surging following a report from The Information that Apple is working with Broadcom on its first server chip designed for artificial intelligence. The report says it could be ready by 2026. On the news, Broadcom shares are higher by 3.5% at the open, while Apple is little change to the upside. We're also keeping an eye on Albertsons shares at the open. They are higher by 3%. The supermarket chain is suing Kroger after a federal judge blocked their $24.6 billion merger. Albertsons says Kroger failed to exercise best efforts to secure regulatory approval. Kroger shares are little changed to the downside. The suspect in United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson's murder is fighting extradition to New York. Luigi Mangione is being held in Pennsylvania on gun and forgery charges. Mangione's attorney, Thomas Dickey, says prosecutors will need more than just pictures to link his client to the murder weapon.
I have not been made aware of any evidence that links the gun that was found on his person
to the crime. These are
जून
things
पर
that
हिट
we're
करने वाला है
looking to see.
Attorney Thomas
2712
Dickey
to
spoke on
50
ABC's Good
gold
Morning
resistance
America, and we get more from Bloomberg's Bill Ferries.
Fighting that extradition gives Mangione a chance to perhaps look for a stronger legal team in New York if that's what he wants to do. And it also allows him to avoid going into Rikers Island prison right now, which is most likely where he would be sent if he waived extradition and went to New York.
Bloomberg's Bill Ferries. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is headed back to the Middle East starting today, days following the rapid collapse of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's regime. It has left Iran's foreign policy in tatters, but Bloomberg's Golnar Motovali reports Tehran is trying to save face.
The foreign minister saying that we knew this was going to happen. We had intelligence on HTS, the group leading the rebels. We knew that they were making advances from Idlib. We didn't know that the army would retreat so easily.
Golnar Motovali leads Bloomberg's Iran coverage. She was a guest on Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. A U.S. official says Russia may fire another intermediate-range ballistic missile at Ukraine in the coming days. The official says President Vladimir Putin likely only possesses a handful of the experimental missile known as Oreshnik. It carries a smaller warhead than other missiles Russia's fired at Ukraine. Later this morning, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen sits down with Bloomberg's David Gura for an interview on Bloomberg Radio and Television, and David's here now with a preview.
We're going to talk about her, of course, very long and storied career here in Washington, but there's a lot of news, particularly about what I see as kind of Trump-proofing the department, hers and many others, kind of seeing that policies that she's pioneered and put in place might have some staying power under the next administration. And there's this effort by the White House that we've reported on to maybe impose some new sanctions on Russia's oil trade going forward. I'm certainly going to ask her about that, but sort of her acknowledgement of the fact that things are likely to change.
And you can hear David Gura's exit interview with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen this morning at 10:45 Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio, or watch on Bloomberg Television or the Bloomberg Podcasts YouTube page. Back on Wall Street, shares of Macy's are down nearly 10% at the open. The department store chain trimmed its profit outlook, saying that employee accused of intentionally hiding costs will mean a $79 million hit to Macy's margin. Shares of Krispy Kreme are lower by more than 2%. The donut chain says a cyber attack late last month affected some of its operations, including online ordering. And shares of Mondelez are higher by 2.5%. The snack giant approved a $9 billion stock buyback after reports it is exploring a bid to buy Hershey. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
क्रूड ऑयल में एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हैं गाइस. इन्वेंट्री आने वाली, रिस्क नहीं उठाते. क्रूड ऑयल एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हो. यस, नेचुरल गैस ऑन अपर सर्किट राइट नाउ. ओपन हो गया क्या? हाँ, ओपन हो तो गया अपर सर्किट, बट या ऑन अपर सर्किट पे था, ओपन हो गया शायद. 6% पे अपर सर्किट लग जाता है. 5.99% ओपन हो चुका है अपर सर्किट. क्रूड ऑयल में जो लोग बाइंग में है, अपना एसएल ट्रेल कर लेना. इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है. मार्केट अगर टारगेट दे देता है इन्वेंट्री से पहले तो वेल एंड गुड, नहीं देता है तो फिर डिपेंड करेगा इन्वेंट्री एक्चुअली में आके आ रही है उस पर. फेवर में आई तो हो सकता है ऊपर चला जाए, नहीं आई तो वापस रिटर्न कर जाएगा. सो बुक प्रॉफिट या फिर एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो. लगभग 30 पॉइंट मूव कर गया. 60 पॉइंट का टारगेट है. लेट्स सी इन्वेंट्री से पहले जाता है या नहीं. पेटी नाउ वॉइस इज कमिंग. आई थिंक अब वॉइस आ रही होगी. मैं वही बता रहा हूँ, क्रूड ऑयल में या तो हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो या फिर ट्रेल कर लो एसएल. इन्वेंट्री के वक्त रिस्क नहीं उठा सकते बिकॉज इन्वेंट्री पे मोमेंटम किसी भी डायरेक्शन पे हो सकता है. इन्वेंट्री एग्जैक्टली फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग हमेशा नहीं आती. Yes, upper circuit हो गया open. Minute 20 minutes, sorry, 20 minute is left inventory में. Fifteen minute is now left in inventory. Great. नीचे वाले लेवल पे दो दो सपोर्ट बने, इनको मर्ज कर देते हैं। ये दो सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा अजीब ही लग रहा है यहाँ पर। बेटर है एक ही सपोर्ट क्रिएट करके लगा देते हैं, ज़्यादा सेफ रहेगा। 50% लेवल मार्क कर लेंगे उस केस में। नेचुरल गैस में दो दो सपोर्ट एक साथ बने हुए थे, दोनों को मिक्स कर दिया, ध्यान रखना। बहुत पास पास में ही है, ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट नहीं होगा। क्रूड में 10 मिनट रह गए इन्वेंट्री आने में। बुक करना है तो बुक ही कर लो। ऑलमोस्ट 40 पॉइंट मूव कर चुका है ये। टारगेट अभी भी थोड़ा सा दूर है, एग्जैक्टली हिट नहीं हुआ है टारगेट भी। 5930 940 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है। बुक करना है चॉइस रख सकते हो, नहीं तो एसएल कॉस्ट पर डाल देना। फोरकास्ट देखोगे इन्वेंट्री का फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही अगर डेटा आता है -1 से ज़्यादा कुछ भी, इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली कितना आता है डेटा। तो जो लोग बाइंग में हैं वो ट्रेल जरूर कर लेना अगर कर रहे हो तो। अगर यू नो फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आ गया तो फिर वो वापस नीचे आ सकता है। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है, फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं भी आया तो ऊपर से वापस सेलिंग ही प्लान है। बट अब देखना पड़ेगा एग्जैक्टली डेटा आता है या नहीं आता है फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग। बाकी देखो नेचुरल गैस भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, इसमें भी एक सेलिंग का प्लान है। इवन दो रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर 2 से 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है ऑलरेडी, सपोर्ट भी 2 से 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुके हैं। प्राइस जब भी रेजिस्टेंस पे आके थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग कर रहा है, कंटिन्यूसली कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना दे रही है। तो अगर ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल नहीं बनती, नॉर्मल कैंडल बनती है, तो ट्राई करेंगे थोड़ा कम क्वांटिटी में। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्टली सेल मत करना। कोई कैंडल अगर रेजिस्टेंस पे डायरेक्टली ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना के आती है तो वो रिस्की हो जाती है। सिमिलरली सपोर्ट के अराउंड ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे डायरेक्टली बाई नहीं होता। सिल्वर टारगेट, गोल्ड तो रेजिस्टेंस पे हिट कर गया शायद, आई थिंक गोल्ड रेजिस्टेंस को हिट कर गया ऑलरेडी, गोल्ड का टारगेट डन, गोल्ड रेजिस्टेंस को हिट कर चुका है, सिल्वर के लेवल बनाए नहीं है तो उस पर कभी कमेंट नहीं करूंगा। गोल्ड अपने रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, अगर ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो और ऊपर जाएगा, नहीं तो यहाँ से वापस थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग मिल सकती है। 2 बार ऑलरेडी यहाँ से रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है काफ़ी हाई लेवल से, थर्ड टाइम आया है रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे, सेलिंग आनी होगी तो फास्ट आनी चाहिए, कंसोलिडेशन हुआ या फिर ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो वापस ऊपर चला जाएगा। बाकी अगर नीचे आता भी है तो कोई बहुत बड़ा टारगेट नहीं है। डाउन साइड आया तो अराउंड 2697-98 तक का एक टारगेट रख सकते हो। इस 7 मिनट लेफ्ट, इन्वेंट्री देखते हैं क्या आती है। किसी को अगर स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट करना है तो स्ट्रैडल क्रिएट कर सकते हो इन्वेंट्री में, ठीक है। इन क्रूड ऑयल, जहाँ पर कॉल और पुट का प्रीमियम लगभग सेम दिखे अप्रॉक्सीमेटली। क्या क्या 5 मिनट लेफ्ट इन्वेंट्री में, सिल्वर का ब्रेकआउट लेवल, एक सेकेंड यार। दूर है रेजिस्टेंस से, क्रूड ऑयल एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे आ जाए वहां से वापस सेलिंग ही बनती है। क्रूड ये नेचुरल गैस में डायरेक्ट सेल मत करना, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो है, ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्टली सेल नहीं करते। अपर सर्किट नहीं लगेगा, अब दूसरा अपर सर्किट सीधा 9% पे लगता है। ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे डायरेक्टली सेल मत करना, नॉर्मल कैंडल बनेगी तभी सेल करियो। एक बार देख लेते हैं। ठीक है, यहाँ पर ये रेजिस्टेंस जो नहीं है, यहाँ से सेलिंग ही बनती है, सेलिंग ही प्लान है। लेट्स सी इन्वेंट्री के अकॉर्डिंग फोरकास्ट अगर थोड़ा सा पॉजिटिव ही आ जाता है तो। रेजिस्टेंस है ये 5930 940 के अराउंड क्रूड ऑयल में। सिल्वर का ब्रेकआउट लेवल फॉरेक्स चार्ट में, ओनिडा का चार्ट है, 32.21 के ऊपर कंसिडर कर सकते हो 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। ये भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, अभी स्टिल रेजिस्टेंस पे रुका हुआ है। जैसे गोल्ड रेजिस्टेंस पे वैसे ये भी रेजिस्टेंस पे, अगर थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन हो गया प्राइस या डायरेक्टली ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट हो गया तो मोमेंटम अच्छा आएगा, अदरवाइज थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट बुकिंग या सेलिंग यहाँ से एक्सपेक्टेड ही है। रिसेंट पास में देखोगे तो ऑलरेडी यहाँ पर मार्केट 2 टाइम्स टेस्ट कर चुका है, दिस अ थर्ड टाइम प्राइस आया है। थोड़ा बहुत भी कंसोलिडेशन अगर हो जाता है तो ब्रेकआउट मिल जाएगा। लास्ट टाइम ट्राई जरूर किया था, नहीं कर पाया था। ओके, इन्वेंट्री क्रूड ऑयल की आ गई है, देख लेते हैं एक बार। Inventory is negative for crude oil price. Let's see. एक बार आने दो, अभी आई नहीं है। ओके, क्रूड ऑयल ठीक है। देखो, 3 इन्वेंट्री होती हैं क्रूड ऑयल की, एक क्रूड ऑयल की खुद की इन्वेंट्री और 2 इन्वेंट्री और होती हैं गैसोलीन की और ईआई की। गैसोलीन की और ईआई का डेटा आपका नेगेटिव आया है फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस, और क्रूड ऑयल का जो इंडिविजुअल डेटा है दैट इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। ठीक है, यहाँ पर आप ये पॉजिटिव देख रहे होगे, ये प्राइस के लिए पॉजिटिव है, ये सिर्फ क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री का डेटा है। बाकी 2 इन्वेंट्री और आती हैं, ठीक है, वो दोनों नेगेटिव हैं प्राइस के लिए। तो तीनों इन्वेंट्री को कंबाइन करके देखोगे, 2 नेगेटिव हैं क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस के लिए, एक पॉजिटिव है क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस के लिए, इसलिए एक थोड़ा सा गैप डाउन देखने के लिए मिला। तो ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। ठीक है, ये सिर्फ इस इन्वेंट्री को मत कंसिडर करना कि ये तो पॉजिटिव आई है, मार्केट ऊपर क्यों नहीं जा रहा है, ये गैप डाउन क्यों हुआ, क्योंकि इन्वेंट्री एक्चुअली में नेगेटिव है। ठीक है, देखते हैं नीचे सपोर्ट भी ब्रेक करता है या फिर से सपोर्ट लेता है। बाकी एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे आ जाता तो बेटर रहता है, यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है, सेलिंग का प्लान दोबारा कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, तो क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव नहीं है, सॉरी पॉजिटिव नहीं है, नेगेटिव आई है। अब देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली प्ले आउट कैसे करता है। 2 इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव, एक पॉजिटिव है। अब और कोई डेटा आज शेड्यूल नहीं है। ऊपर आएगा क्रूड ऑयल थोड़ा सा यहाँ, तो यहाँ सेलिंग का प्लान है, अगर आता है तो यहाँ से वापस सेल करना प्राइस को। बाकी लाइक भी करते रहो जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है क्रूड ऑयल को तो कह रहा हूँ, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं। होल्ड कर देते हैं थोड़ा सा ना। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल का एसएल जरूर ट्रेल कर लेना, ठीक है, जो लोग स्टिल होल्डिंग, टारगेट पे अभी तक पहुंचा नहीं है एग्जैक्टली इसको थोड़ा सा छोटा कर देते हैं, काफ़ी बड़ा टारगेट हो जाएगा नहीं तो, रेजिस्टेंस काफ़ी बड़ा दिखेगा नहीं तो। उतना ही तो ये भी और कोई डेटा आज शेड्यूल नहीं है। आज का डेटा कंप्लीट, इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आई थी, गैप डाउन हुआ है, मार्केट फिलहाल वहीं का वहीं रुक गया। अब या तो ये ऊपर जाए यहाँ सेल करना, या फिर इस लेवल के आसपास सेल कर सकते हैं, या फिर ये नीचे आए तो यहाँ कहीं बाइंग का प्लान रखियो। इस लेवल पे वापस बाइंग अब नहीं करनी चाहिए बिकॉज काफ़ी बार टेस्ट कर चुका है ये लेवल भी, यहाँ पर निकल जाना चाहिए डायरेक्टली, नहीं तो फिर थोड़ा और नीचे आने का वेट करेंगे। इसको कंसीडर ही मत करो, ठीक है, वापस यहाँ पर अब बाय मत करना, काफ़ी बार टेस्ट हो चुका है लेवल, इतने बार एक लेवल पे होल्ड जरूरी नहीं है, निकलना है तो सीधा जाए ऊपर, नहीं तो फिर एक नीचे लेवल है वहाँ से बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे। एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख सकते हो अगर बुक कर लिया रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी का। ओके। Entry is negative for crude oil price. सिल्वर कुछ बता दो, सिल्वर बताया, सिल्वर रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है फिलहाल के लिए। सिल्वर ऑल्सो ऑन रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। चार्ट दिखा देता हूँ, एक सेकेंड। ठीक है, थोड़ी देर मुझे लगता है अगर ये कंसोलिडेशन भी कर दे तो ब्रेकआउट हो सकता है सिल्वर में। इस द चार्ट। फिलहाल रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है। काफी बार ट्राई कर चुका था, लास्ट टाइम भी ब्रेकआउट की कोशिश करी थी, नहीं कर पाया। डायरेक्टली तो नहीं करेगा, मुझे नहीं लगता डायरेक्टली करना चाहिए। थोड़ा बहुत भी कंसोलिडेशन अगर कर देता है या एक छोटा सा फ्लैग बना दे इस तरह से और फिर ब्रेकआउट करे, या फिर एक प्रॉपर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट अबव 32.21। बाकी अगर थोड़ी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आती है, बिकॉज अभी भी है रेजिस्टेंस ये। बहुत अगर प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आती है तो फिर ये नीचे आपका डे लो ही है शायद, आई थिंक ये एमसीएक्स में। हाँ, वही डे लो जो है वही सपोर्ट जोन है आपके पास। तो थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन कर दे तो एक ब्रेकआउट मिल सकता है। ब्रेकआउट हो गया तो कहाँ तक जा सकता है? देखो, वैसे ये इसने लास्ट टाइम ट्राई किया था यहाँ पर ब्रेकआउट, ठीक है, ये जा नहीं पाया था बिकॉज कंटिन्यूसली मोमेंटम आ गया था 9 बजे के आसपास। तो एक प्रॉपर बड़ी कैंडल से ब्रेकआउट हो तभी कुछ मोमेंटम मिलेगा। ब्रेकआउट इसलिए दिया था बिकॉज थोड़ा सा ये दो रेजिस्टेंस साथ साथ ही बन जाएंगे नहीं तो प्राइस के लिए। $32.32 नहीं, 32.32 दो रेजिस्टेंस बहुत पास पास हैं तो एक साथ ही उनको मर्ज कर दिया। तो 32.32 के ऊपर अगर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट करता है ये, कर सकते हो लास्ट स्विंग, दैट इज द ओनली रेजिस्टेंस वी हैव। $33 अगर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट सक्सेसफुल रहा तो फिलहाल रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है प्राइस। दो रेजिस्टेंस एक साथ बने हुए हैं, बट ये थोड़ा प्राइस एक्शन देखोगे ना, ऐसा लग तो रहा है ब्रेकआउट के लिए जा रहा है ये। स्ट्रेंथ बची थी इसलिए लास्ट टाइम होल्ड कर गया। रेजिस्टेंस एरिया सेल ऑफ आया, एक लो, लोअर लो, थर्ड टाइम आया हायर लो, राइट। तो थोड़ा कंसोलिडेशन करके ब्रेकआउट करे या फिर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट प्रॉपर हो जाए, या फिर अगर थोड़ा सेलिंग भी आती है, ज़्यादा ना आए, इतनी आए लगभग इस तरह से, तो यहाँ पर भी एक छोटा पैटर्न क्रिएट हो जाएगा लाइक दिस। और एक इन्वर्टेड हेड एंड शोल्डर भी है ये। तो अगर ये ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो $33 एज पर द ऑन चार्ट जा सकता है उस केस में, बट अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस ही है, देखो जाता है या नहीं। कल पीपीआई का डेटा, मुझे लग रहा है मार्केट शायद ब्रेकआउट ना करे, पीपीआई के डेटा के बाद शायद हो सकता है, या फिर अर्ली मॉर्निंग अभी इंडियन मार्केट क्लोज होने के बाद कुछ मोमेंटम हो जाए। बाकी नीचे भी आया है तो ज़्यादा बड़ा कोई सेल ऑफ एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं है, नीचे आता है तो ये सपोर्ट है काफ़ी अच्छा, 31.60 के अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। तो अगर ऊपर गया तो यही रेजिस्टेंस जोन हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं एज अ रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, दिस वन। ओवरऑल देखो, अगर इस लेवल के नीचे सस्टेन कर गया ना 5868 के नीचे, तो ये थोड़ा सा बेरिस हो जाएगा इंट्राडे में। जब तक ये इस लेवल के ऊपर है, बुलिस ही मानना है इसको, कोई बेरिस नहीं है कि इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आ गई तो पूरा बेरिस हो गया। इट इज स्टिल बुलिस until unless price is not breaking down 5868 के नीचे अगर कैंडल क्लोज होना स्टार्ट हुई, थोड़ा बेरिस हो जाएगा। बेरिस हो जाएगा इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि फिर सेलिंग ही सेलिंग आएगी, नीचे सपोर्ट जरूर है, बट फिर ऊपर जाना थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो जाएगा, क्योंकि फिर ऊपर जो एफ बनेंगे, दोज आर द मेन रेजिस्टेंस। अभी प्राइस थोड़ा सा हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन पे है तो ये सपोर्ट पर ही है। तो अभी काफ़ी क्रूशियल लेवल है, मार्केट को ऊपर जाना है तो पूरे टारगेट तक 5340 350 तो होल्ड करना चाहिए। अगर ये होल्ड नहीं किया तो फिर नीचे आराम से आ जाएगा 582830, फिर वहाँ से भी एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं, बट उस केस में फिर टारगेट बड़े नहीं होंगे, फिर जो भी एफ बने होंगे बीच में, दोज आर द मेजर रेजिस्टेंस। नेचुरल गैस भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, 3 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है ये, फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड फोर्थ, फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड फोर्थ, या दिस फोर्थ टाइम अपने इस रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे आया है। अगर ये कम्प्लीटली बुलिश मोमेंटम में ही है, ब्रेकडाउन करेगा अगर ये 284.5, इसको शॉर्ट करेंगे इस लेवल के नीचे, ठीक है। अगर नहीं करता है ब्रेकडाउन तो शॉर्ट मत करना 284.5, नहीं तो फिर इसको जाने देंगे। ऊपर एक और रेजिस्टेंस एरिया है, फिर यहाँ देखते हैं। ये रेजिस्टेंस एरिया एक ही बार टेस्ट हुआ है, सेकंड टाइम पेंडिंग है। सुपर बुलिस। देखना अगर ये नेचुरल गैस इस लेवल के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट कर गया इन द सेंस ऑफ कैंडल क्लोज कर गया और रीटेस्ट कर दिया तो ये सपोर्ट भी बन जाएगा वापस। बेटर है या तो ये सीधा नीचे आ जाए या फिर ये अगर ऊपर जाता भी है तो रीटेस्ट ना करे डायरेक्टली यहाँ से फिर ऐसे सेलिंग दे if it doesn't break this level। नीचे भी अभी सपोर्ट यही है still there is no other support over here। Inflation in line with forecast, solid is best in Fed cut। Okay।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. Russia could fire another intermediate-range ballistic missile at Ukraine in the coming days. That's what a U.S. official is telling Bloomberg News. Russia first used this experimental weapon known as Oreshnik last month after the U.S. allowed Ukraine to fire long-range American missiles into Russia. The official says the U.S. does not consider Russia's weapon a game-changer. Meantime, the Biden administration may be considering harsher sanctions on Russia's oil trade, though it's not clear what those steps would be, as we hear from Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson.
Are we talking about secondary moves against companies in China or India that have been buying a lot of stuff from Russia, for example? And how does that work? And how do you get that system up and running in a couple of weeks, potentially to have it be unwound shortly after Donald Trump takes office?
Bloomberg's Roz Matheson says President Biden has resisted Russian oil sanctions up to now, out of concern they could spike energy prices. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on his way back to the Middle East for the 12th time since the October 7th attack. This time, it's tied to the rapid collapse of the Assad regime in Syria, a development that has Iran scrambling, as we hear from Bloomberg's Golnar Motovali.
There is definitely a sense that Iran will for now, maybe retreat, assess the situation, wait to see where the chips might fall.
Bloomberg's Golnar Motovali says Iran's supreme leader gave a speech today saying the so-called axis of resistance will be stronger than ever. Assad's Syria was the last leg in that axis. The suspect in United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson's murder is fighting extradition to New York. Luigi Mangione is being held in Pennsylvania on gun and forgery charges. Police say Mangione's notebook laid out the motive for the attack, but his attorney, Thomas Dickey, says that's not enough to link him to the crime.
There's a rule of completeness, so you have to take any writing or any document in its entirety because some things can be taken out of context.
Attorney Thomas Dickey appeared this morning on ABC's Good Morning America. Two of the country's biggest names in luxury real estate are under arrest. Tal and Orrin Alexander, along with their brother Alan, were taken into custody this morning after FBI agents searched Orrin's home in Miami Beach. Tal and Orrin are facing multiple lawsuits and allegations of rape and sexual assault. Prosecutors plan a news conference in New York this afternoon. On Wall Street, stocks are back on the rise after a read on inflation that could give a green light to the Fed to cut interest rates next week. Core consumer prices rose 0.3% in November. It was the fourth straight month of firm inflation. But David Kelly, chief global strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management, says disinflation is still on track.
Two of the things that have been holding inflation up, which are shelter costs and auto insurance, were both very mild in this report. So what that tells me is, barring some shock, the CPI numbers will trend down next year. And the next few months are going to show some high year-over-year numbers. But by next spring, I think we're going to be below 2% in year-over-year CPI.
JP Morgan Assets' David Kelly was a guest on Bloomberg Surveillance. Tech shares are leading this morning's rally. We're watching shares of Broadcom. They are higher by 5%. The Information is reporting that Apple is working with the chip maker on an AI server chip that could be ready by 2026. Apple shares are higher by nearly 1%. Macy's is lower by 9%. The department store chain trimmed its outlook for the year, saying that employee who intentionally hid costs is going to crimp its profit margins by about $79 million. Mondelez shares are higher by more than 3.5%. The snack giant approved a $9 billion stock buyback. That's raising doubts Mondelez is thinking of buying Hershey, as was reported this week. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen sits down with Bloomberg's David Gura for an interview in Washington, and David's got a lot of questions.
How does she kind of keep the wheels in motion for, again, some of the policies she's put in place when that comes to Ukraine, when it comes to IRA funding? How is she thinking about that?
ओके देखो कैंडल हो गई है क्लोज नेचुरल गैस में लेवल के ऊपर, तो नहीं, इसमें हम सेलिंग नहीं कर सकते। अब देखो दो चीज़ हो सकती है, या तो ये फेक ब्रेकआउट होगा, नीचे आ जाएगा प्राइस, या फिर ये रीटेस्ट करेगा, बट इसमें आप सेल मत करना। इवन दो ब्रेकआउट हो चुका है, कैंडल लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज हो गई है, 284.5 के नीचे प्राइस आया नहीं है। आई थिंक इससे पहले नहीं हुआ था ना, यही है। So we have now only this resistance area which is 290 293. ये एक बार टेस्ट हुआ है बस अभी तक। This is the second time ये टेस्ट होगा। यहाँ जाते जाते मुझे लग रहा है ये डबल अपर सर्किट लग जाएगा इसका 7 8 9। नहीं, अपर सर्किट नहीं लगेगा।
Transition, yes, in the context of from one Treasury Secretary to the next, but also just in kind of her attitude and outlook toward governance here in Washington. Again, she's been a real pioneer, the first woman to head the Treasury Department, of course, the first woman to head the Federal Reserve as well.
Bloomberg's David Gura on his interview today with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. Meantime, President-elect Donald Trump's Treasury nominee Scott Bessent is on Capitol Hill, meeting today with key Senate Republicans. Right now, the S&P 500 is higher by 0.7%. The Dow is little changed. The NASDAQ Composite is up 1 1/3%. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
Are you looking for
rose 8.2% last month. Now, fresh veggies are up 1%, and potatoes, your favorite starch, they're up more than 3%. A couple of other areas of note here, too. Used car prices rose 2% last month, although they are down on an annualized basis. Airline fares for all you travelers out there, that's up 0.4% on the month and nearly 5% year over year. Motor vehicle insurance, another hot area of conversation here. It's been very sticky. That rose just 0.1% though last month, but still up nearly 13% from 2023. Now, also in some food categories that saw relief on the other end of the spectrum last month: cereals, flour, biscuits, chicken, frozen fish and seafood, citrus fruits, soups, and salt. And one index we have yet to mention: housing. Here with the shelter numbers is Yahoo Finance senior reporter Danny Romero. Hey, Danny.
Brad, finally an encouraging report. Shelter costs posted their lowest post-pandemic gain. So let's break down these numbers. Shelter posted a 0.3% monthly gain in November, and this was lower than October's 0.4% increase and accounted for 40% of November's overall monthly increase. And on an annual basis, shelter costs rose 4.7% in November, down from October's year-over-year gain of 4.9%. Remember, there are two components that economists pay very close attention to and that hold the biggest weight in this shelter figure: owner's equivalent rent, OER. That's the hypothetical rent that you would earn if you were a homeowner renting out your property. OER came in at a 0.2% gain last month, and rent, which lags real-time data because the government collects rent data every 6 months, which causes a lag in this index. Rents came in at a 0.2% gain in November. Now, looking ahead, some economists believe that there could be a potential rise in rents next year due to the pullback in construction for multifamily apartments, which could pose a challenge next year. Brad?
All right, Danny, continuing to track this and, of course, the all-important shelter component of the broader CPI mix here. Thanks so much, Danny. Now time for some of today's trending tickers that we're tracking as well. Scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session. You've got Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page that it'll take you to. Joining me now, we've got Yahoo Finance's Akiko Fujita. Akiko, great to see you. First up, we got to talk about a little Dave & Buster's here, missing on revenue and profit expectations in the third quarter. Company's CEO, Chris Morris, tendering his resignation. The board saying it's looking for a new CEO here. What are you kind of taking away from Dave & Buster's and this dismal quarter here?
Yeah, let's start with the latter part of the news you just mentioned, Brad, which is really what investors are reacting to here. The removal, or the resignation, I should say, former CEO Chris Morris. The company officially saying he's stepping down to pursue other interests. But this is the guy who was the key driver here in the turnaround story for Dave & Buster's. He put together a turnaround plan 18 months ago, more focused on upgrading technology as well as improving operations. His absence now leaves questions about whether, in fact, that turnaround strategy can be executed. Interim CEO and board chair Kevin Sheehan stepping in here. He led that earnings call, saying that he still has a lot of confidence in the underlying initiatives here, saying there's optimism moving forward. But the consumer environment, in his words, has been conflicting this year, and that remains a wild card. You mentioned what most investors would say was not a good quarter here. The company saying specifically that part of that was severe weather, a big reason, also remodeling construction that led to slower sales as well. There's a lot of analysts out there in Wall Street that are remaining cautious on this stock, specifically Truist analyst Jake Bartlett downgrading the stock from buy to hold, saying with Morris's departure, that gives less visibility into how this turnaround story may evolve, Brad.
Akiko, while we have you, medical apparel maker Figs has received a takeover offer from private equity firm Story 3 Capital Partners. This is according to the Wall Street Journal here. What do we know about this?
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal reporting that proposal was submitted on Monday here. Story 3 Capital, as you mentioned, a private equity firm. They value the company, specifically Figs here, at more than $1 billion. Current market value is a little under $900 million. And you see the stock popping in a big way today, up more than 16% in the session. The specific offer here is $6 a share of common shares. That's a big premium to where it's trading right now. The challenges have been well documented here, higher costs at fulfillment centers. They've also had to deal with less demand and slower sales. In this specific takeover offer, the private equity firm saying that Fig's ability to take the necessary steps to develop confidence around future growth achievement and operating margin improvement is constrained by the company's status as a public company. So stay tuned on that. But investors still liking the story, at least for today, Brad.
Akiko, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Big breakdown on both of those big movers here today. Let's also take a look at markets as we are 90 minutes into the trading day. Stocks are mixed after November's CPI report was mostly in line with expectations here, as you're seeing the Dow still down by about 0.1%, but the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, they're holding on to gains as of right now. Joining me now, we've got David Strzeski, who is the Sound Planning Group CEO. David, great to have you here with us. Just want to get your reaction to the numbers here and what this ultimately means for how the markets are going to best anticipate the Fed's next move.
Well, Brad, as we look at the numbers here this morning, nothing surprised the market. So I think it's just business as usual. I don't think the market's really been caring about CPI, previous to this moment. And with all these new tailwinds coming into the new year and this new presidency, I don't really see CPI knocking that off the track. But I will say this: I am personally very cautious about inflation, and I think that inflation is absolutely here right now in the United States. I mean, when we have a print of 3%, and we've been in the 3% now since 2022, we're not going down. And in fact, we're looking at everything at all-time highs right now. and the market's looking pretty strong. And so that's actually a very inflationary environment because things are just going to continue to grow right now. So I think that could be a big surprise for the market here this next year. But as it sets right now, I think it's business as usual as we kind of finish out the rest of the year.
Yeah, it seems like, especially within the shelter component, that's the part of the mix that there really is so much uncertainty around when that will start to abate. That removed, looking across some of the other indexes, I wonder where you're also kind of seeing any correlation or pass through to how companies are navigating their own communication with customers, knowing that customers might be paying a little bit more in this interim period of time, but even amid this, there is some disinflation still on the table.
There is some disinflation, but if we look at the year-over-year numbers, we're obviously trending still higher. And obviously there's a difference between cumulative inflation, like the difference of what we used to pay prior to COVID and what we pay today. And then now we're talking the rate of change from this moment forward. The year-over-year going back to 2020 is that everything costs 26% more. So I think the lower end consumer, the middle class, is very squeezed right now, and I'm very concerned about that because we're looking at credit card interest rates going up, faster than the savings rate. And obviously that spells disaster when you understand, 20-30%, on credit cards. I don't think anyone's doing that, because they think it was a really good way of, navigating this. But here's the reality: the consumer has been strong and resilient. I do think, though, that as we see some of these supply side economic components come back in, that we will see some relief. But there's ultimately inflation in our system that's not abating, because when you friendshore, reshore, bring things back to the United States, that's more expensive than doing it at a place where you pay a much lower wage. So there are components to restructuring that have costs to it as well. So I don't think that there's an easy answer, but we're certainly look like we've got the right team in place to be moving forward ahead here and navigating that.
So what's the portfolio play? Because as you were mentioning earlier, inflation could still be very well around in 2025, and you still have a Fed that's going to have a target, at least at this point, of trying to get it down to 2%. Now that's their target. The reality of where it may actually linger is probably a couple basis points above 2% here reasonably. Right. So how does that pass through to the portfolio strategy?
Okay, so I think that we're going to be higher for longer. My base case is that unemployment is going to start falling apart. My base case is that inflation is going to go higher. So what do you look for when we have an inflationary environment? Well, stocks can be a great answer. Most people are already allocated to that, so I'm not going to waste your time. What I'm going to do is give you an idea that's not already in 60-40 allocations. Gold, silver, Bitcoin. You can buy things physically in the gold silver space, or you can do the miners. The miners are on sale right now, and if you look at the price that they pay in the ground for silver or gold, you're getting a discount. So that's a pretty awesome opportunity to be looking at. But gold has ultimately, beat the indexes here over the last 12 months. It's up 35%, but silver's up 39%. Here's my reasoning for silver, okay? And that is, if you look at the gold standard, a 15-to-1 ratio was how much silver we could mine to gold. It's currently 9-to-1 is the mining ratio, but if you look at the rate of exchange right now at $32 silver, 2,700 gold, you're at 84 ounces of silver to 1 ounce of gold. I'll do that deal every day of my life. And then the last one is Bitcoin. Now, finally, crypto got a crypto president in Congress, and we've got all these new conversations that are happening right now. I do not believe that people recognize how scarce specifically Bitcoin is. 94% of it has been mined. We still have nearly 110 years left of mining ahead of us for the last 1 million coins. I don't think that computes to most people. It is a scarce idea by design. It continues to half and become less and less and less and more scarce as time goes along. So I think people are going to really be looking at those options as alternatives, diversifiers that can also provide some alpha here, whether the economy goes well or doesn't go as well. I think we need all three of those.
David, thanks for taking the time here with us this morning. Appreciate it.
Pleasure's mine. Thank you, Brad.
The number of ETFs launched this year has risen 15%, and U.S. assets in ETFs has grown more than 30% this year. It's according to Tidal Financial Group. Looking ahead to 2025, we want to talk about some of the themes and get some recommendations within the ETF space. Joining me now on set is Michael Venuto, Tidal Financial Group Chief Investment Officer for this week's ETF report, brought to you by Invesco QQQ. Michael, great to see you. Great to have you here in studio with us.
Yeah, wonderful to be here, Brad. It's been a great year.
Let's start broad here. What are three sectors that you think that people should be looking at in 2025?
Okay, so the obvious one is always tech, right? But most of us own some broad-based index, and you have the big tech names. So I would look to more niche plays, something with AI like chat or blockchain. We're going to see a new administration that seems to be very interested in promoting those kind of technologies here in the U.S. So BLOK is one of the funds on our platform, things like that. I'd also look at financials, but again, I'd get more excited about things that are a little bit less big broad-based banks, the JP Morgans, more the Squares, PayPals, things like that. And then finally, it's been a surprise hit this year. Nobody would have thought it, but utilities I think are really interesting, right? Yeah. They always do well with deregulation, and it's a nice play to have if things don't go well.
Right. Also a tangential AI trade as well that we've seen play out here. I want to talk about the growth of single stock and leveraged ETFs here. What have you been able to see within the flows and how that's being used as a mechanism or at least a portfolio strategy?
Yeah, I would say that these are trades, right? There's a lot of opportunity to give people the package that they're doing on their own. Now, as an ETF, you get more tax efficiency, you get all of the great stuff that comes with a bigger scale. So we've seen massive growth in the Yield Max suite. These are funds that are basically doing covered calls, right? So you're giving somebody exposure to MicroStrategy or Tesla or NVIDIA, but you're also generating income off of it. You've also seen the other opportunities with leveraging these types of names. So I think we're going to see more and more of that. It's been a pretty exciting year for that, and it's really more people doing it themselves.
Yeah. I mean, your firm filed plans with the SEC in October to launch 8 leveraged ETFs called battle shares that basically pits one stock against another. For example, leveraged long position in NVIDIA versus a leveraged short position in Intel. Just talk about the appetite that really led you to put together these types of funds and where you anticipate this kind of growing out towards in the future.
Yeah, so Tidal's an ETF platform. So we actually do this for clients. These ideas come to us in ways where we develop them with a client, and the client in this case saw an opportunity to prepackaged trades that we're seeing retail investors as well as traditional hedge funds do. Now we're putting it in a wrapper that just simply makes it more accessible. We're really excited about it and the buzz around this one, but at the end of the day, these are trades people have been doing, and we're just making it more efficient through the structural alpha of the ETF wrapper.
I want to pivot to crypto here with some of the time that we have left. According to an analyst at Bloomberg, U.S. spot ETFs have more Bitcoin held than the founder of Bitcoin himself, Satoshi Nakamoto. What are you seeing for crypto ETFs as you look out to 2025?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not going to stop, right? There's an institutional adoption that has happened, and I can't believe it was BlackRock that really kicked it off, right? You would have thought it would have been a crypto native, but it seems like...
Well, not for lack of trying, too,
not
right?
for lack of trying, yes. I do think that it's likely we start to see more, call it package product or index-based types crypto funds, right? So now we have Bitcoin and Ethereum. There are filings for Solana. There are filings for one other one I can't remember off the top of my head. We haven't seen a Dogecoin filing yet, but I would imagine it's coming. So I do think with the new regulations and things that are coming, it's likely that we're going to see more and more people accessing that market.
Michael, thanks so much for taking the time here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brad.
We've got all your markets action straight ahead. Stay tuned. You're watching Yahoo Finance.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free child alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free child alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Athletes like Odell Beckham Jr. and Russell Okung are being lauded for their early foresight to convert their NFL contract agreements to be paid in cryptocurrency, and their decisions have netted major gains, with Bitcoin still sitting near $100,000. An early crypto adopter in his own right, basketball player Spencer Dinwiddie moved to tokenize his NBA contract in 2020 and embraced blockchain technology to provide fans with access to invest in a portion of his success. Dinwiddie joins us now. Spencer, thanks so much for taking the time here with us. And I mean, this has been a landmark year just in terms of the milestones for crypto. You were one of the very early adopters that believed in the underlying technology here. For a lot of athletes, though, that are trying to figure out, all right, how do I pick the right time to decide whether or not I should take payments in crypto? You know, what is that thought process? Because it's a little bit harder when you're early on in your playing career to say, yeah, just pay me all out in crypto and we'll just see where the chips fall from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think right there, it's almost kind of like two separate questions, right? I think what I was doing with my contract had a broader business focus, not solely just Bitcoin like Russell Okung, who I've had multiple conversations with, was doing. I think now when we look at investing in digital assets as an asset class, I think you need to take a long-term perspective, just like any other investment that you might have, real estate or otherwise, and just understand the volatility is what leads to both the major gains and also the major losses. And so having that accurate risk tolerance as you step into a new asset class and not think that it's all sunshine and rainbows all the time.
You know, I wonder what milestones like Bitcoin 100,000 do for the chatter within the locker room or within practices where players are talking about, you know, maybe not so much their own finances, but their own strategies and, you know, anything outside of how they're thinking about cryptocurrency as a more broad mechanism here. You know, how has that made it into the lexicon in your own conversations with other athletes?
Well, I think as you put it, right, 100,000 basically makes it a legitimate talking point. When I was talking about Bitcoin, back in 2017, and we're talking about like, a $3,000 or so, or $5,000 at the time, whatever it was, Bitcoin, it's still seen as almost like a gambling chip or something, right? Like you could go to Vegas and lose, if you're talking about NBA locker room, $3,000 and not think that the world was ending, right? Like I don't really care who you are. I think when you spend $100,000, there's a certain level of impact, right? So it makes it feel real. It's that emotional attachment to certain numbers that I think all humans kind of have just in culture, right? So I think that's what it does. And then when the conversation starts, obviously everybody starts at the top and then works through, what the technology is or, what other coins and communities are looking to pop.
I've lived in Brooklyn for years now, and I remember when you were with the Nets and you were having these conversations and really putting the rest of the landscape on notice for what could potentially come within this broader industry. So you certainly had the foresight. You also have a team with the Mavericks with an owner in Mark Cuban that had foresight as well, one of the only organizations that also engages with crypto and its fan experience. I wonder what those conversations have really been like and how professional sports can further embrace crypto.
Well, again, I mean, I think it's kind of twofold, right? I think if you look at inflation and what's been going on with the currency and debt, et cetera, then if you're looking for kind of a safe haven or a hedge against that, then you can look at Bitcoin in that investment in digital gold sense. And if you're looking at, NBA teams and putting out products or looking at ticket sales, NFTs, things of that nature, then you start to get into more layer one technologies like Ethereum or, for example, HBAR that can, do some engaging things in terms of like ticket sales or NFTs with fans and make a better experience.
Certainly. I want to talk about one of your businesses as well, Galaxy, and where you are looking out in the landscape for the next few years, and envisioning that Galaxy will be able to leverage the momentum that we're seeing right now, especially within the underlying technology of crypto, and be able to really make sure that you're able to scale up the business as well.
Yeah, and so that's exactly where we kind of started with the tokenization of the contract. And that was, from a securities perspective in terms of contractual value. And we opened it up to try to, do more utility based modeling, especially around creators. And so we were focused on, creator tokenization, monetization, et cetera, from a utility-based model. We then graduated to basically the super social wallet in a sense, where you could send text and crypto via DM. And what we were noticing in the broader crypto landscape is that, community was super important. We see that with meme coins and, some of the rise of the NFTs in the last market. And so now we're really in a space of, token gated subscriptions, inspiring communities and showing different ways to, open and close communities and interact in an engaging way and in a safe model, capturing microtransactions and creating a better way to monetize just the overall community experience and engagement between meme coins, NFTs, et cetera.
It's really interesting. I mean, we've seen a few scams related to meme coins recently make headlines of late. Tua coin, perhaps just the latest of them all. And I saw you posting about that, I believe, as well here. What would you say to those skeptics right now about the monetization and the broader kind of landscape for monetization that creators are kind of looking to achieve by tokenizing right now?
Yeah, well, I think that comes down to the tools, and that's part of the reason why Galaxy was created, right? So if you create a suite of tools, then it more easily allows you to engage without having to try to take something out of thin air, in a sense, right? So for a creator, they're looking and saying, okay, I have this community, I want to engage with them. And what's been popular up to this point is effectively a rug pull, and I don't even know if these people have done it with poor intentions. I think, they just launched a token. People were extremely excited about it because obviously, hey, your favorite influencer or whatever, for whatever reason, is launching a token you want to support. And then you realize, oh, no, there's no utility in this or there's no tools to interact. So in the Galaxy ecosystem, you can almost think of Galaxy as the layer one of that utility where you can have your own app that you don't even know Galaxy is the underpinning of it, right? A lot of times you look at any token right now in the space, Ethereum's the biggest layer one, right? So a lot of these ERC20s, et cetera, you don't really understand what Ethereum's doing behind it, nor do you necessarily need to. The same way Galaxy can have this social experience, this social feed.
क्रूड ऑयल टारगेट डन, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, वहां से एक सेलिंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं. नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा बहुत रुकेगा. एफईजी है यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा मार्केट के पास. कोई अगर सेल करना चाह रहा है कम क्वांटिटी में कर सकते हो. एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पे आ जाए तो और बढ़िया. ठीक है, एक छोटा सा एफईजी है यहाँ पर इन नेचुरल गैस. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में भी एक सेलिंग एक्सपेक्टेड रहेगी. लाइक्स हो गए, थैंक यू सो मच. नेक्स्ट टारगेट रखते हैं 200 लाइक्स का. जिन लोगों ने नहीं किया है लाइक कर दो फटाफट से. क्रूड ऑयल टारगेट डन, उसमें निकल जाना. सेलिंग एक्सपेक्टेड है अपर लेवल से. बाकी नेचुरल गैस एज आई सेड थोड़ा बहुत एफईजी है, थोड़ा बहुत रुकेगा डेफिनेटली. ऊपर निकला तो रेजिस्टेंस पे वापस सेल कर सकते हैं. एफई से अगर सेल कर रहे हो थोड़ा एज आई सेड क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना.
Different directions and payments, you're making the banks rich and not yourself.
Right. After you've essentially paid down your debt here and you're thinking about your house, or minus your house at least, there are 3 steps that kind of spread your money out to different areas. Talk to us about that.
That's right. Well, step 3 is you're going to build up your starter emergency fund to 3 to 6 months of expenses. Again, having that cash liquid to be able to get to when you need it, but having that cash is so important. And then baby step 4 is funding 15% of your income into retirement specifically. So 401k, 403bs, Roth IRAs. And then baby step 5, if you have kids, start thinking about kids' college, 529s, ESAs, and start thinking about their future.
And we have the last 2 steps as well. Finally, getting to that mortgage and ending with wealth. Talk to us about those last 2 steps.
That's right. Step 6 is paying your house off early. And we find that people are doing this in around 9 to 11 years. And this is huge. When you don't have a mortgage payment, there's not only freedom from an emotional standpoint when you have no payments, but also a financial. And then baby step 7, when everything's paid off, you continue to build wealth and invest and be extremely generous.
We were just talking about this in the break before we began our segment. It's the holiday season. I just want to get your take on budgeting through this season and on gifts as well. Talk to us about your approach.
You know, it's really important, I think, to be proactive and to ahead of time say, hey, here's the amount of money we have to spend. You know, we're 2 weeks from Christmas right now, so it may be a little late in the game for 2024, but for 2025, it's the idea of not going into debt, finding margin when you can, but also setting healthy boundaries. I mean, people have really been struggling the last couple of years, and it continues to be expensive when you're going and buying things. So maybe that there is a conversation to yourself, maybe with your spouse if you're married, to say, hey, Christmas may look different this year, but we're actually going to put boundaries up and spend money we actually have versus going and borrowing money, because about 28% of Americans are still paying off debt from Christmas of 2023.
Interesting. Rachel, thanks so much for taking the time here with us today. Rachel is also the author of the new children's book. We have it here on set with us. New children's book, I'm Glad When I Can Share. There you see the book cover on your screen right now. Rachel, thanks for taking the time.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, everyone, your Yahoo Finance market update. We'll check out how stocks are moving and run through 3 stories that you don't want to miss. Stay tuned.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free child alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time. From Yahoo Mail.
We are 2 hours into the trading day. It is time for Yahoo Finance's Market Minute. Stocks are pushing higher today after the latest inflation report came in line with expectations. 3 trending headlines we are watching today. Shares of Alphabet hitting a 52-week high after unveiling its latest AI model, Gemini 2.0. The company also made news calling for the FTC to break up Microsoft's cloud deal with OpenAI, according to the information. United Health Group shares are under pressure. The Wall Street Journal reporting lawmakers are set to introduce a bipartisan bill that would force prescription drug middlemen to divest pharmacies that they own. That would cut off a major source of revenue for pharmacy benefit managers and their parent companies. And Stitch Fix shares rallying today after it exceeded Wall Street expectations in its most recent quarter, though the number of active clients still declined 18% year on year. That is your Yahoo Finance Market Minute to keep you on track with the news you need to make smart decisions about your investments. For more on what's trending on Yahoo Finance, scan the QR code below. More wealth when we return.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free child alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time. From Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free child alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time. From Yahoo Mail.
Fitness is a key priority for many Americans, especially young people. 56% of Gen Z say that fitness is a, quote, very high priority. That's compared with 40% of overall U.S. consumers. This is according to a survey conducted by McKinsey. With the rise of at-home options for workouts like Peloton, Howard gyms, and boutique classes competing for Americans' hard-earned dollars. We've got Evelyn Webster. She is the CEO of SoulCycle here with us in studio. Great to have you here. I mean, I understand that you just got off of a ride earlier this morning as well.
I did.
So you've already got your workout in and closed your rings. I need to do the same a little bit later on. Just take us into the mindset of how you're operating SoulCycle through this consumer environment right now, where there is more discipline about some of those discretionary dollars, even if they are going into something as servicing as making sure that you are just getting your fitness in.
So we are seeing such enormous growth in our business, actually. And so, I mean, of course, we're still dealing with the after effect of the pandemic in many ways, where habits essentially fundamentally had changed. But as consumers are increasingly focused on wellness more broadly and really becoming much more sophisticated in terms of how they're thinking about wellness, it's not just about physically how I feel, it's also mentally and emotionally how am I feeling about my wellness overall. We're seeing this huge growth in the category, and definitely for SoulCycle in particular, it's all about community, and so people want that human connection again. So we're seeing a lot of growth in the category, even though consumers are changing the way that they're thinking about wellness more broadly.
We always say health is wealth. What are some of the top trends that you're seeing in wellness right now that you believe could drive 2025?
We're definitely seeing, I made this point earlier about consumers are getting much more sophisticated. They want data, data to support the assertions that organizations are making about why something is good for you physically, emotionally, mentally. And so they're increasingly looking for data. Of course, they have access to much more data now with wearables. I think that's going to continue. And the definition of wellness is going to get much, much broader. So, wellness was this buzzword that we were all using, but, not to be corny, but it is a lifestyle. Wellness is now a lifestyle, and so it's a very active choice that consumers are making with their time, effort, and their disposable income.
How do you go about orchestrating the right pricing for wellness, knowing how consumers are prioritizing, but also knowing that consumers right now are trying to figure out, okay, I've got to spread these dollars over several different places, and we just got the CPI print this morning, which really ran down the list of where consumers are paying more and paying less. Where does fitness play into that, and how are you looking out into next year and saying, this is where our pricing also needs to be cognizant of the environments too?
It's a really great question, actually. And I think we are continuing to explore different economic models for SoulCycle to ensure that we are affordable and accessible to the consumers who are increasingly seeking fitness. It depends on how you choose to ride with SoulCycle. You can just pay as you go, no commitment, and that's one pricing model, or you can choose, I'm going to make a commitment, actually, I'm going to lean in. And we are seeing an increasing number of our riders who are more inclined to make a commitment, and as a consequence of that, they can drive the price down. And so they're getting smarter in terms of how they think about their wellness holistically. They're also getting smarter about what's the optimum way for me to invest in wellness, and am I prepared to make a commitment which will drive my price down.
How is the business doing for SoulCycle right now? It's not an update that we regularly get.
Yeah. Well, it's doing really, really great, actually. We're continuing to grow. Clearly, managing a business like SoulCycle, which is 90% in real life, at the height of the pandemic, that was not fun. But since kind of middle to late 2021, we've been seeing double-digit growth every year. And so what's really fascinating about our growth is it's not just riders that rode with us pre-pandemic who have returned to SoulCycle, some of them slightly more slowly than we may have expected, but it's the new riders who are joining the community. And so we're seeing a huge explosion amongst Gen Zs and young millennials who are realizing that actually the optimum wellness journey needs to be 50% strength and 50% cardio. There's definitely been a shift through the pandemic to more strength, less cardio. it needs to be 50-50. And so we're seeing younger consumers really gravitating to brands like SoulCycle.
Are there more modules that you see SoulCycle needing to add on, or optionality that you see SoulCycle needing to add on? I think about some of the growth in HIIT classes, some of the growth in the reformer Pilates machines. You know, how do you look out into the different competitive elements that are out there in the landscape and say, you know what, we would be right to kick the tires, and or at least see what type of demand is there from our customers?
So that's a really excellent question. And we have tried different modalities. So we have what we call B studios at a couple of our studios, which means you can go into the cycling studio, you can ride 45, 60 minutes, whatever it is, and then go into B studios to do meditation, to do Pilates, to do strength, to do stretch. That is popular as an added value component of SoulCycle. What I think is more interesting is that as consumers lean into emotional and mental health, that's the soul in SoulCycle. So for me, I think there's a much bigger opportunity if we lean into the soul versus other fitness modalities. Other players do those very, very well.
Just lastly, while we have you, let's talk about you for a second too, because I mean, this is a different type of business than you were running previously in your career. You made quite the pivot here, and as we're even showing just part of your resume here on the screen, previously in media, and now on the SoulCycle, the fitness and wellness, health and wellness industry here. What has that pivot been like for you? What advice would you give to other people who are trying to orchestrate a career pivot?
That's a really interesting question, one that I didn't expect. It was a pivot. I tell you what I experienced. I was very intentional about coming to SoulCycle. I love SoulCycle. It gave me and gives me personal joy. It was my sanctuary, the place that I went when I was working in media. It was the thing, that's why we were talking earlier about, I probably ride less now than I did before. What was interesting, so it was a very intentional move, but what was interesting is how people box you in. People define you by the thing that you have been doing for the last, for me, 30 years. So I was the media and entertainment person. And of course, I'm not defined by the industry that I worked in, I'm defined by the skills that I've got. And so any advice that I give to people when they're considering a pivot is be careful that you are able to very clearly articulate the skills that you have that are transferable to any industry or discipline that you might choose to work in, because other people will definitely try to define you by your CV, and that doesn't necessarily speak to the actual experience and impact that you can have. And I'm 4 years at SoulCycle, having had 30 years in media. I think, I'm a general manager, and I've been able to apply those principles to Soul in exactly the same way that I did in media very successfully, and anybody else can do it too.
Evelyn, next time we'll do this conversation from within a SoulCycle, maybe while we're riding or spinning.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Okay, all right.
I love
Evelyn Webster, who is the SoulCycle CEO. Thanks so much for taking the time with us.
My pleasure.
Everyone, we've got much more on wealth after the break. You're watching Yahoo Finance.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. Donald Trump will be back in his hometown tomorrow to ring the opening bell on Wall Street. Bloomberg News has learned the president-elect will make an appearance at the New York Stock Exchange for a celebratory photo op at the center of American capitalism. Trump had frequently used the stock market as validation for his economic policies during his first term. That bell ringing is set, as it is every trading day, at 9:30 a.m. Wall Street time. The Biden administration is reportedly considering tougher sanctions on Russia's oil trade before Trump takes office. That's what sources are telling Bloomberg News. We asked Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen about it.
We've constantly been tightening our sanctions on Russia. Our overall aim is to impair Russia's ability to continue conducting this brutal war. To try to deny it the military equipment. It needs to be able to do that, and we've taken a variety of steps to do it.
Secretary Janet Yellen spoke with Bloomberg's David Gura from the U.S. Treasury, and we will have that full conversation for you on the Bloomberg Talks podcast. Meantime, the U.S. says Russia could use its experimental mid-range ballistic missile against Ukraine again in the coming days. Russia first fired the so-called Oreshnik rocket last month after the U.S. allowed Ukraine to use its long-range missiles inside Russia. The official says the U.S. does not consider Oreshnik a Russian game-changer. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is set to return to the Middle East today for the dozenth time since the October 7th attack. This time, it's in light of the Assad regime's collapse in Syria. This morning, Blinken is on Capitol Hill answering questions about the chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Here's House Foreign Affairs Chairman Michael McCaul.
While your presence here is duly noted, you are showing up only after violating a congressional subpoena, triggering consideration of a resolution holding you in contempt of Congress.
The State Department says Blinken has made numerous Capitol Hill appearances to discuss Afghanistan. Meantime, a suicide blast in Kabul today killed the Taliban's refugee minister inside his office. Khalil Ur-Rahman Haqqani is the highest-ranking Taliban casualty since the group retook power in Afghanistan 3 years ago. The manhunt for United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson's killer has turned into a long legal fight. Luigi Mangione is fighting extradition to New York to face a murder charge. He's currently being held in Pennsylvania on gun and forgery charges. Mangione's attorney, Thomas Dickey, says prosecutors will need more evidence to link his client's gun to the murder.
A lot of guns look the same. I mean, if you brought a gun in and say, well, it looks like that, I don't even know if that evidence would be admissible.
Attorney Thomas Dickey was on ABC's Good Morning America. Luxury real estate brokers Oren and Tal Alexander are under arrest facing sex trafficking charges. The siblings are major real estate agents in cities including New York and Miami. Since June, Oren and Tal have faced multiple allegations of rape and sexual assault in a series of civil lawsuits. Their brother Alan is also under arrest. He too faces allegations of sexual misconduct. What could have been one of the biggest deals of the year apparently wasn't sweet enough for Hershey. Bloomberg News has learned the main owner of the iconic chocolate maker has rejected Mondelez's preliminary takeover offer as too low. We get more from Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld.
We reported earlier this week that Mondelez made a preliminary approach for Hershey. That was according to people familiar with the matter. But now we are getting that news that Hershey's main owner has rejected that prelim offer.
Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld. Now, earlier, Mondelez announced up to a $9 billion stock buyback, and that raised even more doubts about the deal moving forward. Right now, Hershey shares are down 4%. Mondelez is up 3%. Albertsons is suing Kroger after the collapse of their $24.6 billion merger. The grocery chain is accusing the other of failing to exercise best efforts to secure regulatory approval. Albertsons says it will seek billions of dollars in damages. Kroger says the lawsuit is baseless and without merit. Right now, Albertsons shares are little changed. Kroger is up 1%. FIFA has confirmed Saudi Arabia is the host of the 2034 World Cup. This will be the second time in barely a decade the world's biggest sporting event has returned to the Gulf. It's a crowning achievement for Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's push to lure tourism through sports. Back on Wall Street, the S&P 500 is up 0.7%. The Dow little change. The Nasdaq Composite up 1.4% after November consumer prices came in bang in line with economist estimates. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
The forces shaping markets and the economy are often hiding behind a blur.
One another too.
Well, first thing is kind of try to plan to have a budget. Yeah. You know, people kind of tend to go overboard in the holidays, and then you have that credit card hangover, you know, in January and February, and you could be paying for that stuff forever. So kind of like make a budget and decide, hey, this is what we have to spend, you know, on the holiday season, and we're not going to go above and beyond that. And again, if we're going to break this budget, let's talk about it first, so that, you know, there's not this perception of like, you didn't listen to me and you didn't hear me. One of the insights from the study also was the fact that, you know, for 25% of couples, they cited, you know, financial challenges as their biggest relationship challenge, right? So a lot of that begins with communication. So start to have the money talk and get on the same page, I think is really important.
Scott, great to have you here in studio with us. Thanks so much for the tips. Hopefully some families know how to begin the conversations now after checking out this conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. Everyone, let's do a final check of the markets here as we're approaching 12 noon Eastern time. There you're taking a look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, finally getting right here and on the right side of the trade. It's flat, but just barely to the upside here. Compare that to where we started off the hour, negative. We did it again. We made it green. But anyway, the S&P 500, that's holding on to gains, up by about 0.8%. NASDAQ Composite, we're seeing that up by about 1.5% here. I'm just taking a quick look at some of the sectors on my screen as well, just checking out how we're faring among the 11 S&P 500 sectors on the day. As of right now, health bringing up the caboose, but communication services leading the pack. That's up by about 2.5% right now. That's it for Wealth, everyone. I'm Brad Smith. Thank you for watching. You can stay tuned for Market Domination with Julie Hyman and Josh Lipton. That comes up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. They'll count you down to and through the market close.
ExxonMobil will raise its capital We're going to take a look at Netflix. JP Morgan raising its price target to $1,010, up from just $850. Yahoo Finance's Alexandra Canal joining us now with more on what's behind the raise. Ali, what's this call about?
Well, we've seen a decent amount of price target raises over the past few weeks as the stock just keeps pushing higher, reaching all-time highs since the company reported third quarter earnings in October. Shares are up over 30%, up about 90% since the start of the year. Now, Doug Amick from JP Morgan, he called out the company's strong content, healthy organic growth, and ramping ad tier contribution. Now, that combination convinced Amick to raise his Q4 subscriber net addition target to 10 million, up from the prior 9 million. And this would be about double the 5.1 million the company reported in Q3. And it does make sense considering we're going to have the second season of Squid Game coming up at the end of December. I was at a UBS media conference in New York City yesterday, and co-CEO Ted Sarandos, he kept talking about the healthy content pipeline. And he said this is going to be the first year that there are no impacts from COVID, no impacts from the writers and
an actor strike. So there's a lot of content coming out in the new year. He also talked about the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson fight. He said that the event stretched the capabilities of the internet itself. Remember, that had a few technical glitches, but he said compared to where we were a year ago when they had that disaster with the Love is Blind reunion, it's been a pretty significant ride forward. And of course, we have that upcoming NFL Christmas Day game, so that'll be another test there. And that live opportunity, something that analysts have consistently called out, especially when you think about the pull-through effect that will have on the company's advertising tier. Netflix expects to reach meaningful scale in all ad tier markets in 2025. They also noted that the company will drive significant monetization in 2026 when it comes to ads. So that future runway growth, another catalyst for this price increase. And we didn't even talk about password sharing crackdown and the price increases that Netflix could implement, which they have said that they're open to. So just a lot of things going right for this company right now, but we do have some on the street that think valuation is too high. They're really operating like a growth company, and obviously that just increases the bar so much more.
Yeah, and Ali, I also thought the comments that you wrote up just about consolidation and kind of where things stand, and given Netflix's history, the fact that they are builders, I believe is what Ted Sarandos has said. I'm curious what you make of those comments, just in terms of how that compares with the narrative that we've heard from the street. And we've had this expectation of more and more consolidation within the industry. I guess that might not so much pour cold water, but I think that does make you at least second guess maybe how much activity we could potentially see, or Netflix's role.
Yeah, Netflix, the exact quote was that we're better builders than buyers. They have done a few smaller acquisitions, but they say when it comes to future consolidation, that's not something that really makes sense for their business right now. They said, looking across at other legacy media companies, some of their competitors like Disney, Warner Brothers Discovery, Paramount, it makes sense for them because they are stressed under the kind of pressure from the deteriorating linear cable bundle. But for them, it's not something that they're really focused on or worried about. And I think it just speaks to their positioning within the streaming marketplace. They are clearly number one. They have made a lot of strides. They have a lot of first mover advantages as well. And so far, things seem to be working well organically for them. Now, things change all the time. Remember, they never said they were going to have ads. Now they have ads. They never said they were going to crack down on passwords, but they are cracking down on passwords. So I think it'll be interesting to see next year, especially with the incoming Trump administration, what that opens up and which companies potentially want to divest, want to sell, and what activity that we could possibly see. But I think for now, Netflix, they're sticking with their guns. They just want to be alone in this war, in this streaming marketplace. But again, we could see that change.
All right, Ali, great stuff. Thanks so much.
That sort of puts up in place a mental barrier a lot of the time.
In your research, you say that LGBTQ exclusion can hurt economies. I think that we want to talk about why is that different, on what scale, and help individuals understand that.
Well, any form of prejudice is just bad economically. I mean, there is no question about this, because the whole thing about economics is we want to make the best of the resources that we have got. This is actually fundamentally what is known as the economic problem. How do we sort of maximize the output given the limited resources we've got? And people, not to put too fine a point on it, are a resource. Human intelligence, human capital, however you want to call it. The skills that people bring to the table are something which can make life better for everybody. Now, if we are going to say, yes, we're going to make the best of everything we've got, but actually, yeah, we don't want to employ you because you're gay or an ethnic minority or a religious minority or a female or whatever, then you're not putting the right people in place. And the mantra, the absolute mantra for economic success, right person, right job, right time. That's what makes economic success. And if you're saying, yes, I'm going to employ the right person, but no, you're gay, so I'm not going to employ you, well, then you're automatically creating a problem. I think there is a specific issue as well for the LGBTQ plus community. So the whole thing about prejudice, discriminating irrationally against people is economically bad. Absolutely no question. We've got decades of research that prove this, and just basic common sense tells us this. But then there's an additional problem for the queer community, because you can hide. You can be in the closet. You can very often be straight passing. And so in that situation, you say, well, I'm not subject to the prejudice. But you are. And as I said, I spent 10 years hiding in the closet at work. It is exhausting to have to do that, to sort of censor yourself all the time, to be checking your pronouns, be living a life in fear that somebody is going to see you walking down the streets holding the hand of your boyfriend. That whole thing is something which erodes your confidence. It erodes your ability to bring everything you can to your job. It undermines your productivity. So we've got the direct prejudice, which is very bad. But you then also got that indirect prejudice, which sort of saps your ability to be a good economic actor.
Why is that message so hard for business leaders to grasp, that they want to create an inclusive, welcoming work environment for all people so that they can attract and retain the best employees?
Well, I think there's a couple of issues here. So the first is that, sadly, we do not live in a world run by economists. I mean, that would be absolute nirvana if we did. But we have lots of people who are irrational. They have irrational prejudices, either because of their cultural upbringing or because of just personal bias. And so, although we like to think that everyone is a rational, profit-maximizing manager, they're just not. Mm-hmm. And people are, in fact, prepared to accept, I'm going to be worse off, but I don't care. I don't want to work with somebody who's queer. Now, it makes no sense whatsoever, but you have cultures which breed that sort of irrational nonsense. And then the second thing is what we call rule of thumb bias, that there is a tendency, when you're confronted by very complex decisions, to try and simplify and to come up with a quick rule of thumb. Now, the problem with that, of course, is that rules of thumb are very often irrational, because you're stereotyping. I don't want to work with somebody who's gay because they're going to be emotional. Well, no, they're not. One of the things that modern management is trying to do is to get people to challenge their rules of thumb and to, the unconscious bias problem, to start to challenge that. And you can sort of nudge people in the right direction, but it takes effort. And if you're not going to put the effort in, then you end up with prejudice and bias in your hiring.
Sure. Speaking of rules of thumb, I think this is really interesting because both as investors and as financial advisors and financial planners, we use those rules of thumb. Your investing in Equality report kind of highlights how this is different for LGBTQ investors. You highlight these 5 categories. Can you talk a little bit about that from the perspective of me as a LGBTQ investor, and then maybe why the financial advisor who is assisting someone like me would want to be concerned with this?
Well, I think we should start with the financial advisor, because somebody who is offering advice needs to understand their clients. We can't all be sort of cookie cutter exactly the same, and that applies whether you're straight or queer or wherever you are on the sexuality spectrum. It doesn't matter. you need to have advice which is curated to the individual's specific needs. And this is where I think it becomes very important for advisors and clients to have transparency and honesty, because frankly, where clients need to be out to their advisors, because there are going to be limits. Now, there can be limits on what you want to invest in. I don't want to invest in Saudi Arabia because they have the death penalty for gay men, for example. So you might say, no, I don't want to invest there. And that's got to be something you make clear. But then at the same time, you've also got to say, well, is my investment going to be safe here? What happens in terms of managing the investment from a legal point of view if you're investing me in Italy where they don't recognize same-sex marriage? What happens to my husband's rights over the property in that circumstance, for example? So this is where the transparency is so important in the whole process. And we need to make sure that we have that. Unfortunately, and as somebody who has clients all over the world with UBS as the global wealth manager, one of the challenges we have is that we have clients who can't be out to us because of the country that they live in, or socially still are not at a stage where they feel comfortable being out to us. And that presents a real challenge in managing their wealth to the best of their advantage over time.
That is a really good point, Paul. Let's take a break. Folks, we'll be right back.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right?
President-elect Trump's proposed tariffs, they could have a significant impact on the auto industry amid this sign of disinflation here. Joining us now to discuss, we've got Alex Wellen. He's Motor Trend Group CEO and president. And we've also got our own Prasi Romanian sticking with us here. Alex, thank you for joining us in studio. Obviously a lot to talk about when it comes to the auto space, but tariffs are the headwind that continues to come up for 2025 here. What are you hearing about the impact?
So we look at a lot of the different trends at Motor Trend, and I think what makes a lot of sense is tariffs, their goal is at the end of the day is to make us more reliant on our domestic manufacturing and sales, right, and to collect some money. But the auto industry has this global supply chain that is not really capable of doing that just yet. So long term, it may end up being something that really helps consumers and automakers, but short term, I think a lot of those costs will likely get passed on to the customers and to the automakers. It really depends on whether or not they actually have this saber rattling or whether it's actually going to really happen with Mexico and Canada and China.
So, Alex, one of the products that are actually made in the U.S. most of the time are trucks. And today Motor Trend sort of named their new truck of the year, which is the Ram 1500. What is your take on why this vehicle sort of was the kind of the head and shoulders above the rest? And sort of what is your sort of opinion on that with regards to where this thing is made, which is in America?
Well, the Ram 1500 was a clean kill, and it was a little unexpected, to be honest with you. It is an internal combustion engine, so it was this Hemi V8, now it's this inline six. The engineering is excellent, the design is beautiful. It's a $40,000 car, goes 0 to 60 in 5 seconds, can tow over 10,000 pounds. It just was a real winner, and it really checked all the boxes, and it beat out, as you pointed out, Cybertruck, Rivian, the Sierra, all these different kind of mainstays. And so it just indicates kind of where we are. An internal combustion engine won this. For our car of the year, for our SUV of the year, for our truck of the year, none of them were EVs. They were the last 4 years in a row, but it tells you kind of where we are today as far as the marketplace and what people need.
What does it tell us about then where we're going, just in terms of maybe some of that pressure?
We always say at Motor Trend that EVs are inevitable. I think it's just going to be a longer road than we thought. So when you look at this kind of trend, right, you used to have internal combustion over here, you still do, and you have your complete batteries. And then in the middle was this plug-in hybrid. Mm-hmm. And everyone thought that was my solution. I go 40 miles and then I flip over to gas. But there are a lot of new solutions out there right now that'll help along this journey, and it just is going to take longer. But EVs are growing, right? We hear this, and probably you've written about this too. We think that EVs are flagging or slowing down. In fact, year over year, it's growing, the amount of EVs in the market share in the US, and it's almost at double digits for the amount of cars that are bought that are EVs. But they're not growing as quickly as we thought they would. So there are some solutions we could talk about, like these extended range EVs, and Ram's going to be a leader in this. They may win a second year in a row, frankly, for car or truck of the year if they do it right. But they have a truck, okay, 690 miles. How does it do 690 miles and feel like an EV? Because they use a battery to operate the wheels, and then the gasoline is a generator that helps the battery. So it helps in the engineering side of things, and the Chevy Volt did this really well years ago. There's just new tech that will give us time to get from here to there. So if the tariffs kick in, essentially, we'll be ready for it.
Hey, so real quick, want to get your thoughts. Just real quick on sort of overall market trends. Where are we headed next year? But also, we had news in the AV autonomous vehicle space with GM pulling out of Cruise. Did that sort of have any implication in your sort of determining what vehicles were sort of earmarked for that top honor?
Well, for truck of the year, one of the things that we loved about the Ram was that it has this assist, that it can actually drive for a long period of time really comfortably on the highway, stay in the lanes, uses all those cameras to do that. It has a lot of other really nice pieces between charging and audio and using your phone to get into the car and so forth too. But it's the autonomous piece, or at least some element of autonomy that lets you enjoy the ride even longer too. So that helped for the Ram 1500, which was excellent.
Great insight there, Alex. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us here this morning. Of course, Ross, thanks to you as well.
See some of those changes differently. So I think it's very valuable. But that shouldn't have an opinion, shouldn't be allowed to participate. There are some good if you're saying, well, actually, I don't feel safe about living in that state, well, what you are doing is effectively cutting yourself off from a series of job opportunities. not through any fault of your own, but because of the circumstances of society at that time. We've talked already about precautionary savings. If you feel that you might lose your job, if you feel that the job protection that has been afforded to members of the LGBTQ plus community might be taken away, then you're going to have to hold more liquidity as an insurance, as a buffer. And that's going to start to change your behavior. There's been less evidence of that so far, but that may, because your rights have not yet been taken away, but that may be something that starts to come through more in the future. So there are already things that are coming through, not from the election specifically, but which the election perhaps has been a catalyst for, or has brought more to the surface. But these were underlying trends that were coming through. And I'm afraid to say this is not by any means unique to the United States, that whenever we go through periods of economic upheaval like we are going through today, or what economists call the fourth industrial revolution, there is a natural tendency in a very unstable, insecure socioeconomic environment to look for somebody to blame. And because the LGBTQ plus community has gradually acquired some rights over the last few years, that makes them a very easy scapegoat to blame. And that's what we're seeing come through now in queer economics, frankly, that we have a target painted on our backs.
So with that, what are 3 things LGBTQ plus investors specifically can do to prepare for Trump 2.0?
Well, I think there are there's a range of things that you could be considering, and it is going to vary according to your circumstances, according to your age, according to where you live. Are you married? Do you have kids, and so on and so forth. So I think the first thing is to think about how secure do you feel in your job? Do you need that buffer of precautionary savings, a little bit of cash stashed away just in case things go wrong and you don't have the legal protections that you think you have? That's a very immediate thing I think that you need to think about in the first instance. The second thing I think is to think about where is your career going and what does that mean in terms of geographic mobility? Are you going to be limiting career options if you say, I don't want to live in that state or whatever, or could you work remotely? Or are there going to be career options in states or indeed in countries which are going to be more friendly to you and your family in the future? That's also going to be an important consideration. And I think finally, there is perhaps a long-term investment consideration that does need to be made, which is around supporting the community at large. Philanthropy, charitable donation, and so on and so forth is important. Now, I know in speaking with our clients, straight and queer, around the world, philanthropy is actually very, very important to a lot of people alongside their investing. But if you are in an environment where you think your community is under threat, how can you direct your philanthropy in a way that provides a support network and is going to maximize defense of the rights of the community and the glacial progress towards equality that we are making?
Obviously, being Americans, having just come out of an election, we're a little bit focused on what's going on here in the United States. But there's a lot of upheaval going on around the world. Can you elaborate on what you're seeing and the changes that you might be making in terms of your investing suggestions for investors?
Well, I mean, this is one of the real problems at the moment, that there are areas of the world where there is genuine progress being made on LGBTQ plus rights. I'm speaking to you here from Singapore, which has finally decriminalized homosexuality amongst men, though they are not going down the route of marriage equality, it should be noted. But then you've got somewhere like Uganda, which is going in horribly in the wrong direction on this. And there are other countries in sub-Saharan Africa where potential criminalization and aggressive persecution is coming through. We have this general increase in prejudice politics around the world, which isn't specifically directed against the LGBTQ plus community, but we are very much in target as a community that has relatively recently clawed back some basic human rights. And of course, within that, the trans community, unfortunately, are very often being persecuted. I look ahead, I mean, we have elections coming up in Germany, probably early next year, where the far-right Alternative for Deutschland party is You're very hostile to the queer community. Le Pen in France is not particularly in favor of the queer community. You have already got leaders like Orban in Hungary who are extremely hostile. In the UK, progress is not reversing, but it's also not moving forwards in the same way. And we've been stalled on a ban on conversion therapy, for example, for years now. So you can see barriers being put in place around the world. And I appreciate that it can be very scary in the United States, contemplating both at a state and a federal level how secure these hard-won rights are going to be. But it is actually a global phenomenon.
Thank you, Paul Donovan, for joining us. This has been great, very insightful, and we appreciate all the work that you're doing for the economics as well as for the LGBTQ plus community.
Thank you very much, guys. Pleasure to see you again.
What really stands out to me in this interview with Paul is how it correlates to MV Lee Badgett's book, The Economic Case for LGBT Equality, in that the more research that people do, that these really smart people do, the more we find out that more inclusive policies and protections for LGBTQ plus people and other minorities improves corporate ROI as well as state, local, and national GDPs.
Right, and I think that's why it's so important that policymakers, whether it's the White House all the way down to your state and local government, school boards, everyone needs to be thinking about all of these groups when they're creating policy. It's important to include everyone.
Yeah, it just lifts all boats.
It definitely does. So with that, thank you for joining us for another episode of Living Not So Fabulously. You can catch us every Wednesday, noon Eastern, on yahoofinance.com, YouTube, wherever you download your favorite podcasts. And remember, there's lots of buttons, so share, like, save, set those notifications. And until next time, stay fabulous.
This content was not intended to be financial advice and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to a new episode of Opening Bid. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. As always, like I say, this is the podcast that will make you a smarter investor. And to that end, be sure to hit us with those stars on Spotify and Apple Music. We appreciate all the great reviews you're giving us. Also, hit us with those thumbs up on YouTube. Our following continues to surge, and we really, really appreciate that support. Speaking of following, I'm psyched to talk with our next guest here, Wedbush analyst Dan Ives. Sometimes I see Dan in China. Sometimes I see Dan in Europe. I mean, Dan, you're all over the place. I mean, good to see you, dude.
Oh, it's great to be here.
Yeah.
And here in New Jersey. So
yeah, right, New Jersey. I mean, go figure, like the world traveling. Congrats on that new position over at Wedbush. It's well earned, man. You're doing a lot of good work over there.
Oh, and vice versa. Look, it's been, as me and you've talked for many years, right? Just an exciting year for tech. And I think it's just beginning, right? Get the popcorn out.
Yes, get the popcorn out. So I was joking to you before we came on. We could talk about 90 different things together. You cover so many different things. But I want to start, maybe because it's more news of the day, GM, with their cruise division. This is a division, because you cover General Motors, Tesla, you cover these players. This is a division that has lost, $10 billion over the past decade. Year to date has lost about $2 billion. I would say it's good that General Motors is not trying to make robo-taxis. What say you?
Look, it's good in the near term, right? And I think you'll see a relief in the stock, and it's part of why GM's up, right? Because as more of these things happen, discipline, that's what the street wants to see. Now, with that said, if you look longer term, it's not good. I mean, the reason Mary, Paul, and the team were so focused on cruise is because autonomous is the future. So ultimately, for them to go down the route of autonomous, there's really only going to be one way. Red phone to Musk, right? In terms of, some sort of, deal with Tesla. So I think, again, good in the near term, but it's a lot harder than it seems to build an autonomous vehicle.
Yeah, no, it sure seems that way. So, but they appear to be taking that technology and fusing it into Super Cruise. Are we looking at a day where, sure, maybe they don't have robo-taxis, Dan, but is the Corvette of the future fully autonomous?
Look, I think the reality is and however they put in the press release, I mean, this is probably the beginning of the end for Cruise. I mean, in some form. I mean, they'll have that technology in some way, but I think this is their putting up the white flag, in terms of this. And look, from a street perspective, look what's going on with GM. I mean, you got tax credits that are going to get pulled once Trump gets in. That's going to force more and more discipline toward hybrid. Maybe peeling back the EV strategy. Cruise, clearly that, we've seen what's happened there. So you're seeing more and more discipline. Again, great for the stock, but the reality is over the longer term, it's really about the growth initiatives, and that remains, I think, still in flux.
Why do we need robo-taxis, Dan? Is it to just play on our phones and let these cars drive by ourselves? Why are these so important?
Look, a lot of it is just about the human driver versus robot. If you think about autonomous technology, much safer, right? I mean, I think that at the end of the day, when you see autonomous technology over the coming years, and I believe end of the decade, you could have 10, 15% of what we'll call ride shares, whether it's Cybercab or others, will not have a driver. So you won't have someone actually talking on the phone trying to text while they're driving you somewhere. The reality is that autonomous is the future. And I think you're going to see more and more, and we talk about with Tesla, it's a big reason. The autonomous future is going to be significant. I think Tesla continues to lead, and that's why that stock's been up so much since Trump's got in, because it changes the whole game from regulatory.
You know what's really interesting, Dan, is this has been a really good year for General Motors. The products are on point. I went out and bought one of their new products. I mean, it's an amazing experience. I walk into the car, it has my CarPlay. I mean, the car is like 500 horsepower. I mean, it's an amazing.
I see you with that yellow Corvette.
Yeah, well, let's just take that offline. Look, the reality is, I should have some sports cars. I mean, I have no kids, and this is what I do. All I do is work, Dan. But look, I mean, I think they've done a good job. Like, they've improved their models. But what really has surprised me is how much cost they've taken out of their business, and I would argue that is. I mean, that changes the investment thesis on a company like GM, no? Or has.
Well, that's how the stock has had such a massive run, right? Because, you could argue over the last few years, GM was run like a federal agency in the Beltway. and not in a good way, right? So the point is like, why discipline? Look, I think Paul's a great CFO. And also I think part of it is like they had to look in the mirror and make some tough decisions. UAW clearly forced some of that. But I think the other thing that's happened with the stock is that you still have an investor in GM, EV to EBITDA, valuation.
It looks so cheap. I mean, this is a single-digit PE multiple stock. Go to Yahoo Finance, hit the statistics page. I'm shocked. I'm shocked GM's trading at these levels.
But I'm telling you, if you start to get some sort of disruptive multiple, and they show some legit success on EVs, like I'm talking over the next few years. I mean, this is a stock that could easily double conservatively from here as it all plays out. And I think that's where, like, Mary, the board, I think, look, they also got burned too, right? I mean, bet huge in Biden administration, bet huge in the infrastructure, never came. And now they're going to have to make some significant changes, which I think in the near term is probably positive.
You think Tesla is going to make millions of robo-taxis, and next year we finally start to see some of these on the road?
I think by 26, you'll see them. I think, look, it goes back to just because the bears, they can see AI in the spreadsheets, right? So when they're sitting deep in those caves in hibernation mode, that's how they've missed out on every transformational tech name in the last 20 years. Tesla will be no different. It's not a car company. More and more, it's not going to be valued on traditional EVs. It's about the autonomous future. We think autonomous is worth $1 trillion alone.
Dan, when you're not running around and globetrotting and going to conferences, I mean, I imagine you're still crunching a lot of numbers. I mean, when you look at Tesla, how do you bake in and Elon Musk involved in the government? Is it a higher multiple you assign the company? How do you even think through that?
Well, I think the best, first look at full self-driving. Like we're just about FSD. Forget autonomous for a sec. 7 million vehicles. Let's say penetration from an FSD goes from 15% to 50, 60%. What does that do to the margins of the? I mean, you could argue that earnings doubles, over the next few years, right? From a Tesla perspective. And FSD is key because of the software piece, because of the attach rate. And I'll compare it no different than, like, for many years, Apple, no credit for services. That's how you go from 1 to almost 4 trillion, right? I mean, service has been a huge part of the value. Tesla, no different. FSD, it's about the attach rate. Mm-hmm. Then you start thinking about autonomous. I mean, I view like cyber cabs, they're going to OEM some of that technology. Think about what's happening with GM. How they're going to get autonomous? They're eventually going to have to OEM Tesla. The autonomous future is key to the stock. But it goes back to, like, the bears never gave credit for AWS for Amazon. Now look. Never gave credit for services for Apple. Now look. Never gave credit for for Azure and for only cloud for Microsoft. Now look in the Dell and Mount Rushmore. NVIDIA, they were arguing, why are you spending money on AI in 22? You should spend money on gaming. Now look. It comes down to, look, the bears, they don't see AI in the spreadsheet, even though they're wearing the fleece and those sleeves, right? So the point is, like, even though they sound smart, bulls make money. And I think as we go into 25, it continues to be 10 p.m. in the AI party.
So look.
That goes to 4 a.m.
Let's think. Well, let's feed into that bear narrative. I look into next year, Dan. I see a Trump administration that might be friendly towards good old-fashioned gas-guzzling cars and trucks. I look at a Trump administration that may yank the EV tax credit. That can't be good for Tesla.
That's music to the ears of Tesla. And Musk is going to be a big proponent of doing that. Because ultimately, as you do that, it evens the playing field. They don't get now the credits, and ultimately, like, in terms of what you see coming out of Detroit Big Three, they don't get those credits. Who's the only one that could be profitable at scale and scope? Musk, Tesla. So I could argue negative for the EV industry, bullish for Tesla. And that's why right now the bromance between Musk and Trump, it is going to have significant implications positive for Tesla, and it continues to be the bet for the ages that Musk made on Trump.
Dan, we're about 10 minutes into this, and you and I haven't even mentioned Ford. Where's I know you're not an auto analyst, but you follow the space closely. Where is Ford in this discussion? You have a GM really coming out blasting next year, a lot of new models. You have Elon effectively running a large part of government, and Tesla and SpaceX. So where does Ford play into the future of autos?
Look, Ford, first of all, the debt, a lot of the cost structure. I mean, Farley definitely has an uphill battle there, right? I mean, I think GM is a much more ideal position because of where they are in Ultium. They control their own battery costs. They build out their own battery. They build out their own factory. Look, Ford, they're kind of in between. I mean, you also look at like F-150 Lightning. I think, some softer demand there. I think this is going to be a key 12 to 18 months for Ford. I'm not Stellantis, obviously the super negative. We saw what happened.
Stellantis is a disaster. I mean, I used to own a Dodge Challenger, a 2018. I sold it. Thing had 20,000 miles, and the weather stripping started to fall off. I'm like, this is a piece of crap. I got rid of it. I mean, I don't think they make good cars, Dan.
Look, I mean, again, you could argue that if you're a Jeep and bullish there. But
I had a Jeep too. It's bad. Don't even get me going. That was a piece of crap.
But the point is, look, GM, you put it in a different category than Stellantis and Ford. I think Farley, this is kind of a make or break year. But I think the biggest decision in Ford is the EV strategy. More and more, do they focus on hybrid? And it goes back to you can't cut your way to growth.
It's a good point, Dan. All right, hang with us. We're going to go off for a quick break. We're going to drive beyond, pun intended, this auto discussion. I want to focus a lot on tech. We'll be right back on Opening Bid.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right?
What could you do if your data was working? Bail on firearms charges.
Those officers found Mangione in a McDonald's in that central Pennsylvania city with a fake ID and a firearm the NYPD said is consistent with the weapon used in the murder of Brian Thompson, who ran United Healthcare.
Additionally, officers recovered a handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and mindset.
Mangione's 3-page manifesto included criticism of the U.S. healthcare industry, which has added more fuel to an ugly outpouring of vitriol online. Since the shooting, there's been a deluge of posts on social media with a clear theme: rage at the healthcare industry and solidarity with the shooter, not the victim. In comments after Mangione's arrest, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro addressed that. He acknowledged that people have, as he put it, real frustration with our healthcare system. But Shapiro said, the killer is not a hero, and he should not be hailed.
Violence can never be used to address political differences or to address a substantive difference or to try and prove some ideological point. That is not what we do in a civilized society.
Law enforcement officials say their investigation is ongoing, and there are still questions about the shooter's motive. Riley Griffin covers the healthcare industry for Bloomberg, and she's focusing on how United Healthcare is dealing with shock that is twofold.
One, to lose a longtime colleague, a senior executive, the person who ran their largest division, Brian Thompson, a 20-year veteran of the company, and two, the ensuing outrage on social media, the vitriol, the normalization of violence at times, coupled with real discontent across the country. And so there's a burgeoning PR crisis for the company as it deals with the loss of this employee.
This is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. I'm David Gura. On today's episode, why the killing of Brian Thompson is fueling a torrent of rage, and how United Healthcare and other companies are responding to the attack and its aftermath. In the hours since Luigi Mangione was arrested, law enforcement and journalists, including Bloomberg's Riley Griffin, have been piecing together what they can about the suspect's life.
Luigi Mangione was the valedictorian at his $37,000 a year all-boys prep school in Baltimore. He went to the University of Pennsylvania and worked as a data engineer at a place called TrueCar. And thereafter, he fell a little bit off the map.
This is still an active investigation with a lot of unanswered questions. What has law enforcement said about motive?
One thing Mangione wrote was, quote unquote, "Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming." He juxtaposed the high cost of U.S. healthcare with declining life expectancy rates. He clearly was thinking about the healthcare system, and he said he acted alone, was self-funded. Quote, "Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty." You know, we're learning in real time more details about what the manifesto said and how law enforcement is viewing this horrific act.
You and other colleagues of ours here at Bloomberg have written about how this attack spawned, as you put it, a hate machine that's only getting louder.
The internet, if you look at X, formerly known as Twitter, if you look on Instagram, there has been a lot of support for the shooter, for Mangione. You've had some postings that are intended to be humorous, and some you've had real outrage where folks have pointed to claims that have been denied and life-saving care that they haven't been able to access via the insurance industry, denials of care. So I think the spectrum is vast, but the response has been complex. Even yesterday, when Mangione was taken into custody, you know, we saw posts online. It was trending, "Free him," on X. The social media dynamic to this story is an important one, too. What does it mean to see the memification of everything from an election cycle to a murder? That's something I'm going to be reflecting on in coming weeks.
Riley, you've covered healthcare for years. I know your focus has been on pharmaceutical companies. What do you think the reaction we've seen says about the relationship people in the United States have with the healthcare industry?
I haven't seen a moment like this. Covering pharma, there were a lot of moments where we saw discontents and, you know, talk about vitriol on social media. Conspiracy theories throughout COVID certainly spawned some of that too. But the act of violence that underlies all of the public discourse is unique and tragic and awful. But people feel, I don't know, it was long evident that the pharmaceutical industry was one of the most hated in the world of corporate America. But pharma delivers life-saving treatments. You know, they invent these cures, gene therapies, medicines that people rely on. I think what's happening here is a real disconnect where people don't see the value brought by health insurers, who often play these middlemen and have sharp elbows in negotiations that often can deny care.
And United Healthcare's denial of coverage drew pushback before its chief executive was killed.
United Health in the past year has faced a great amount of scrutiny.
The FTC suing 3 prominent drug benefit managers, alleging a scheme that elevated insulin prices.
So it's a long-standing issue. It's at times easy to say a uniquely American issue. Our health insurance system looks a lot different from those in other countries, particularly those where public health care is broad.
I'd love to get a sense from you of the place this company, United Healthcare, occupies in that industry broadly, in health insurance more narrowly. How big a company is this?
United Health is undoubtedly the largest player in healthcare by market cap. This is a more than $500 billion company. I don't know that many recognize how big it is in corporate America. I mean, this isn't even just about healthcare. It's one of the biggest companies in the world.
Coming up after the break, the latest reporting on what happened before and after Brian Thompson was killed, and how United Healthcare has responded to both the shooting and its aftermath.
What could you do if your data was working for you and not against you? With Bloomberg delivering enterprise data directly to your systems, you get easy access to the details you want, optimized for higher level analysis, and financial data experts committed to helping you maximize your every move. Our data is made for more. so you can show the world what you're made of. Visit Bloomberg.com/enterprise data to learn more.
Since Brian Thompson was killed in New York, Bloomberg's Riley Griffin and her colleagues have spent a lot of time figuring out what happened on that December morning.
Thompson was headed to United Health Group's Investor Day. These are annual events that companies have to communicate to investors and analysts about the current state of their business. He was en route to his hair and makeup appointment for this Investor Day, but he never arrived to that appointment. And so as other senior executives were headed up into the building, they noticed several cop cars on 54th Street. They were redirected to other entrances, and yet they thought to themselves, really, this is another day in New York, which is relatable if you've ever spent time in Midtown Manhattan. The sirens are blaring, there's always commotion, and they started to notice his absence. It wasn't typical for Thompson, a 2-decade-plus veteran of the company, to show up late to a moment like this. They speculated perhaps he had overslept or was sick. They discussed sending someone to go check on him. They came up with a plan to cover his part of the presentation. And so Investor Day started. And just as it was starting and CEO Andrew Witte of the broader company was going on to speak on stage, as he delivered some of the earliest remarks, a couple of executives got a call to come down that there had been a security emergency.
That's when they learned, Riley says, their colleague had been killed.
Andrew Witte, the CEO, was pulled out of the room. He was distraught, a pretty traumatic moment. And shortly thereafter, there were gasps in the room as investors and analysts received notification on their phone, news of the executive's passing. And so right thereafter, he cut the Investor Day short. And from there, it was about getting the executives out of the room.
What have you learned since this attack about how companies, including United Healthcare, approach safety and how they've changed their protocols?
Yeah, so certainly we've heard from the New York Police Department that right now they're identifying a heightened risk, in part because of the rhetoric online. January is forthcoming. The JP Morgan Healthcare Conference is a time where all the executives of major healthcare companies, convene. We're trying to better understand the security environment here. We still have lingering questions as to why Brian Thompson had arrived without security, whether that was typical. But the company is shoring up security at its offices. Currently, we've seen memos that suggest that is underway. External visitors aren't allowed into some of these offices at this time.
And Riley says United Healthcare is taking down information about executives that had been available online.
As the company was grappling with how to ensure the safety of its other senior executives and even board members, the company took down both of those bio pages, the pictures and the bios that were associated with them. So an obscuring of information around who else, exists in the C-suite. It'll be interesting to see if other companies do the same, but that was another measure the company took that day to bolster security.
And as Riley says, the healthcare industry has had to respond to the attack, but also to the vitriol we've seen since. Do you have much insight into if there will be a more concerted effort by this company or the industry more broadly to respond to what we've seen kind of percolating on social media?
It is our burning question at this moment. We have not heard of plans to come out on the offensive and take a more active approach to engaging the public and their discontents. Something I and my colleagues have heard from current employees is that's a great frustration. They feel that this is the time to engage. Some have suggested perhaps an editorial in the New York Times. There's all these different ideas about ways to directly respond, but we haven't seen that beyond statements here and there. We do know a crisis communications firm has been hired. We also know in the wake of these events, meetings have been canceled, presentations have been canceled.
Look, but also Jassy understands AWS better than anyone in the world. The point is, like, they're not out of it. It just speaks to, like, but now you're starting to give more and more AI credit to Amazon, to Google, and it speaks to our view where tech's going into next year as AI revolution spreads, and the bears, right, in the spread, they're sitting there in their caves looking for AI in the spreadsheet. Can't find it.
Dan Ives, good to see you all year. Happy holidays to you. Appreciate all
too.
that. You've touched 97,000 Yahoo Finance tickers here, I think. I mean, the stories that are about to come out off of this podcast are mind-blowing. You're going to see yourself plastered all over the internet very, very soon. Dan Ives, good to see you as always on
Thanks
Yahoo
for
Finance.
having me.
First time
Happy
on Opening
holidays.
Bid. Good to see you. And that's it for the latest episode of Opening Bid. On the hunt for the hottest market commentary? Then join me, Yahoo Finance's executive editor Brian Sozzi, on Opening Bid, a show with unrivaled insights from top money managers and analysts. New episodes of Opening Bid every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday starting at 8 a.m.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
But the response has been complex. Even yesterday, when Mangione was taken into custody, we saw posts online. It was trending, free him, on X. The social media dynamic to this story is an important one, too. What does it mean to see the memification of everything from an election cycle to a murder? That's something I'm going to be reflecting on in coming weeks.
Riley, you've covered healthcare for years. I know your focus has been on pharmaceutical companies. What do you think the reaction we've seen says about the relationship people in the United States have with the healthcare industry?
I haven't seen a moment like this. Covering pharma, there were a lot of moments where we saw discontents and, talk about vitriol on social media. Conspiracy theories throughout COVID certainly spawned some of that too. But the act of violence that underlies all of the public discourse is unique and tragic and awful. But people feel, I don't know, it was long evident that the pharmaceutical industry was one of the most hated in the world of corporate America. But Pharma delivers life-saving treatments. You know, they invent these cures, gene therapies, medicines that people rely on. I think what's happening here is a real disconnect where people don't see the value brought by health insurers, who often play these middlemen and have sharp elbows in negotiations that often can deny care.
And United Healthcare's denial of coverage drew pushback before its chief executive was killed.
United Health in the past year has faced a great amount of scrutiny.
The FTC suing 3 prominent drug benefit managers, alleging a scheme that elevated insulin prices.
So it's a long-standing issue. It's at times easy to say a uniquely American issue. Our health insurance system looks a lot different from those in other countries, particularly those where public health care is broad.
I'd love to get a sense from you of the place this company, United Healthcare, occupies in that industry broadly, in health insurance more narrowly. How big a company is this?
United Health is undoubtedly the largest player in healthcare by market cap. This is a more than $500 billion company. I don't know that many recognize how big it is in corporate America. I mean, this isn't even just about healthcare. It's one of the biggest companies in the world.
Coming up after the break, the latest reporting on what happened before and after Brian Thompson was killed, and how United Healthcare has responded to both the shooting and its aftermath.
There are 2 kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero, not using climate as a moral crusade.
And Justin Trudeau.
There are still people who are hell-bent on reversing our approach on fighting climate change.
And the creative minds you haven't heard of yet.
Really don't need to have a tomato in December. It's going to taste like nothing anyway. Just don't do it.
What we've made here is inspired by shark skin. Yeah. It is much more simplified than actual shark skin.
Drilling industry has come up with some of the most creative job titles.
Yeah. Tell me more.
You could imagine tool pusher,
no,
driller, motorman, mudlogger.
It is serious stuff, but never doom and gloom. I am Akshat Rati. Listen to Zero every Thursday from Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you get your podcasts.
Since Brian Thompson was killed in New York, Bloomberg's Riley Griffin and her colleagues have spent a lot of time figuring out what happened on that December morning.
Thompson was headed to United Health Group's Investor Day. These are annual events that companies have to communicate to investors and analysts about the current state of their business. He was en route to his hair and makeup appointment for this Investor Day, but he never arrived to that appointment. And so as other senior executives were headed up into the building, they noticed several cop cars on 54th Street. They were redirected to other entrances, and yet they thought to themselves, really, this is another day in New York, which is relatable if you've ever spent time in Midtown Manhattan. The sirens are blaring, there's always commotion, and they started to notice his absence. It wasn't typical for Thompson, a 2-decade-plus veteran of the company, to show up late to a moment like this. They speculated perhaps he had overslept or was sick. They discussed sending someone to go check on him. They came up with a plan to cover his part of the presentation. And so Investor Day started. And just as it was starting and CEO Andrew Witte of the broader company was going on to speak on stage, as he delivered some of the earliest remarks, a couple of executives got a call to come down that there had been a security emergency.
That's when they learned, Riley says, their colleague had been killed.
Andrew Witte, the CEO, was pulled out of the room. He was distraught, a pretty traumatic moment. And shortly thereafter, there were gasps in the room as investors and analysts received notification on their phone, news of the executive's passing. And so right thereafter, he cut the Investor Day short. And from there, it was about getting the executives out of the room.
What have you learned since this attack about how companies, including United Healthcare, approach safety and how they've changed their protocols?
Yeah, so certainly we've heard from the New York Police Department that right now they're identifying a heightened risk, in part because of the rhetoric online. January is forthcoming. The JP Morgan Healthcare Conference is a time where all the executives of major healthcare companies, convene. We're trying to better understand the security environment here. We still have lingering questions as to why Brian Thompson had arrived without security, whether that was typical. But the company is shoring up security at its offices. Currently, we've seen memos that suggest that is underway. External visitors aren't allowed into some of these offices at this time.
And Riley says United Healthcare is taking down information about executives that had been available online.
As the company was grappling with how to ensure the safety of its other senior executives and even board members, the company took down both of those bio pages, the pictures and the bios that were associated with them. So an obscuring of information around who else, exists in the C-suite. It'll be interesting to see if other companies do the same, but that was another measure the company took that day to bolster security.
And as Riley says, the healthcare industry has had to respond to the attack, but also to the vitriol we've seen since. Do you have much insight into if there will be a more concerted effort by this company or the industry more broadly to respond to what we've seen kind of percolating on social media?
It is our burning question at this moment. We have not heard of plans to come out on the offensive and take a more active approach to engaging the public and their discontents. Something I and my colleagues have heard from current employees is that's a great frustration. They feel that this is the time to engage. Some have suggested perhaps an editorial in the New York Times. There's all these different ideas about ways to directly respond, but we haven't seen that beyond statements here and there. We do know a crisis communications firm has been hired. We also know in the wake of these events, meetings have been canceled, presentations have been canceled, engagement, not with the public, but with other businesses has been put on pause.
You've written that the shooting and its aftermath have been a wake-up call for health insurance companies. Is this likely to change anything about the way that they do business?
Yeah. So I just want to take you through one example that might be a quick tell, but Elevance, another company, scrapped this plan that really drew a lot of controversy as it was made public amid this moment following the shooting. The plan was to enact time limits on anesthesia coverage for certain surgeries. And there was just this public outcry and opposition from physician groups. It's hard to say direct causation or correlation, but this policy change had been destined to go into effect in February for members of Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield in New York, Connecticut, and Missouri. And even though this had been announced last month, the criticism bubbled up in the wake of the shooting, and ultimately they walked back that policy. They said that part of this was due to misinformation, and because of the misinformation, they decided not to proceed with this policy change. But it is a good window into a company that had to take action in the wake of a public outcry. And so I have no crystal ball, David. It's hard to read the future right now, but there are signs that companies are having to listen to the public and public sentiment in this moment. So what else could that dredge up? And what else could that change about how they cover Americans' healthcare?
Riley, thank you very much. This is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. I'm David Gura. This episode was produced by Julia Press. It was edited by Tim Annette and Naomi Shavin, who's our senior producer. It was fact-checked by Adriana Tapia and mixed and sound designed by Alex Segura. Our senior editor is Elizabeth Ponso. Our executive producer is Nicole Beamsterboer.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Scott Carr. The Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, in speaking with Bloomberg today, urged the incoming Trump administration to maintain the dialogue channels that she recently reestablished with China. This is the eve of what's likely to be the last round of economic and financial talks between senior officials from the U.S. and China. In an exclusive interview, Yellen told Bloomberg's David Gura it's important to keep communication open with China.
We have shared global interests, whether it's in
climate change, combating pandemics, dealing with potential financial disruptions that could affect global financial markets. We're also using these channels to build trust in channels for cooperation so that we can work together where our interests coincide.
There's Janet Yellen speaking exclusively to Bloomberg's David Gura. Yellen and her Chinese counterparts established 2 working groups last year after her first visit to the Asian nation since becoming Secretary of the Treasury. Technology giants are leading U.S. stocks higher today, ending a 2-day slide. A benign inflation report today cemented expectations the Fed would likely keep cutting interest rates. The Nasdaq has climbed by more than 1.7% to a new record high, breaking the 20,000 mark. Chipmaker Broadcom leading the advance after a report the company was working on an AI deal with Apple. The so-called Magnificent Seven's taken the lead. Apple, Amazon, and Facebook parent Meta Platforms setting all-time highs today. The S&P 500 is higher by 0.9. The Dow's higher by just over 0.1. Secretary of State Antony Blinken today has been testifying before the Republican-led House Foreign Affairs Committee on the chaotic end to the war in Afghanistan. Republican House members lambasted Blinken over the chaotic withdrawal. Blinken told the panel U.S. intelligence had been blindsided when the president of Afghanistan fled, and resistance to the Taliban melted away quickly.
No one anticipated that the government and the Afghan armed forces would collapse as quickly as they did. Our adversaries, including Russia, would have been delighted if we had doubled down and remained stuck in Afghanistan for another 20 years.
That's Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Throughout the U.S. election campaign this year, Republicans blamed President Joe Biden's handling of Afghanistan for everything from Russia's invasion of Ukraine to the October 7th assault on Israel in 2023 by Iran-backed Hamas militants. The world's most valuable company, chipmaker NVIDIA, will not get a reprieve from the Supreme Court against a shareholder lawsuit. We get details from Bloomberg's Nathan Hager in Washington.
The High Court has dismissed an appeal from NVIDIA in a securities fraud case. It dates back to 2017 and 18 when shareholders say NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang hid the fact that NVIDIA's record revenue growth at the time was driven by crypto mining-related sales of its flagship GeForce GPU product rather than sales from gaming. The lawsuit says that left NVIDIA vulnerable when the crypto market crashed in 2018. Last month, several justices questioned whether this case rose to the level of a Supreme Court judgment. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
So-called crypto whales are getting a nod from Eric Trump today, the son of President-elect Donald Trump and chief crypto advocate at World Liberty Financial. He spoke with Bloomberg from the sidelines of the Bitcoin conference going on in Abu Dhabi. The first family stands to benefit directly from sales of its token WLFI, and Trump promised those in attendance that his father planned to transform the U.S. into the crypto capital of the world. In speaking with Bloomberg, he ran through a well-trodden list of crypto virtues.
I believe that cryptocurrencies are the future. Banking is slow as hell. It's antiquated. It doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense that banks run on 9-to-5 schedules 5 days a week. When cryptocurrency, you can trade it in the middle of the night on a Saturday at 12 p.m. While having dinner with your wife or sitting on the couch, you can trade cryptocurrency.
Government watchdogs are warning, though, that Trump, his family, and administration are enmeshed in the virtual asset industry in ways not seen since Bitcoin was created about 16 years ago. Between the Trump family promoting a crypto project and involvement by some of the president-elect's closest advisors, they say the nation's barreling into uncharted territory and that existing guardrails may not be equipped to handle it. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Scott Carr, and this is Bloomberg.
Advisors. Claudia, it's great to see you again, and thank you so much for making the time to join us here this morning. I'm curious just to get your first take of this morning's report and really ultimately what that signals for the Fed.
Right. So it was another firm CPI print. And so we've had 4 months that have firmed up again. And, as I think as we get towards the end of the year, these data releases, it's good to step back in big picture on the year. Yes, you can think about inflation progress has stalled in recent months, but you can also really put a pin on the fact that we've made progress, especially over the past 2 years, but it has been uneven. And we are back in one of those uneven patches. It's not alarming, the kinds of numbers we're getting. They're still moderate, but it's frustrating, particularly when you think about something like shelter, which really the forecast was by this point that was going to be back to normal, and that is not, and it really has continued to keep these numbers quite elevated. So it's been a real lesson on how inflation works, and we haven't quite figured it out yet.
What is the likelihood that we see any type of normalization in shelter, and at what kind of timeline would you expect that?
So I think the big lesson in these normalizations of disruptions that happened in the pandemic, and the shelter disruption was early in the pandemic, we had big spikes in new tenant leases and people moving around, is just it takes a very long time because two things happened. We had huge disruptions, right? So we had very big price increases in the tenant leases early on, and then that process of adjustment takes a long time. And then we have, and we have contracts and just the way prices are put together. Like the Fed is our inflation fighter in terms of the policy tools, and that's what we go at it. But demand is not all that's behind inflation. And it's just been really tricky, these more contract prices, long-term prices. It's just the time horizons have been longer. So we are still going to be working through this next year, right? This is going to take more time.
I guess we're trying to figure out when the inflation print number, when CPI will get below that 2% level. And instead of trying to time that, the timeline's obviously impossible to gauge right now. But what do you think are the critical factors? Obviously, further improvement in shelter, but in terms of how confident maybe the Fed will be that we are eventually going to see that continued progress?
Right. And we also have to be careful what we wish for here, right? It is very frustrating that we haven't gotten inflation back to the Fed's target. Now, the Fed's target won't mean CPI is going to get all the way to 2, right? It's going to probably hang a little bit higher. It does historically. But we can get back to 2 pretty fast, but that's a collapse in demand. That's a very aggressive Fed. That's a recession. And we don't want that. So this slow grind, this disappointment of it's taken longer to get there, but we are now into more moderate numbers, right? For the pace of inflation, we have slowed inflation down quite a bit. It's, how fast we get to that target. It has both the policy decisions of the Fed, it has how some of these contract prices work themselves out, but then it also has what else happens in the world. Right? We had a really good year in terms of demand and growth and consumer spending. Yeah, that did slow us down some, but 3% growth, maybe it was worth it.
Claudia, if we see tariffs get implemented next year, does that absolutely torpedo the Fed's 2% target? And do we see an adjustment off of the back of that?
It would. Increases in prices that show up temporarily, as tariffs would often temporarily in inflation, so the increase in price, I mean, it would push out probably when we see the Fed's preferred inflation measures get to 2%, just, because it takes time, the arithmetic works out. That doesn't necessarily mean that the Fed looks at those tariffs and reacts to them by, say, increasing interest rates or not cutting interest rates, right? Like the Fed, a tariff, if it is targeted, if it's narrow, if it looks like it's going to be a temporary effect on the price on inflation, well, then the Fed really should look through it, which means they shouldn't react to it because it's not their inflation battle to fight. Now we're going to get a lot more details on the policy, both what the administration decides to do and then how other countries react to it. So tariffs are a real wild card in terms of the inflation outlook. But it's not necessarily it's a complication, but it doesn't necessarily derail the progress on inflation at 2%. Prices will be higher.
Is it too early to almost start to draw out some of those scenarios, just given the unknowns and given the fact that obviously, even if we do see tariffs go into effect next year, it's more of the 2026 problem?
Appropriate to draw out the scenarios. I don't I don't think it's time to be reacting to them. Right? Even the Federal Reserve has said they're drawing out those scenarios. They're thinking about what the different characteristics are, when they would react, when they wouldn't react. But we shouldn't expect them to be, when they're giving us guidance next week on what they plan to do next year, it's probably not going to be coming out in that guidance because it's too soon. Just like I think it's too soon for consumers to be worried about tariffs are coming, and so they go out and make purchases now that maybe they wouldn't otherwise because they want to get ahead of the price increases. Like, we don't know enough to really be changing our behavior, and doing that too soon. We could be overreacting to stimulus, but we should be ready, right? And doing scenario planning is the way you're ready, so you see it coming.
Claudia, thanks so much for the time this morning. Really appreciate getting some of your insights and perspective coming off the back of the November CPI print. Thanks.
Great. Thank you.